This is the fifth
Chair.
edition of the India Today Conclave East. Thank you so much for being here today. In 2017, India Today Group acknowledged the astonishing vitality of the East by starting the India Today Conclave East in Kolkata to underline the economic resurgence, artistic heritage and cultural engagement of the region. The 12-state region is uniquely placed to becoming a $3 trillion economy by 2035. From politics to business, cinema to sport, the conclave covers all aspects of the Eastern revival, making it a must-attend event in the power calendar of the region. Now, in its fifth edition, the India Today Conclave East promises to be the crystal ball into the social, political, and economic future of the region. Welcome all to India Today Conclave East. This is the fifth edition. And like I mentioned earlier, just again for the benefit of our audiences here, please do use our hashtag Conclave East 22 when you tweet, when you publish, when you post about this event over here. Thank you so much for joining us here today. It is going to be a power-packed session that we're beginning with, and I know all eyes are on that session. We're expecting the Chief Minister of West Bengal to be here shortly, and that's how we will, of course, kickstart the fifth edition of India Today Conclave East. Thank you so much for joining us and, of course, being extremely patient as we, of course, stand by for the Chief Minister's arrival over here. Should be joining us very shortly. She's on her way and we expect to start shortly. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. This is the fifth edition of the India Today East Conclave, as you know, and we'd like to, of course, thank our sponsors here. Our sponsors for this two-day conclave are presented by Sanjiv Goenka Group, co-presented by Macho Hint, industry partner, West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation, partner state, Tripura Government, associate sponsor, Thanseri. Ladies and gentlemen, with a big round of applause, please welcome Chief Minister of West Bengal, Ms. Mamata Banerjee. That applause can be louder. The Chief Minister of West Bengal, Ms. Mamata Banerjee, here at the India Today Conclave East. Ms. Banerjee, welcome. I'll hand it over to Consulting Editor, Rajdeep Sardesai. Rajdeep will take it from here on. A big round of applause for West Bengal Chief Minister, Ms. Mamata Banerjee.
Follow me. Mike. Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the India Today East Conclave coming to you from Kolkata. This has been a week where the sun has set on the opposition in the West with the defeat of the Maharashtra Vikas Aghadi government and an emergence of a Shiv Sena Shinde Group BJP government. But the sun continues to rise in the East, at least in the part where we are. In a sense, our special guest today could well be described as the last woman standing. Mamata Banerjee defeated the BJP last year to become Chief Minister of Bengal for a third consecutive time. She's the only woman Chief Minister in the country at the moment, and therefore, for some could well be the face of the opposition in the future. Mamata Banerjee, welcome to the India Today East Conclave. You can smile.
I always smile.
Good to see you smiling and good to have you here. But I must start by asking you, there are those today who are saying we are entering an opposition Mukt Bharat. The BJP has successfully brought down the Uddhav Thackeray-led government in Maharashtra. They won assembly elections, including in the critical state of UP. As we lead up to 2024, are we entering, Didi, an opposition Mukt Bharat?
If I ask you one thing, first I convey my greetings and my humble regards to all of my guests here who are present here. Thank you so much for coming. If I ask you that, I have seen so many government. I personally worked with Narasimha Rao ji, Rajiv Gandhi ji, Dev Gaura ji, then Atal Bihari Vajpayee ji, then Manmohan Singh ji. And I worked as a coal mines minister, the women, child, youth and sports minister, railway minister. So many ministry I worked also in a center, at central level. I have seen so many government, but I have never seen this type of vindictive and how they misuse their power. For Maharashtra, you tell me, when there is an elected government, they have got the election mandate from the people. Why BJP was so hurried? That elected government will be toppled by money. Money power, muscle power, ED power, CBI power, what not. Even I believe that this government will not continue. It's an unethical government, undemocratic government, an illegal government. उन्होंने गवर्नमेंट जीता है, लेकिन महाराष्ट्र का दिल नहीं जीता है, देश का दिल नहीं जीता है. ये उसका बाद में रिप्लाई देना पड़ेगा.
लेकिन दीदी, 2019, the BJP Shiv Sena went into the election in Maharashtra together. The Shiv Sena ditched the BJP after the elections, went with Sharad Pawar's NCP and the Congress. BJP says they betrayed the mandate first.
We should not discuss about the past history. We should discuss about the present. Because otherwise we have to discuss so many things. Only one issue will be consented. We will concentrate only one issue.
No, because
I am talking about now and the future.
Okay. You have said...
You tell me why this Home Minister of this country will say, today I have forcefully occupied a government. Tomorrow I will go to occupy Bengal, then Andhra Pradesh, then Tamil Nadu. You occupy all. But you do not know the country will occupy you and country will give you the combat reply for the future also. The people will be bulldozer for you. It is the people of this country. You can bulldoze the people with your forceful, with your misuse of power. You can bulldoze democracy with bulldoze of power. But next you see, the election will be BJP versus people of this country, and people will bulldoze the BJP in a democratic manner.
You know, you're saying this because this is in a week where the BJP in its national political resolution has said that we will now come to Bengal and Telangana and remove the dynasty Raj from these two states. One of the BJP leaders in Bengal has said Maharashtra model will be brought to Bengal. So generally
First you let me know what dynasty. Don't you think from Rabindranath Tagore family, Rabindranath Tagore was writer, painter, what not. From his family, at least we can quote 100 names. They are also in this field. Please don't forget. Please don't forget. There are so many families in this country. If Bangabandhu Mujibur Rahman's, after his killings, Sheikh Hasina is not there, who should have taken the country lead? Like this, who are telling all these things, all the sports, games, you have taken over the top post. And I will not personally criticize. That is not the courtesy. That's why I will not mention, but I know there are so many top boss family. So are they not the dynasty?
they are referring to you and Abhishek Banerjee.
One person in politics, so what? He's twice elected by the people. And what is the harm? The young generation, don't you encourage the young generation? One day we will go out. Who will take care of this country? We need the young generation. You forget me. Don't you support the Akhilesh Yadav? Will you tell that he's the son of Mulayam Singh Yadav? People accepted.
Because there are those who are saying one of the lessons from Maharashtra, the Shiv Sena had become a regional party run by one family, the Thakres. Similarly, in Telangana, the TRS is accused of KCR's family, and now Trinamool is accused
I am
of the
not
Banerjee
discussing
family.
about the Banerjee families. Everybody is in politics. Please remember. But they are not in a position. When Indira Gandhi arrested, that time we were the student. Do you know from Congress, nobody was on the road. Only my family, all my brother and sister, we used to do the rally and all this. And they have beaten us so many times, but we never mind. But when, charity begins at home. Sometimes you can put up your son as a cricket control board man. They are no dynasty. Only in politics, somebody will fight on the road. They are the dynastic people. Rajdeep Sardesai, how long you were in this journey? From the beginning.
Yes.
But are you not encouraging the young people also to come out for the next?
No, my son is a doctor. My daughter
That
is
you
a
have
lawyer.
got the better chance. That you have got the better chance. It is not your credit, it is his credit.
Yes, my daughter is a lawyer. Agreed, and my daughter is a lawyer, otherwise she'll get angry that I've not referred to her. But I want to...
See, one is press reporter, press anchor, one is daughter, one is lawyer, one is doctor. And one is housewife come journalist also.
Okay. You've also created, you said that the next election will be the BJP government versus the people of the country. However, the BJP says the next election will be a strong BJP government versus a divided opposition. Do you accept, though, at the moment that the opposition, particularly after what we've seen has happened in the last few months, is disunited, lacks a leader, and therefore building into 2024, the opposition at the moment looks on a weak wicket?
First, let me say the first question. Second question, I will come later on. First reply would be, my reply would be, 24 election, it will not be to elect a government. People will not vote for elect a government. People will vote on protest, vote to protest.
A protest vote.
A protest vote. Not elect vote, but a protest vote. Number 2, next 24 election, it will not be a select vote, but it will be a vote to reject BJP, not select vote. It will be a reject vote.
Because Didi, the BJP says we have Narendra Modi as our face.
God.
Who is the opposition's face?
Is he God?
Is he?
Is he God? I'm asking you.
Maybe to his supporters he's like
So
God.
why you are mentioning a particular name?
Because
He's the Prime Minister of this country. Okay, he's the Prime Minister of this country. We have regards for that. We don't mind for that. But how does it come that superhuman body you are discussing about this? For what reason? You see the country situation, economy, what is the price hike? What is the price situation? What is the condition of the Reserve Bank to bank? What is the position of the skyrocketing high price hike? What about the unemployment? What about the industry? More than 1 lakh industrialists they have left India. Please forget. It's a matter of shame. If I do any blunder, it's a blunder, of course. They can take action against of me. But if you take in the name of money, PM Care Fund, no audit, no account, nobody can question from where this money comes. Then a common people, if they have 5,000 rupees more, you send ED, you send CBI, where you have got the money to give luxurious life to the Maharashtra MLAs in Assam. How much things are being supplied there? Oh, not only money, you supply so many things. Just go and find out how they supply all these things.
No, you're making a very serious allegation. You're claiming that the Maharashtra MLAs were not just supplied money, they've been supplied other things when they were in Assam. Is that
Yes.
your charge?
Yes.
You want to be more specific?
No.
But you know, there will be those...
I know that. But sometimes silence is gold and silver is to say something. So I think it is better to be silent. I know what they do, what they can do, what they cannot do. Everybody now can guess. What I said, M, N, W. So you can guess. I cannot give you the details. Sorry.
No, the way I see it, you're making these accusations against the center. They can turn this around to you. They will say,
I
how
didn't
many
say about the
jobs...
center, I said about the BJP party.
Okay. They will turn around and say, how many jobs has the West Bengal government created? Why hasn't the West Bengal government brought down duties on petrol and diesel before you attack the center? They will turn around and say, you are attacking us of misusing state power. ED, West Bengal government misuses the state police to target Didi's opponents here. They will say you say the center puts people in jail. They will say you put people who criticize Mamata Banerjee in jail. So they also have an argument against you. That are you
It's okay,
in a
I
position
welcome
to
this.
take the moral high ground against them?
I welcome this. I will reply from your last question. I didn't send anybody in jail. Number 2, for petrol price, diesel price, do you know that every month we are giving 1 rupees concession resulting in which they give extra money to their state government. In my state, I will get from central about 98,000 crores, and for rural development, another 28,000 crores. You show me a government, which government will get so much money pending with central government? How they are making conspiracy against us? They want to economically blockade us also. They are taking cess. But cess, state government will not get the money. Cess, only central government will get the cess. Now they are saying about West Bengal. Shall I say one thing? The Horse Neutia and other Dhanuka all are here. Ask all the industrialists. I can challenge any other state. In economy, our GSDP has grown by 3.5 times. Revenue grew up almost 4 times. Total budgetary allocation increased by 3.8 times. Capital expenditure in budgetary by 9 times. We posted positive growth during the pandemic, plus 1.2%, while India GDP posted minus 7.7%. This is the economic performance. It is not that we are saying. Even Bengal, more than 15 lakhs crores investment we have received in this BGBs. Bengal, I am telling you, people do not know. Only MSME, 1.36 crores people are working. And within these 2 years, the government of India, national level, the unemployment increased 40%, 45%. And Bengal, the employment increased 40%. It is not my data, it is the central data.
But you still have a very high unemployment rate in Bengal. The
That
fact
is not
that
true.
you still...
That is not true. That is a propaganda that they want to defame us. Now, do you know my Tajpur port is coming? It's a big industry. Now my Jungle Sundari project is coming. 72,000 crores are investment. There 2 dedicated corridors are coming. Port is coming. New international airport is coming. And also the solar gas, and I can give you you asked me, that's why, that we have already created 1 crore jobs in other sector also. And this IT also we have doing Silicon Valley, you know. Bantala leather complex, only 2,20,000 people already employed just now. Even we have huge project, Eastern Freight Corridor from Amritsar to Dankuni. We have already allocated 2,483 acres of industrial land in Raghunathpur, Jungle Sundari, where 20,000 crores will be invested. Deucha Pachmi, second largest coal mines. There also more than 1 lakh people will be employed. A latest huge quantity of shale gas, 6.6 trillion cubic feet, which is one of the most sought after clean energy all over the world, has been found in the state Raniganj. State government has already signed an agreement with Great Eastern Energy Corporation Limited to extract this shale gas. 15,000 crore rupees will be invested in Raniganj region also. SR Group is also, they are investing 7,000 crores. ONGC also setting up the industry here. There are so many.
It's interesting you're saying this because, you know, a video of you with Gautam Adani went viral 2 months ago. The Congress says this is an Adani-Ambani Sarkar. You, on the other hand, were seen with Gautam Adani and encouraging him to come to Bengal to invest. How do you reconcile this? Do you agree with what the Congress says, or do you believe industrialists should be encouraged?
Politics is something different and industry is something different. You have to say, you have to believe, if you want to grow, you have to involve all. You have to divide the food for all. I don't mind who is A, who is B, who is C, who is D. I mind who matters.
So
And
that's
they
what
are-
the Modi
they are-
Sarkar also says. Modi Sarkar says we are also encouraging industrialists to come and invest in India. We are building.
Their problem
the
is-
opposition accuses this of being an Adani Ambani Sarkar.
No, not that. There are some differences. They only encourage the BJP-minded people, no other people. Where they keep money and where they get money. That is the basic differences between us and them. Our interest is to build up the industry. Our industry is to, wherever is the opportunity, this Adani Group is doing data bank here, the data link, the Mukesh Ambani Group is also, this cable landing station also they are doing here. FIFA is also doing the football ground here. So there are so many opportunity from every corner.
So you disagree with Rahul Gandhi on that?
What he said, it is his views. What I said, it is my views.
Okay, good to hear that. I want to ask you though, you said no one has been arrested. A Bengali YouTuber was arrested only 6 days ago, Rodur Roy, because he had reportedly abused Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in his videos.
Not that case.
Yes, he was.
That was, so many FIR has been lodged. It is not my case. So many. Social network, everybody we appreciate. But there is something wrong.
But you know, this is the problem, that every government official in Mumbai, I have people who, an actor was arrested for criticizing Sharad Pawar.
In Bengal, no. No, that.
So they can criticize you, they won't get arrested?
I do not know the details, even the case. That police investigation is going on. And it is the other common people they have.
You have never ordered an arrest of anyone?
No, I don't do it. Because I do not know actual what happened. All case I cannot keep in record.
Let me come back to the opposition, because you, in a way...
I have forgotten to give you answer. The opposition are divided and all these, whatever you have said. Yes,
opposition is badly divided.
Badly divided, you said. Yes, I will say the truth. It is widely divided, no doubt. But it depends on 1.5 years is left. We have to understand that people of this country wants that all of us, we should work together. We must work together for the country, for the greater interest. And if we don't do it, people will not excuse us. And we have to forget which party I am, which state I am. If we are together in every state, then I think there is an opportunity. Let us try. Swami Vivekananda said, today is possibly the death anniversary, I think. Swami Vivekananda had said that if you have failed once, try once more. What is the difficulties to try? Let us try.
No, because you have tried several times and not succeeded. You went a couple of weeks ago to Delhi, tried to bring the opposition together for a common presidential candidate. You asked Sharad Pawar, he refused. Gopal Gandhi refused. Eventually you went to Yashwant Sinha. And even there, the opposition is not fully behind him. The likes of Naveen Patnaik, the likes of Jagan Mohan Reddy have clearly decided to support Draupadi Murmu. And even you have indicated that if you had known earlier that it was a woman and an Adivasi whom the government was putting on, you might have supported her. So the opposition cannot even unite on the presidential election. How are you going to unite ahead of 2024?
No, you cannot blame the opposition. Sharad Pawar, it is his individual choice. Because we thought that somebody should contest. As a senior man, we mentioned his name. Farooq Abdullah also from Jammu and Kashmir, a senior man, we thought Gopal Gandhi may be. At least they may not contest, but we mentioned their name. It is their honor also. Please remember. And Jaswant Sinha, I didn't give the name. It is the opposition decided. And when opposition party decided, then I accepted.
But now the government has given an Adivasi and a woman
so
in Draupadi
Adivasi,
Murmu.
You tell me, can you divide like this country? Somebody is Dalit, somebody is Adivasi, somebody is Muslim, somebody is Brahmin, somebody is... We don't consider as a caste politics. When APJ Kalam was the president, nobody said he is a Hindu or Muslim. When Azharuddin is the captain of India, nobody asked the question whether it belongs to Hindu or Muslim. When Sachin Tendulkar, when Saurabh Ganguly, and the others also like this, I am telling you, who said, Gandhiji, is he Hindu or Muslim? Nobody asked this question. So like this, they have given last time one candidate, this time also they have given their candidate. So they didn't ask us before that. We asked them, tell us what is your suggestion. They asked us our suggestion without giving a name. If they should have given the name, I thought that Rashtrapati, the post is a higher post and it's a respected post. Even the opposition party, if they should have discussed all, I am sure they should have considered the name. But BJP didn't tell us before the selection of the names.
So if
So
they have
just
told
one
you
thing,
before,
when they already announced the name, then I cannot go back because I have to be with the opposition. Otherwise, you people will say you are divided. Is it your cleverly?
no, but would you have supported Draupadi Murmu if her name had been given to you by Rajnath Singh before you proposed Yashwant Sinha or before Sinha's name came up?
We should have discussed in our meeting.
You would have discussed it.
Of course.
If she comes to Kolkata, will you meet her?
Why not?
To take her, if she wants your support?
That is, I told you, the opposition decided that. I cannot betray. Then you will tell me you are also betrayer. I don't want that. There will be a name plus betrayer.
I'll tell you why there is already that name tag. Because they are saying after you won your big Bengal victory, Mamata Banerjee wants to spread the Trinamool nationally. You went to one of my home states of Goa. You were not successful. You've gone to Meghalaya and taken over virtually the Congress there. You're going into Assam. You're hoping to fight in Tripura. You've taken Congress leaders from different parts of the country into the Trinamool Congress. So you are saying you don't want to be a betrayer. You don't want to make sure that the opposition, you want to make sure the opposition is united. But you want to expand your own party at the cost of the Congress?
Rajdeep, you are contradicting yourself first. Because the question you asked me for president election. But where I'll go and open my unit or I'll contest the election, that's a different question. It is not related to this question. And I can tell you that yes, in some units we are going to there. Otherwise, how do you see the nationalist? If you want to be nationally affiliated, then you have to be in 4 states. You have to be strong and you have to go get some vote percentage. And we are not successful. Who said? Goa, first time we have got, we have gone, and it is only 4 months. We have got 8% vote. Do you think that it is very less? No, not that. BJP is in Bengal about 45 years. What was their vote percentage? 8 to 12. So now CPM, you see the vote percentage, it's 4%. In Tripura also you have got just 4 months ago, and it is 20%. We have got the vote
But
percentage.
the Congress is accusing you of dividing the secular vote or the so-called secular vote, the so-called
Oh my God,
BJP vote.
Oh my God, you cannot tell me what I will do, I will not do. Who told Congress not to do the things? You go, you fly. You go to the grassroots. You talk to the people. You meet the people. You strong the organization. Don't blame us. What I will do, that is my business. What you will do, it is your business. Don't say that I am not doing anything, so you don't do anything. I don't like to eat non-veg, so you don't veg. We don't take non-veg. It is absolutely individual prerogative and political parties' prerogative. When AAP went to contest Punjab, I didn't say anything, I should have go there. What is wrong? Akhilesh, I went to UP, you didn't mention that I went not to contest, but to help Akhilesh. It depends on.
No, because the Congress says, or...
Why you are doing Congress?
No, because, I'll tell you why. Because the opposition unity, Sharad Pawar says that there can be no opposition unity without the Congress as the central glue that brings it together. But what is happening is, Mamata Banerjee also wants to be central glue. Arvind Kejriwal has his own ambitions. He also is seen to be a future leader. KCR wants to create his own federal front. That's why I raised the point. Do you believe the Congress is necessary for opposition unity as the central glue first?
Let me first clarify that I don't have any interest for any big post or any big thing. I don't do for that also. Sometimes we have to sacrifice also. Somebody is to bail the cat also, if the situation deserves. Now,
You don't want to be the Prime Minister of India.
I am not interested for anything. I am only interested that my country should survive, my country must be developed, my young generation must get the employment, my women empowerment. I want farmers should smile, workers should smile, and our country image should be built up throughout the world, and all of us, we must build up united India.
No, those are very nice words, Didi, but the fact is, as I said, Arvind Kejriwal,
I cannot say about others. His dress is different, my dress is different. Dekho, Madhuji's dress is different, Kuli's dress is different, my dress is different, your dress is different. How do I say about you?
I will ask
You just consider like this.
I will ask you one last time on this, that how will you then build a united opposition? Because the BJP will say this is a khichdi. It is the BJP is going into this election united into 2024. The opposition is divided. Rahul Gandhi is, whether he's going to be the next president of the Congress, we don't know. But he presumably is their leader. Mr. Kejriwal leads AAP. You are the leader of the Trinamool. KCR has his own party. How are you all going to work together?
That is the beauty of the regional party. And that is the beauty of the federal structure. It is called democracy. Everybody has the right to contest the election, to elect the government, to go to the people. What is the harm? But I believe one thing, that parliament election, let us work together. I want to win, I believe. But sometimes in Bengal, if they say, give us some seat, I cannot give the seat. Because I have to contest 42.
You will contest all 42 in Bengal.
That we are contesting, it is not now.
You won't give the Congress even one seat.
Why? They are contesting us against CPM, Congress, BJP. All are contesting us in every election. It is not that today. It is since 10 years.
Okay, let me ask you on two more national issues and then I'll come to Bengal. The one big national issue that has recently exploded is Nupur Sharma's case. Your government has gone and put a lookout notice against her. There are FIRs. Do you want her arrested? Do you really want Nupur Sharma to be arrested, that you have to send a lookout notice for Nupur Sharma?
Do you think that I should mention the name? It is wrong. In your national platform, you are giving some name to the hated people. It is better to avoid their names. It is totally a conspiracy and the hated policy, divisive policy of BJP.
But should she be arrested? You know, putting out a...
Why she was not arrested? You tell me.
Why she was not arrested?
Yes. Why? Now you are saying because court has given some observation.
Yes.
And it is not only now, we have done case against earlier also. Because some fake video, Bangladesh, there is an incident, and they said it is Bengal incident. That time also there is an FIR against of her. It is nothing new, I am telling you. So if you say that it is similar case to why you will arrest? Arrest because you cannot play with fire. In our country, we are all together. If you don't trust the people, how do you trust yourself? Be confident. Why I will do the caste politics, you tell me? He is Gujarati, I will not talk to them. Why not? He should be my big friend. He is Marathi, I will not talk to them. Why? He is my great friend. He is Bengali, I know, I am also Bengali, he is also Bengali. But he never asked me, don't talk to these people. I don't believe this, we don't believe this theory. We are for Hindus, for Muslim, for Sikh, for Christian, for Jaino, for Buddhist, for all the community.
But during the Bengal election last year, you played Bengali subnationalism. You made it about Modi, Shah being outsiders coming into Bengal.
They are obvious outsiders for a state election.
So then they become outsiders at election time.
For state election, who was the face of their election? Now you are asking me, who is your face for parliament election? Then what was their face at the time of election?
You mentioned that you believe that Nupur Sharma should be arrested, but interestingly, you also made a recent comment. Why have you arrested Mohammad Zubair and Tista Settlewad? What wrong have they done? Does speaking out the truth or exposing the truth be a crime? Those who are speaking out against this government are either harassed by using agencies
this
or are
case
arrested.
and that case is different. What you are doing, potatoes and potato chips are together. That you don't do it.
No, the same Supreme Court in Teesta's case virtually has ordered her arrest. And that's the concern. Are you worried about the judiciary? Are you worried about state power? Are you worried in a way of fake news in the media, as you called it? Are you worried that all of this is making democracy weaker?
I respect the social network, but sometimes BJP is misusing. They are spending lots of money. They have started so many YouTube and digitalization also. So many TV channel also. They are giving money for this fake video, fake news, communal news, hatred news. That is dividing my country. And now what is the result? Our image. I cannot see that my country will be bowed down morally to the world for a particular party. And now you see India, some countries, they have boycotted our things. Don't you think it's a matter of shame? My country is my first choice, my first priority, our motherland. How do we forget our motherland? We should not destroy, we should not deteriorate our prestige of our motherland. It's a land of the soil of the great people, and it's a big land, which land has given birth Gandhiji, to Vivekananda, to Rajendra Prasad, to Dr. Radhakrishnan, to Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose, to Swami Vivekananda,
To
so many.
Mamata Banerjee and Narendra Modi also.
Mamata Banerjee is a small man. You don't compare with this.
Mamata Banerjee is a small man. I will always remember that. But let's turn to Bengal. 1 year ago, you had this remarkable win, and you've consolidated your position. You've even taken people who left your party to join the BJP. They are all slowly coming back to you. Now, if the BJP you are accusing wants an opposition Mukt Bharat in Delhi, their charge is you want an opposition Mukt Bharat in Bengal. Anyone who speaks against Mamata, Sam, Dam, Danda, Bhed, they're all slowly coming back to you. From Arjun Singh to Mukul Roy, one by one, they're all coming back. The same people who joined the BJP only a few years ago.
What can I do if somebody offer me sweet? I never ask them. Because we have more than two-third majority. We don't need the extra MLA or to purchase or for horse trading like BJP. We don't need that. If the people are willingly, they boycotted BJP because of their hatred activities, what can I do? It is not my fault. I am not encouraging.
Are they coming willingly or because you are sending the state police
you
to
ask
their
them
door?
better. No, we don't do it. It is not our habit. You Delhi people, please see, it is the habit of the BJP and it is always they do it.
You know, you've announced 21st July, which is Martyrs' Day here, Shahid Divas, as a day to launch jihad against the BJP. Now, opposition, the BJP is saying this is an invitation to finish off their cadres by violent means if need be. What is this jihad you want?
There are some local language. कुछ तो language होता है.
पर जिहाद?
अरे बाप रे बाप, आप सुनो ना पहले. हिंदी उर्दू एक ही लैंग्वेज हो जाता है कभी कभी. हिंदी से उर्दू में आप देखो कितना शायरी होता है जो एक साथ में एक मिक्सअप हो जाता है. गुजराती का साथ मराठी का बहुत शब्द में मिल है. ऐसे बंगाली का साथ आसामी का बहुत सारे शब्द में मिल है. मैं मराठी भी समझता है, मैं गुजराती भी समझते हैं, पंजाबी भी समझते हैं. तो इसी के लिए हमारा इधर में इसका टिपिकल बंगाली वर्ड में बोलता है कि उसको प्रोटेस्ट में ज्यादा से ज्यादा बड़ा आंदोलन बिल्डअप करो.
So jihad means protest.
Protest, strong protest.
Okay. The most serious charge though, Didi, against you is that of post-poll violence in Bengal. Post-poll violence. Most serious charge. Dozens of cases filed by the CBI.
You tell me.
Matter being heard in Kolkata High
You
Court.
tell
Rape,
me.
murder.
Is it a post-poll violence or it is a BJP drama? You tell me, this National Human Rights Commission, they came. If post-poll violence happened here, you send all the human rights, court, vote, jot, all. And Tripura after post-poll violence, before post-poll violence, when you kill the people like anything, then you never ask. How many people have gone to Uttar Pradesh? How many people going to Prayagraj? How many people going to Hathras? How many people went to Tripura after the post-poll violence? And whatever they have written, they have given it court. Their CBI also say 21 case, no case with the post-poll violence.
But one wrong does not justify another.
Why? Sometimes media trial, the media people are very friendly to BJP. What can I do? मीडिया एक भी नहीं होता तो 100 पब्लिसिटी करते हैं. हम इतना पब्लिसिटी पहले कोई गवर्नमेंट को करने नहीं देखा.
No, this is Calcutta High Court. Don't blame the media on this.
भाई कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट क्या करेगा? मीडिया ट्रायल करेगा तो कैलकाटा हाई कोर्ट की गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया का बाहर में है. What you want to ask me that I understand. I am also a lawyer. But if there is any requirement, I can also plead the case.
So you're denying the post-poll violence. You're saying it is all a media.
Nothing happened.
News. Nothing happened.
21 died उसमें पहले इलेक्शन का पहले जब बीजेपी का प्रेसिडेंट रूल था मीन्स इलेक्शन कमीशन का अंडर में 4 आदमी को तो बीएसएफ ने गोली करके मारा उसमें भी उसको घुसा दिया. तो आप देखो इसमें 16 तृणमूल कांग्रेस का था.
Because JP Nadda, BJP president, has gone on record saying more than 300 BJP workers have still not returned home.
सब झूठा बोलता है. खुला झूठा अनपार्लियामेंट्री वर्ड. झूठा हम नहीं बोलेंगे. उसका काम क्या है? और तो कोई काम नहीं है. एवरीडे मॉर्निंग टू नाइट ही इज मास्टर वॉइस. खाली एक ही बात करते हैं. सब वो पूरा हिंदुस्तान को खा लिया और हम लोग बीजेपी को मारता है और उन्होंने खाली देखता है और उनका गवर्नर हर रोज ये लोग को लेके सामने भाषण देता है.
So you don't
do you know his name? धनकार. और बांग्ला में क्या बोलता है पता है? एक सिमिलरिटी हो गया. धन मतलब अर्थ और कर को बोलता है करो.
Jagdeep Dhankar and you seem to have, Hindi में कहेंगे 36 का आंकड़ा. Every morning I get something from Jagdeep Dhankar which clearly says that he is now going to summon the West Bengal Chief Minister to his office. Raj Bhavan and the Chief Minister's office, Nabonno, seem to be in some kind of a fight to the finish. What's going on? The latest over the fact that you have passed a bill or you want to pass a bill that all the universities of Bengal, you will become the chancellor. He has objected, saying this is unconstitutional. What is going on?
Maharashtra government also passed this bill. When Narendra Modi was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, then he also brought this bill and his government passed this bill. So if Narendra Modi government do it, then there is no fault. If we do it, then it is a fault. And Dhankarji, from this governor house, every day he used to give the statement and all. He behave us, how he misbehave with us, just we are like bonded labor. The elected government is a bonded labor. And they are the superpower. Can you imagine?
So,
I feel shame to say all this. Because really, they have lost all the credibility. How they behave BJP party with the opposition parties, even the state government. The federal structure, they have bulldozed all the federal structure. I have never seen this type of government. Why? We give money 40%, center sometimes give 60%, but they take money from our state. They take revenue from the state. It is not that their money. But every name, dekho, sab BJP ka naam pe hai. All the schemes, why I will accept their schemes? You tell me, I have the freedom also. I have not mentioned one scheme in my name. Tell me who are sitting here. I challenge. Not my Trinamool Congress name.
So you're
not my name.
You're objecting to the fact that the schemes, like let's say now the latest scheme, which the government of India has brought in is Agnivir, the Agnipath scheme. And they are saying that this scheme will in a way make sure that the Indian Army is younger, more professionalized. We are giving an opportunity to young people.
Don't you think earlier who joined army, they are also younger? What was their age group? Same age group. That is not the matter. The matter is why you have given name Agnipath. If you are interested to strong the army, you should have said Indian Army. We think you are very clever and all are fool. Indian Army, why you are not saying that we are recruiting some people, Indian Army, there are so many vacancies are there. 80,000 vacancies from railway you abolished. There are so many other departments also you abolished all. Not recruiting the new people. Now here you said first phase 20,000 and second phase 40,000. How many? 60,000. And railway you have abolished already 80,000 posts. And this employment is also only for 4 years. 4 months training, arms training, and 4 years. And do you know what happened? They have sent us a letter. What they have what mentioned? This is from Defense Ministry. The Colonel, Admiral, all these. That after 4 years, you state government pick up them and recruit them in different services. क्या चालू है? 24 का इलेक्शन का पहले अग्निपथ और 4 साल बाद में आपको विदाई पथ, क्या बोलता है? बाय बाय पथ, टाटा बाय बाय.
They are saying you should bring them, give them priority in the state police, give them priority in the...
How do I? Army training is something different. It's a different training. And police training is something different. If you give the arms training, that arms training for army is a different training. And police training is different training. Army people, always they are very strong because they fight the country. So they never mind for firing and all this. But police is to remember, they are mixed up with the people. They cannot fire without the instruction. They cannot just fire like anything. So police and army is a different, too much.
You will keep opposing, you see, because you said that this...
I said instead of Agnipath, they should be called as Indian Army and they should get their job up to 60 years.
Because you said that the federal structure, in a way, has been affected by this government. They will say, Mamata Banerjee is not willing to, in a way, work with us. Cyclone Amphan happens, you don't attend a meeting where the Prime Minister had come.
Who said I went there? Who said so? This is a wrong information. All feedback is wrong. That's why I said in the Delhi media.
The Prime Minister's office said they summoned...
By what they said, I went there. No, they summoned because we went there. We meet there. And after that, there is some Amphan big way. And I have some program to that area. So with his kind permission, I went to that area. What was important? To sit somewhere or to go to the field? What was important on that time? How much money they have given to us? Nothing.
But how will this federal structure move forward unless the state and the center work together? You need an element of trust.
That I am telling. Central, whatever there will be political differences, we don't mind for that. Politically, we will fight it out. But the development work, it should not suffer because of the central ego and BJP vendetta politics.
Give me your mic, Didi, because we can share the same mic.
Why?
No, this is no conspiracy. In case you thought it was a conspiracy, it's not. Let me come to one final charge which is being made.
He has forgotten the COVID is spreading now.
And the final charge is... I must say you're very protective of your mic. There's something you don't, this is your own special mic that you brought. So you're very protective of it.
It is my personal mic.
It's your, it is your personal mic, I know. But I must ask you, Didi, one final charge. You know that the Trinamool, you won 3 consecutive victories, and therefore the cadres in a way believe that Bengal now they can control. They have run amok, some of them. You have lost control over them. We saw what happened in Birbhum, tragic incident, local TMC leader killed. The reaction was that 8 people of a family were set ablaze. We saw what happened in Nadia, rape and murder took place. Allegedly, some Trinamool people were involved, allegedly. The fact is that as you expand, is that a big concern for you? You want to expand nationally, but in Bengal, your cadres need to be reined in. Otherwise, they will run
cadres
amok.
are best cadres, I am telling you. I am proud of them. What you are saying, you are, as a BJP mouth speaker, you are talking all this. What happened in Rampurhat, that is their local problems. It is not that it is Trinamool Congress or Trinamool Congress. Whoever died, they are also Trinamool Congress. I gave employment to everybody. I gave house to everybody. I gave money to everybody. They are well settled now. But in the name of that case, it is a BJP conspiracy. They have asked CBI, and CBI is asking even the auto wala, even the prominent doctor, even the reporters, all they are calling. 200 people they have called for a particular case.
You seem to be very angry about the CBI and the ED in particular.
I am not angry. They are my friends. But what they will do? Sometimes they also said, "Kya karega? Udhar se humko pressure hai na."
Because they've come to investigate your nephew Abhishek and his family as
Why
well.
you are asking me only nephew? He's an individual man. Don't tell like this. He's an individual man. If you have any question, you can question to him.
No, the ED
I
coming
cannot
to his
take his
house.
responsibility. They come to our house because we are liberal. That's why. Otherwise, we have that power. We should have stopped it. But we are not like this. Politically, we'll fight. Legally, we'll fight. Technically, we'll fight. Because nothing they will get. We are that confident. And if you are confident, you can do anything and everything.
You know, you're sounding very spirited, and that in a sense is sometimes missing, as I said, in the rest of the opposition. I've just come from Maharashtra, and I didn't see that same fighting spirit in the opposition there. So I'm just wondering if you had any message in a way for the Uddhav Thackeres or the Sharad Pawars who have lost out in the Maharashtra battle, and others, including Akhilesh, who's been virtually wiped out now in Uttar Pradesh. What's that message? Where do you get your fighting spirit from? You're always ready for a fight.
Because, our life is struggle life. And from the beginning of
Your
my
life
life,
is?
struggle life.
Struggle.
From beginning, I am from the student politics. CPM has beaten me so many times. Now, so many young generation, they do not know that story also. From my head to my leg, my every body is choked. My brain operated twice. My both the hands operated. My belly operated. My leg operated. My eyes operated. How I am survived, I do not know. But my only thing is I am grateful to the people. I always used to get the inspiration from the people. And if I see their face smiling, I get the inspiration. They are my inspiration.
You know, you are a fight. I'm going to, at the end, I'm going to give you advance notice. I want a song that defines your fighting spirit. But, you have this fighting spirit. You're seen as pro people. But in and around you, I forgot to mention there's an education recruitment scam that your ministers allegedly
You
involved
cannot
in.
say it is scam.
Allegation.
No. You talk about Bhepam first. You talk about UP first. It is somebody alleged, BJP party and CPM party.
They've alleged that that Trinamool Congress workers have been given benefits in teacher recruitment.
It is not.
The Kolkata High Court has intervened.
It is not. Calcutta High Court, what they give verdict, I will not mention anything about the court verdict. Because you know better than me how court can protect country and how we can also protect court. So I am not going to quarrel with them. We know better than. Even I should not say, but if sometimes come, I will plead that. The matter is that it is on investigation process. Let the investigation process is over. Before that, you should not go for any media trial. And that is not legally permissible also.
You know, is Prashant Kishore still working with you is a question a number of people ask me. Is Didi and Prashant Kishore still a team? Because he's now planning to become a politician himself in Bihar. Are you all still working as a team together or not?
No, he started his team, political team, that's good. My congratulations would be there. You also can start a team in Maharashtra. I'll help you.
Are you saying that I should start a...
Why not? Why not? Why not? You should, the other people should join the politics. Only the typical type of people, why they will be in the politics. You won't come and you will only blame the political people. That is not true also. So you should have come also some people, the common people also, they should have joined the politics. Because the politics control the country.
But politics, I'll tell you why people don't join. Because people feel that politics has become immoral, dirty. You started by mentioning about money power. You mentioned how several inducements were given to the Shiv Sena MLAs according to you. Why should good people join politics if politics is surrounded by bad people?
If there are some bad peoples, then it is the duty of the good peoples to take over and to give the lesson, to give the idea and to show the way. Why you will allow the bad people to work?
Because the bad people ensure that the good people... I'm giving you the example of what's happened in Maharashtra at the moment. I asked this question to a number of people, what's happening in Maharashtra? Why don't we see some change? And people say, why should we be part of this resort politics, money, power, governments breaking, wheeling and dealing, ED, CBI? We don't want to be part of all this. People don't want to be part of it. So as someone who's been in political life now for almost 50 years? You started in the 80s, you've almost completed 50 years?
I started from my 10, 11 years.
At the age of 11? You decided to become a politician at the age of 11?
Because
Why?
my father was a freedom fighter and he should have given me the good advice.
Have you ever as a woman felt discriminated in politics?
No, I always feel myself as a human being.
But there is only one woman chief minister in this entire country. In a country where women are 50% of the population, one woman chief minister.
That's why they are not giving us the money. They are economically blocked. All they are misusing their all agencies to block the West Bengal government. What they have not tried. Even they disturb the officers also.
No, but is it more difficult for a woman, you think, to compete in the...
No, I am as a human being working here strongly. That's why they could not successful. Earlier also election, at the time of election, Amit Shah ka slogan tha, abhi baar 200 par.
Abki baar 200 par.
आपकी बार 200 पार. आप भी बोल रहा है हम बंगाल को दखल करेगा. अरे बंगाल बंगोपसागर पार हो, सातार काटो भालो करे. बे ऑफ बंगाल में स्विमिंग नहीं आता, उधर में रॉयल बंगाल है. टाइगर.
So you're the royal...
I am not. My people are the Royal Bengal Tiger.
Bengal tigress.
I am not. My people are the Royal Bengal Tiger.
Tiger or tigress?
Tiger.
So you're capable of handling all the men in this room, right?
Men and women both. I am a human being.
You know, this kind of fighting spirit is rare in politics. So I'm going to ask you, as I said, you sing well, you paint well. Last time you came to our East India Conclave, you painted. This time I'm going to ask you to sing. Because you have a poem. Today's Vivekananda's birth anniversary as well. Today's Vivekananda's death anniversary. Do you want to say something that in a way reflects your spirit? I would like you to, even if you can say a few lines, then our musicians will take over. I heard you during Durga Puja also recently in October, on the day you won the by-election, you were singing a lovely song.
That's a different platform and it's a different platform.
Yeah, but, you know, give us something that inspires you, that when you, because I know that you early in the morning you get up, meditation, prayer, something that you would like to inspire this audience and the viewers outside. What is inspirational for you?
How can I say one thing?
A Bengali poem, a Bengali song.
I write, but I never read. 120 books are already my published.
Yes,
book.
I know. 120 books, so you're an author.
So I give the lyrics also, the music also. It is my habit.
So give us something.
What I'll give, Abhi?
A line, a song. We have to end on a positive note.
अरे पहले बोलने से तो हम गला ठीक करके आते थे ना. ये थोड़ा ही है.
आपको मालूम है. Bengali, you can. I'm sure your Bengali is good enough. You'll remember something in Bengali that inspires you always. Any poem or song that inspires you. There was a suggestion from there. Yeah.
খালি হলে কিন্তু গলা ভেঙে গেলে আমি কিন্তু কিছু দোষ না.
Go for it.
খারাপ হলে ডেন
take over.
খারাপ হলে দেখাবে না.
No, don't worry.
দেখো কমিটমেন্ট.
Yes.
2 লাইন.
Okay.
जब घायल ना जब घायल हुए हिमालय खतरे में पड़े आजादी जब तक थी सांस लड़े हो फिर अपनी लाश बिछा दी संगीन पे धर पर माथा सो गए अमर बलिदानी जो शहीद हुए हैं उनकी सरा याद करो कुर्बानी जय हिंद तेरा जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद जय हिंद.
What can I say? Very few chief ministers would be as obliging as you were, and despite having a bad throat, you sang for us. Mamata Banerjee, as someone who says she entered politics at the age of 11, 50 years later, you're still fighting with that same spirit.
Not 50 years, please, 40 years.
40 years. So you want to say you're only 51 now?
But maybe 45.
For 45 years, you've been fighting a lonely battle at times, but eventually you become a 3-time Chief Minister of Bengal, as I said, and I repeat for the last time, the only woman Chief Minister, which I think is remarkable in the times in which we live. And as we saw in the last hour, you retain all that fighting spirit. So thank you very much for being here, and we wish you all success in whatever you decide to do next, whether it is singing, whether it is painting, or whether it is playing politics. Thank you so much, Mamata Banerjee, for joining us. Thank you. You want to say that?
Thank you so much. My humble regards to all of my distinguished guests and friends and my young generation also. And thanks a lot to India Today team, Madam Kuliji, Mr. Kuliji, and all of your India Today team, Rajdeep Sardesai and all, Rahulji, and all. Thanks a lot for calling me, for inviting me. And please see that media must work impartially. Please give justice to the people. Only my last humble suggestion to you.
Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause for West Bengal Chief Minister Ms. Mamata Banerjee. Always as engaging, candid, mincing no words. Ms. Mamata Banerjee, West Bengal Chief Minister. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much, everyone. We are breaking for lunch now. That will be a half-hour break. Lunch is served in the pre-function area. Our next session, of course, is called Opening Notes, Bihu Beats, Music, Melody, and the Mirza Girls. And our speakers for this session are a band of girls called Hurricane Gals. I would request all of them to come on stage. Some of them, of course, over here, already on stage, tuning their instruments. Hurricane Girls, ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause, please. This is Assam's first all-girls rock band. Warm round of applause to the Hurricane Gals. Welcome to all of you. Thank you so much for joining us on the India Today Conclave East.
Thank you.
That's Mamuni. Mamuni, if everyone can introduce yourselves, that will be nice. आप सबके पास माइक है, आप अपना अपना नाम बता सकते हो. और आप
My name is Mamoni. I'm from Assam, India, and today I'm very happy to hear.
Okay.
Thank you.
Namaste, I am Progresi. I am from Golaghat, Assam.
Hello, hi, I'm Kaveri, Karbi Anglong, Assam.
I am Chinmoy. I am from Guwahati.
Namaskar, namaste, hi. Myself Luku. I'm from Assam, Guwahati.
Namaskar and good afternoon to all of you. My name is Barnali Das Borwa. I am from Guwahati, Azara. Thank you.
वेलकम टू ऑल ऑफ यू. और जब भी जिसकी भी मर्जी हो, जब भी माइक उठा के आप जवाब दे सकते हो, किसी एक के लिए सवाल नहीं है.
Okay.
और मामुनी, आप मुझे थोड़ी देर पहले बता रहे थे कि यू स्टार्टेड दिस बैंड ऑन अ वेरी स्पेशल डे. उसके बारे में थोड़ा बताएं.
हाँ, हम लोग जब स्टार्ट किया था, आरजू बेगम माय बेस्टी, शी प्लेड ड्रम. शी इज अ वेरी गुड ड्रमर. हम लोग दोनों ने सोचा कि एक बैंड बनाइए और वो बैंड ऐसा हो कि पूरा यूनिक होना चाहिए, क्योंकि ऑल अ गर्ल इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट एक्चुअली. लड़कियों को बजाना ये ज्यादा मतलब स्टेज में नहीं देखते थे, लेकिन हम लोग दोनों ने किया कि हम लोग स्टार्ट करके तो देखिए कि क्या होता है. तभी हम लोगों ने 2010 फ्रेंडशिप डे में आरजू बेगम और मैंने हम लोग दोनों मिलके वो स्टार्ट किया था बैंड को.
ओके, तो ये आपने सोचा कि कोई ऐसा कर नहीं रहा है, इसीलिए आपने डिसाइड किया शुरू करेंगे. ये आपकी फैमिलीज ने कैसे रिसीव किया?
हाँ, मेरा मम्मी पापा तो मुझे बचपन से ही कुछ अलग बनाना चाहती थी. मगर मैंने बोला मम्मी मुझे म्यूजिशियन बनना है. जो भी कोई हम लोगों के घर पे आता है, जो इंस्ट्रूमेंट रख के जाते हैं, मैं बचपन से ही गाती थी, मम्मी ने सिखाया. उसके बाद जो भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट घर पे रख के जाती थी, उसके बाद मैं उसको प्ले करती, पूरा से बजाती, पूरा रात भर ऑन करके बजाती. उसके बाद मुझे ऐसा महसूस हुआ कि मुझे म्यूजिशियन ही बनना है बचपन से. तब से मेरे जैसे बहुत सारे लड़कियां हैं पूरे दुनिया में कि सबको ओनली गाना ही नहीं है, डांस करना ही नहीं है, किसी को बजाना भी है, अपने अलग अलग प्लेटफॉर्म में जाना है. तब हम लोगों ने पूरा बैंड, देख ही रहे हो आप लोग, सब इंस्ट्रूमेंट लेके आए हैं. मैं
देख ये रही हूँ कि आप लोग सब इतने सुंदर लग रहे हो आपके ट्रेडिशनल आउटफिट में. जब पहली मुलाकात हुई सुबह आपसे, मेरी आंखें सिर्फ आपके आउटफिट्स पे चली गई.
Thank you so much.
That is all that I was quite enamored by. थोड़ा अपने क्योंकि आपका जो म्यूजिक है, क्योंकि मैंने काफी सारे आपके वीडियोस देखे, आपने कहा आप लोगों ने अभी तक 20 गाने बनाए हैं. मैंने आपके वीडियोस देखे. इट्स फ्यूजन, रॉक, फोक म्यूजिक का भी उसमें एक मिक्स है. ये कैसे सोचा आपने?
जब फोक में ना एक सोल होता है, जो फोक म्यूजिक होता है उसमें सोल मिलता है. जब भी हम लोग अपना सॉन्ग गाते हैं, अपने घर के गाने गाते हैं, तब हमें महसूस होता है कि इसमें कुछ है फोक म्यूजिक में. तो आसाम, इंडिया में तो बहुत सारे फोक है, तो आसाम में मैं जितना भी आप गा के खत्म नहीं कर पाओगे, इतना सारा फोक म्यूजिक है. तो मुझे, हम लोग सब एक साथ पले भरे, वो मतलब आसाम के ही है, वो लोग भी, सबको ही फोक म्यूजिक ही पसंद है सब लोगों को. तो इसलिए हम लोगों ने सोचा कि फोक के ऊपर ही कुछ करते हैं. जब हम लोगों ने एक गाना गाया था पहले, हम लोग बैंड मिलके गाए थे, उसके बाद इतना फेमस हुआ और सब लोग हमें फोक ही डिमांड करते. तब से हम लोगों ने सोचा कि नहीं यार, फोक में ही कुछ करना है. उसके साथ रॉक म्यूजिक, क्योंकि हम लोग गिटार प्ले कर रहे हैं, ड्रम प्ले बजाते हैं सब लोग, तो मिलके हम लोगों ने कुछ फ्यूजन सोचा कि अच्छा लग रहा है फ्यूजन के साथ मतलब रॉक म्यूजिक.
तो हमारी भी डिमांड वही होगी, हमारी भी डिमांड फोक म्यूजिक ही होगी आपसे. क्योंकि बिहू बीट्स हमने रखा है थीम, तो थोड़ा कुछ आप सुनाए प्लीज.
ओके, टाइटल ही बिहू बीट्स है. तो थोड़ी सी प्रज्ञा सी और हम लोग की कावेरी कुछ बजाएंगे थोड़ी सी, उसके बाद हम लोग बिहू गाएंगे. सब लोग ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं आप लोग भी.
I am playing drums in the band, but I love to play Assamese bihu dhol. अभी हम कावेरी और मी में जो बजाने वाले हैं, ये असम में इसको उजा बोलते हैं, तो इट इज ए पार्ट ऑफ उजा. शुरू करें.
हेलो 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 सम रिवर. हेलो 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 हेलो. ओके फाइन. बजना पड़ेगा सब लोगों को. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. रोमोके जोमोके ओ आइटा बिजुली. रोमोके जोमोके ओ आइटा बिजुली. रोमोके जोमोके ओ आइटा बिजुली. ओ हग पाले ओ आइटा बिजुली. ओ गाते ना तोरोनी मोने आइटा बिजुली. लागी से खेली मेली पोखिला होयुरी पोर मो. रोमोके जोमोके ओ आइटा बिजुली. ओए बोहाग पाले ओ आइटा बिजुली. रोमोके जोमोके ओ आइटा बिजुली. बोहाग पाले ओ आइटा बिजुली. ओए गाते ना तोरोनी मोने आइटा बिजुली. लागी से खेली मेली पोखिला होयुरी पोर मो. थैंक यू.
ओके, हमारा दिल नहीं भरा. प्लीज समथिंग एल्स, समथिंग मोर. ये बहुत ही छोटा था.
ओके, सबको हॉय बोलना पड़ेगा. हॉय. हम लोग वेरी स्पेशल. जब हम लोग आसाम में बिहू गाते, हम लोग टीच करने के लिए, मतलब लड़का लड़की का मतलब प्रेम का. बिहू मीन्स लव. असम में जो बिहू होता है हम लोग का इमोशन है. और ये फेस्टिवल बिगेस्ट फेस्टिवल ऑफ असम. उसमें क्या होता है, लड़का को और लड़की को चिढ़ाने के लिए कुछ गाने गाते हैं. तो सबको हॉय बोलना पड़ेगा, ठीक है? ओए बोरे में ढोपोला, ओए बोरे में ढोपोला, उन्हें सेना दी बोरे में ढोपोला पा. सबको हॉय बोलना पड़ेगा. हॉय एक साथ हॉय, ठीक है? ओए बोरे में पते हो मनिया बोरे में ढोपोला पा. थोड़ा सा लाउड हॉय को बोलना पड़ेगा. जब तक नहीं हॉय बोल के तब तक गाएंगे नहीं हम लोग. हॉय सब लोग को आज मेक सम नॉइज. ओए बोरे धोले पते हो मनिया बोरे में ढोपोला पा. ओए बोरे में ढोपोला पते हो मनिया बोरे में ढोपोला पा. ओ बिहुरे दिनाखन, ओए बिहुरे दिनाखन जुकाई मुख नलबी. ओए उलाप মই কেনেগা মাতে গাই কলি সে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই. চোপন গলে পাবলই নাই. ওই আকো হেরালিতে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই. চোপন গলে পাবলই না. फिर से एक बार হয়, फिर से एक बार হয়. ও ঢুলিয়া লেরেলা ঢুলিয়া সে বেটা নিজক ন বলিবি ভাল. মেক সাম নয়েজ এভরিওয়ান. ও ঢুলিয়া লেরেলা ঢুলিয়া সে বেটা নিজক ন বলিবি ভাল. ও মুখলৈনো কিনো চাবা, ও মুখলৈনো কিনো চাবা. আধা পুরা বেঙেনা খুতুরা মই পঢ়িছে গালে হেৰালিতে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই. যৌবন গলে পাবলই নাই. ওই আকো হেৰালিতে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই নাহি বামি সে কাই. যৌবন গলে পাবলই নাই. थैंक यू.
लवली, दैट वाज लवली. पर आपका सबसे पॉपुलर नंबर कौन सा है?
हम लोग बैंड के ना,
कौन सा?
बैंड के
प्लीज.
एदेही एक गाना बनाए थे हम लोग. एदेही वो भी फोक है. हम लोग के वहाँ पे जैंग बिहू बोलते. बिहू में बहुत सारे मतलब बिहू गीत होते हैं वहाँ पे। तो ये जैंग बिहू एक पार्ट, बिहू का एक पार्ट होता है, उसमें हम लोगों ने एक गाना बनाया था एडे ही एडे, और
तो वही सुना दीजिए हमको।
वो गाना वो ओनली वुमेन्स गाते हैं, मतलब जितना भी वुमेन्स, ब्यूटीफुल वुमेन्स है वो सब लोग गाते हैं। तो यहाँ पे जितना भी वुमेन्स है सबको गाना पड़ेगा, और मैन भी ज्वाइन कर सकते हैं, डोंट वरी, क्योंकि गिटार है तो मिक्स अप करते हैं, कुछ भी नहीं, बट सबको बोलना पड़ेगा हायो हाली जापी।
ओके, डन।
ओके। हुई दही दुरोते खुनीलो हायो हाली जापी, हुई दही मटोते बुझिलो ओ हायो हाली जापी, ओ ढुलोर माते खुनियो ना सुनो हाली जापी, ओ भांगोनो हाली काटियो नियोर
लवली। पर आपने कहा आपने 20 गाने बनाए हैं, तो और भी तो होने चाहिए।
और भी है, बहुत सारे गाना है हम लोगों के। अभी रिसेंटली हम लोग बना रहे हैं एक नया गीत, बहुत अच्छा है वो, जो हम लोग मतलब हम लोग बंगाल में है, मतलब कोलकाता में है, कोलकाता की थोड़ा सा फ्लेवर है उसमें। हम लोग के सबसे फेमस फोक सॉन्ग ग्वालपुरिया लोकोगीत, हम लोग बोलते हैं ग्वालपुरिया लोकोगीत, और ग्वालपुरिया पीपल अपने लैंग्वेज में गाते हैं, वो गाने गाने वाले हैं अभी। सबसे आगे नेशनल में लाए थे प्रतिमा पांडे बरुआ, उसके गाने हैं। आपके गाने गाना हम लोग अभी नेशनल पे गाने वाले हैं अभी। थैंक यू। হস্তির কন্যা বামনের নারী, হস্তির কন্যা বামনের নারী, মাথায় নিয়া তাপ কলসি, সখী হাতে সোনার ছাড়ি সখী, ও মোর হায় হস্তির কন্যা রে, ধনিক দয়া নাই মা তোকলা কিয়া হে, ও মোর হায় হস্তির কন্যা রে, খনিক দয়া নাই মা তোকলা কিয়া হে। बिना लागे नहीं मारा जिया रे, ओ तार बिना लागे नहीं मारा जिया रे, पिया रे पिया रे पिया रे पिया रे, तार बिना लागे नहीं मारा जिया रे, ओ तार बिना लागे नहीं मारा जिया रे। হস্তির কন্যা বামনের নারী, হস্তির কন্যা বামনের নারী, মাথায় নিয়া তাপ কলসি, সখী হাতে সোনার শাড়ি সখী, ও মোর হায় হস্তির কন্যা রে, কনিক দয়া নাই মা কোকলা কিয়া হে। थैंक यू। फ्यूजन किया थोड़ा सा, मतलब मोर सेम टू सेम प्यार है इसके साथ। थैंक यू।
आई हर्ड दैट। और क्योंकि बिफोर वी क्लोज द सेशन, मामूनी आपका अपना कोई पसंदीदा, मैं नहीं बताऊंगी आप।
ओके, सबसे फेमस है हम लोगों का गाना जो मैरिज सॉन्ग में गाते हैं हम लोग के वहाँ पे असम में, वो सबसे फेमस, आप बोले थे ना सबसे फेमस, बहुत सारे फेमस गाना है हम लोगों के। तो ये गाना जो है वो हम लोग शादी में गाते हैं। शादी में भी बहुत सारे गाने होते हैं जो पार्ट करके हम लोग जैसे जब दूल्हा आते उस समय अलग गीत, दुल्हन जब आते अलग गीत। ये गाना है हम लोग जो अभी गाने वाले हैं। जब हम लोग दुल्हन को नहाने के लिए, मतलब दुल्हन को नहाने के लिए जब वो पानी को जहाँ से पानी लाते हैं हम लोग, नदी से पानी लाना पड़ता है। उसके बाद हाँ, उसको टेकेली बोलते हैं हम लोग के वहाँ पे। तो वो वाला गाना हम लोग गाएंगे। बहुत बहुत ही फेमस गाने हम लोग के, और इतना अच्छा गाना है ये, आप लोग सुनेंगे। और हम लोग का अभी वहाँ पे उरुली, कोई भी अगर हम लोग का अच्छा जैसे मंगलिक काम हो उसमें उरुली बजाते हैं। यहाँ पे हम लोग अब कावेरी एंड बनाली उरुली बजाएंगे साथ में। मतलब सबको एक साथ ही गाना पड़ेगा हम लोग के साथ। फूल चंदन तुलसी, डू यू नो फूल चंदन तुलसी? फूल चंदन और तुलसी हम लोग के सबके हेल्थ के लिए भी अच्छा है। गाना भी पड़ेगा सबके साथ, हम लोग के साथ। जॉइन विद अस एवरीबॉडी, मेक सम नॉइज। Put your hands together for Amiba. Phul sandan tuloki, hagoru ahibo. Phul sandan tuloki, jogotu lakibo. Phul sandan tuloki, nibo hirai jo dhori hai. Phul sandan tuloki. ভরিল নেন ভরিল রাধা তোমার কলসি, ভরিল নেন ভরিল রাধা তোমার কলসি, ভরিল নেন ভরিল রাধা তোমার কলসি। Thank you everybody. Thank you.
The round of applause can be much louder. Please give it up for the Hurricane Girls. Thank you so much, Mamuni. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
It was beautiful.
Thank you.
We'll just take 2 minutes to change over to the next session. who is a Hindi and Urdu poet, actor, and also both of them Ishq FM RJs. I'd request you to please come on stage and introduce our next speaker.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am RJ Hitesh.
And I'm RJ Ria from 104.8 Ishq FM.
तो अभी हम जिनको बुलाने वाले हैं उनके लिए कुछ लफ्ज हैं मेरे पास जो मैं कहना चाहता हूं. नजारे फिरदौस के ख्वाबगाह की गर्द में थे. आंख खुली तो तुम सामने. फिर लगा कि ख्वाब झूठे होते हैं, कमबख्त बंद आंखों में सोते हैं. अब नींद कुफ्र में है मेरी और मैं रातों को लिए घूम रहा हूं. एक लफ्ज ढूंढ रहा हूं तुम्हें बयां करने के लिए. नुसरत काफी नहीं तुम्हें कहने के लिए. So ladies and gentlemen, please big round of applause for Nusrat Jahan. Woo!
हितेश, वाओ.
एनर्जी देखी मेरी?
वाओ.
देखी कहां है मेरी एनर्जी? नुसरत, यू लुकिंग सो ब्यूटीफुल. अब मुझे समझ में नहीं आ रहा कि मैं आपसे बात करूंगा या आपको देखूंगा.
दोनों ही कर लो.
ये भी हो सकता है, दोनों कर सकते हैं. आइए.
So, of course, Nusrat Jahan, ace politician, member of the Parliament Lok Sabha, a very versatile actress, and of course, a radio jockey with Ishq FM. Long time that we've seen each other and we meet again. So, to begin with, what I would like to ask is, in this world of social media, where a lot of following, unfollowing has happened, and, subscribers, likes, these things matter. So, for you, you have never followed the trend, be it on your personal life, be it politics. You've found a new way and made people follow that. So, what is your take on that?
My God, this was like direct, and I'm not going to rush into answering the question. Let me just say hello to everybody because, like you said, we don't really keep meeting very often, and the conclave happens once in a year where I get to see all these lovely people. I meet them rarely, and I'm so glad that I'm here this afternoon. Normally afternoons here are pretty boring. We're trying to make it a little more interesting.
Absolutely.
Yes, but the question that you've thrown at me, why are we giving social media so much importance? Do you understand everything has pros and cons? We need social media. At the same time, we should know when to stay away from social media. The social media can be part of your entertainment, or you can use it to acquire knowledge about various fields, or to stalk people also for a change, or to follow fashion, or for anything but you cannot really get involved in a way where you cannot do without social media. It cannot be something that, oh my God, it is an inevitable part of my life. People have been thinking this way, which is why such social media trials have been happening. I mean, we don't really, before we bank upon our judicial system in the country, we bank upon social media coming up with so much of judgments. And I don't think we should give that space. So when you're talking about breaking the stereotypes, honestly, I did nothing. And I would not take the credit unnecessarily by saying that, I've done बहुत बड़ा तीर मार लिया है, ये कर दिया, वो कर दिया, कुछ भी नहीं किया है. I just did what I want to do for myself, because as human beings, we all have the right to write our own life script. Now, picture bogus भी हो सकती है, picture flop भी हो सकती है, picture super hit भी हो सकती है. So, like every 15 minutes, you don't need to give audience a thrilling point where they have to engage into your life. You just do what you want. And if doing what you want or standing up for your own thoughts is something which people are saying that, oh my God, you're doing a brilliant job, I will take that as a compliment. But no, I'm not doing any brilliant job. I also follow trends, People have been trolling me for making so many TikTok videos back in the past. I follow trends. I've been dancing around, and I love doing that job. Then people have been, I have had hashtags where I've been trending where people have said, oh my God, she's such a strong personality where she comes up with something, she speaks her mind. So both are me. The goofy one is also me. The person who's coming up with a statement about herself or her opinion about any aspect in today's times, that is also me. So here I don't need to follow anybody else. Anybody else doesn't need to follow me. We are separate individuals. We have separate personalities. And jitni jaldi ye samajh jaye that we are our own actions, and whatever we do makes or breaks us, and we are responsible for it. It is much more easy to adapt in today's world.
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि पिक्चर फ्लॉप भी हो सकती है, पिक्चर हिट भी हो सकती है, लेकिन आपकी पिक्चर तो हमेशा से हिट ही है. और सोशल मीडिया, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो आपने बोला कि सोशल मीडिया इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है, बट आई थिंक आज के टाइम पे
मैंने ये नहीं कहा कि सोशल मीडिया इंपॉर्टेंट नहीं है. मैंने कहा आपको पता होना चाहिए that there is a thin line between मैं कितना इंपॉर्टेंस दूं और कितना नहीं दूं. जहां वही सोशल मीडिया इज गेटिंग मी टुवर्ड्स डिप्रेशन. लुक एट बॉयज एंड यंग बॉयज एंड गर्ल्स टुडे. आज 4 लाइक कम पड़ गए तो उसको लेके सोच में पड़ जाते हैं, अरे 4 लाइक कम कैसे पड़ गए, अरे उसके तो ज्यादा आ गए. These are small concerns for you and me to discuss, but these small concerns are also very big for people, for students. दोस्तों में discussion होती है, और ये छोटा सा problem उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा होता है.
Right.
So one should always know कि social media को social media की तरह ही treat करो. It is the society or the social media, I've always believed, cannot decide on or cannot invade your personal space. है ना? तो हमेशा ये नहीं होता है कि जो आप पकाते हो वही आप खिलाते हो.
Okay, so moving on to another question. I really need to know, what is your management mantra? I mean, you are a politician, you are a wonderful actor, and you have your family. आप इतनी सारी चीजें एक साथ कैसे मैनेज करती हैं?
Hitesh, you also have a family. We all have a family, and managing, if it's about managing family, ये तो everybody has attained PhD in this. We all do that. Again, I'm not doing anything for which I need to be, made to stand in the crowd and say, wow, I'm patting your shoulders. Oh my God, Nusrat, you're doing a wonderful job. I'm not doing anything. And I'm not going to say it's easy either, because it is not easy. It is, I would be lying if I say that it is easy when you wake up one day in the morning and suddenly you see in some headlines where people are trolling you. God, what happened? पता ही नहीं था कि troll क्या होता है? पता ही नहीं है ट्रोल क्या होता है. अच्छा, हेडलाइंस पे हूँ, अच्छा ट्रोल कर दिया है, अच्छा फतवा आ रहा है, अच्छा ये आ रहा है, अच्छा वो आ रहा है, अच्छा आपके कॉन्स्टिट्यूएंसी में एक একটা লাগিয়ে দিয়েছে, পোস্টার লাগিয়ে দিয়েছে যেখানে I have to speak in Bengali also. So I'm just trying to speak in little more human understandable language. If there is any issue, you all can all get back to me. So they said that Nikhoj, mane she's not to be found, she's not coming. So I've always said this, that, I've been sitting and signing maternity leaves for people. Women, when they take maternity leaves, they're bound to get that, they're entitled to get that. But why in my case, people suddenly stood up and said, Keri, aap to aate hi nahi. I said, God, I'm not a woman. I'm not a woman who's conceived. You all are not looking at me from that perspective. Tomake dekha jacche na. I said, I am 8 months pregnant and I cannot travel. So you cannot come up with this question, tumhare dekha jacche na keno. Then comes somebody will say that, you're not doing this, you're not doing that. So I have decided that I'm not sitting with a list of facts and figures here to show it to somebody as faceless as them who are coming up with accusations, which allegedly are right or wrong. They cannot decide that. So I know what I'm doing, and I'm very clear in my conscience. I don't need to answer anybody. When the time comes, and God forbid if I have to answer my people, which I am answerable to them, I am 100% ready to do that. But I am not going to answer any faceless trollers. I'm not going to answer anybody who wants to sell my face and utilize it for some silly TRP. That doesn't work for me. And I did stick to it back then. I'm going to stick to it today also. So this way, managing home with a baby crying, who's very fussy, who's growing up, with all your shoots, and with you, on days I forget my dates also, कि अच्छा आज shoot था, आज की भूले गए, आज की देरी होए गए. And then managing the time while you travel, like I was late, I thought I'm late here today because the traffic was really, really bad. So everything, we do this every day. It's not just me, you're doing it, she's doing it, everybody else here in the house today, they're all managing things their own way. And that ways we all have that, instinctive superpower, जो हम लोग को पता नहीं होता है, उटा भेतर थेके आशे, and somehow we just do it. The moment you start taking it too seriously, that, oh my God, I'm having to move on like a robot, it's time here, it's time there, I think we'll all collapse. So just take it easy and breathe, and I do take out some time also at times to shut myself off from everything. So I've had friends coming up and saying, you don't meet anymore. I've had people coming up and saying, we don't see you around anymore. But it is very important to take out time for your own self and, take a breather, sip onto your coffee, read something nice, do silly things if that makes you happy, listen to music. And coming back to music, you all were talking about something.
आपको देख के अचानक से मुझे वसीम बरेली साहब का एक शेर याद आ रहा है कि अपने चेहरे से जो जाहिर है छुपाएं कैसे, तेरी मर्जी के मुताबिक नजर आए कैसे, घर सजाने का तसव्वुर तो बहुत बात का है, पहले ये तो तय हो कि इस घर को बचाएं कैसे. So आप जितनी बेबाकी के साथ जितना भी काम करती हैं वो बड़ा ही अच्छा लगता है.
So, Nusrat, there's a huge controversy on filmmaker Leena Mani Meghalay's documentary Kali. And the poster shows goddess smoking and carrying LGBTQ flag. Where do you stand on this issue?
Let's just firstly not again pull religion in between and make this entire thing pretty saleable. It's very nice to sit back in your drawing room and relax and see all that masaladar news and those stories coming up. It's good for TRPs. But if you ask my opinion on this, I have always supported creativity separately and individuality separately. But I have always also believed in the same hand that religious sentiments cannot be hurt. I would not want to hurt any religious sentiments because I follow my religion my way. You follow your religion your way, and you have all the rights to do that. I have all the rights to do that. So creatively, if you're coming up with something, like I said, we are our own actions. I'm not saying what you're doing is wrong or right, because that you decide at the end of the day. What is wrong for me can be right for you. Take responsibility of your own actions and move ahead. But again, if you ask me about my own opinion about, I would never hurt any religious sentiments or try and mix creativity and religion together.
So as you correctly said of taking actions of your own, whatever you've done, so you were subjected to a lot of hate after you appeared as Durga in a video. And you've been slammed for wearing sindoor in the parliament. How do you, deal with such issues?
Oh, I didn't have to deal with them because I thought everybody's dealing on their own. They are dealing with me. I'm not dealing with them. So I wasn't in the game. If people want to play, they have to also understand, am I playing with them or not? But I wasn't playing anyway. I was just being myself. And in today's times, what we do, let me put it in a better way. I had a few sections of the society. It's a very old story and I'm bored actually talking about it, and I'm sure the audience is also very bored hearing me again and again talk about the same thing. So I wouldn't act like a feminist.
Sorry to interrupt you, but आपको देख के कोई बोर नहीं हो रहा है. आप जितना बोल सकते हैं उतना बोलिए. सब आपको
तुम बहुत चीजी हो. तुम बहुत चीजी हो और तुम ऑन स्टेज फ्लर्ट कर रहे हो मेरे साथ. तुम्हारी गर्लफ्रेंड है?
I'm married.
Oh my God.
So married men have all the more liberty to flirt with other married people. This is India. This is so cool. And that's what I like about India. See, they do danke ke chot pe. No issues. Give a smile on that. Itna pressure mat lo. Ye baat achhi hai.
Aur isi baat pe is my next question. That is...
No, I didn't complete it, yeah. So are we time bound? No? Yes. No, so I was talking about, like, you asked me, how did you deal with it? Yes. So, I have always done what I want to do. I mean, we are all part of the society, I agree, where a man plays man's role and a woman plays woman's role. But the society cannot tell the man to play what role as per the society's agenda, and to tell the women that this is as per the society, you have to play this woman's role. So let the man play by their own role and the woman play by their own set of rules. So I abide by my own rules. Nobody makes rules for me. Until and unless I am not harming anybody, I think whatever I'm doing is either good for me or bad for me. So this sounds like a very, all I, me, myself, because at the end of the day, either you fall or either you grow. It is you who has to face the branch. Nobody else does it. So I might just sound like, I'm actually forgetting the word, but I've always said that, in one line I would always say that, I do no harm and I take no shit.
So on this note, honestly, there's a very popular saying that behind a successful man, there's a woman. When a woman is successful, in spite of sitting in 2022, they say she's played a woman card. So honestly, on the conversation which we were having, so this woman card thing, have you faced something like that, or what is your take on this?
It's a very idiocratic phrase when you come up, when you actually say somebody's playing the woman card. Are you trying to accuse that person of using their gender to get extra preference or to seek special attention? And I don't think we should hit it that way or think that way. If today we talk about feminism, if people say that I am very strong-headed and I talk about feminism, here I would always say that we talk about gender equality. Equality doesn't mean that, you know, I am going to take a footstep ahead of you. Equality means I want to be on the same, with the same foothold that you stand. So it's not about belittling the other gender, or it's not about me asking for extra preference or seeking extra attention, ki mujhe special attention chahiye. That is when you're saying that you play the victim card. In our society, irrespective of, you know, no matter what identity you have, whenever you say about something, whenever you're always portraying your own thoughts, you would always be said that you're playing some or the other card. Either you're playing the victim card, either you're playing the woman card. Obama was actually accused of playing the race card. This has always happened. So standing up for your own rights, people will come up with such accusations. But thankfully, I don't believe in such thought process, and I don't believe in such sayings, which is why I've always refrained from using the word playing any cards. You know, I've never played a victim. I've never played the woman card because I feel I belong to such a gender. Here we're talking about womanhood. I do not need extra effort to uplift my gender because women are strong in their own ways. Men are strong in their own ways. So today, a man is supposed to do what a man does and a woman is supposed to do what a woman does. You know, and let's just treat this whole thing in a very dignified way. So I did not really have to play any cards to portray myself to be strong or to get away from any situation because in fact, in my life's experience, I have seen that men play the men card. That is very different.
Wow.
Men play the men card and nobody talks about it because in our society, whatever game you play with due respect to all the men in the house, you probably would agree with me or you would differ, but if this society was a game where the game is being played, extra points would always be given to men. And it is not because every man wants it that way. It is because from a very age-old time, it has been inculcated in our heads, in our homes. Probably our grandmothers have started this and our mothers have inculcated the same in our heads. You know, ota ora koruk, ota oderke manay, eta tumi korona, eta tomake manay na. So that is why we've always been there was a lot of mansplaining that has happened from ages now, which is why probably we had to face this. So it hurts when you say, you know, it is painful when you come up with something like this, when you say, have you ever had to face that you're playing the woman card? Tell me on which universe women don't face problems? In which field women don't face problems? And I'm not saying it's always the men who come and torture the women, no. It is just the thought process. It is just the perception that has been created over the years and it has been happening the same way. So either you take a call for yourself or you let other people decide what cards you've played. Because even in a deck of cards, you know, the king is always given the importance. So we still play cards, but do we keep reminding ourselves every day that, oh, ye important hai, to fir main important nahi hu. I'm not important. I am in the weaker section. No, I cannot think. So the thought process should start changing from you. The change is you. You start thinking something good and you start implementing it in your own life. If people want to, you know, if they like you, they will take it as an inspiration. If they don't, they will not. It is as simple as that.
Very well said.
Okay, so moving on to another question. At times, हम सबकी जिंदगी में एक ऐसा मोमेंट आता है जब हम सब परेशान हो जाते हैं, लेकिन एक कोई गाना होता है जो
मैं रोज परेशान रहती हूँ.
तो कोई एक गाना होगा जो आप रोज गुनगुनाती हो, हम सब सुनना चाहते हैं. जो कोई एक गाना जो आप हम सबके लिए गाना चाहें, जो आपको calm down करता हो, जो आपको
song. See, music always calms everybody down, and music is the food for life. There's the other word for love is music. So इतना सब कुछ है, पर कभी भी मेरे कोई भी चैनल में सुना है कि मैं गाना गाती हूँ? I think the last time it happened when Rahul was conducting a conclave in Delhi, he made me sing. And it was horrible. Please ask him. It was horrible. I am not a singer.
पर आप अगर यहाँ पर गाना गाएंगी तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा.
थोड़ा और बेस्ट करो.
Please.
थोड़ा और cheer करो. थोड़ी सी हिम्मत मिल जाए. एक तो साहस पहले होए तो
Please audience, please
clap for Nusrat.
I have Shogotoda here and very warm welcome, Dada. You did not hear me speak anything. You just came in. He's always very motivating to all the young parliamentarians because he's one of the best that we've seen. So what? Oh, I thought I'm changing the topic.
Yes.
No,
No,
you all
not
remember?
at all.
Song.
Yeah,
Oh,
we're
yes.
saying one song. Come on.
Okay. So there is this, kitna fasata hai tum log. So there is this one song that I always listen to, and it's a romantic number. There are a lot of Hindi songs I love. There are a lot of Bangla songs I love. This is this one song, and I don't know how well can I sing it, but nothing's gonna change my love for you. You wanna know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. Nothing's gonna change my love for you. You wanna know by now how much I love you. One thing you can be sure of, I'll never ask for more than your love. And I'm lying. I will ask for lot of love and lot of support and lot of appreciation. That was Glenn
Lovely.
Madiros, and I'm not Glenn Madiros.
You can see.
All right, yes.
Thank you for tolerating this horrible singing. It means a lot. I feel very strong at the moment.
So I have a small little surprise for Nusrat as well as for the audience. Can I just get the whiteboard, please? And Hitesh is really trying his luck right from the beginning, right, audience?
See, I told you, married men in India, they're very, very smart. They play so cool and they feel it's all legitimate.
It's not about a married man. It's about जब आप सामने बैठी हो तो.
Are you telling me I distract married men? That's what are you telling
फिसल
me?
गया
Another
है.
accusation. Huh?
No, he is in that mode. ये तो अटक गया है वो.
आधे से ज्यादा लोग यहाँ पर यही बात सोच रहे हैं. अपने मन में सब सिर्फ
I will
आपके.
run away, Hitesh. This is back-to-back attack on me. You know,
मैं
in
आपकी
this,
तारीफ कर रहा हूँ.
stop being misogynist. No.
मैंने आपकी शुरुआत अपने शेर से की. फिर वसीम बरेली साहब का एक शेर पढ़ा. मैं आपकी तारीफ कर रहा हूँ.
So, moving on,
तारीफ
the
के
small
आड़ पे.
little surprise is
क्या करना
that we all have played tic-tac-toe in our childhood life and, you know, while we are bored or we want to pass some time. So I want you guys to play tic-tac-toe, but instead of knots, I want you to draw hearts. Now you choose who's drawing the hearts and
I
who's
will
drawing the...
start with a cross, no hearts.
Fair enough. And during that time, I'm going to ask you a few rapid-fire questions, which you have to quickly answer and let us know about your choices. Okay. So, we begin? Nusrat, your favorite actor? Quickly.
We haven't started the game yet.
No.
Okay, so this is what you want to play, right?
Yes. Your favorite actor? Quickly.
Sorry?
Your favorite actor?
I have many.
Answer one. Name one.
Okay, Robert Downey Jr.
Fair enough. What does ishq mean to you?
Life.
Who's your first crush?
Leonardo DiCaprio.
Your favorite song?
I have many and I won.
Oh my God! Ritesh, what happened to your heart?
मैंने पहले ही बोला था मैं देखूं कि बातें करूं या ये गेम खेलूं मुझे समझ में नहीं
This is what happens. This is what happens. All right. So, it was lovely playing.
No, क्या game खत्म?
Game khatam. You want to continue?
Who's your favorite Bollywood actor?
My favorite Bollywood actor?
Yeah.
Hitesh ko chhod ke.
I like many. Favorite nahi hai, but I like many. I think I like
Hrithik
Akshay Kumar
Roshan.
also.
Shah Rukh Khan.
Why are you judging only by good looks, yaar? Sab kuch hona chahiye na, package.
All right. So we had a lovely moment while playing with Nusrat. And Nusrat, obviously, she is a radio jockey also.
Oh yes.
Yes.
See, y'all just don't talk about it. So we have to come up with this that I have been a very good RJ also. Have I been a better RJ than an actor? Or we'll give it 50-50?
50-50.
Yeah, so I've done a pretty good job because the scripts I did not write. Those were not my scripts. They came up with brilliant scripts. I just had to deliver it. And this season was a huge hit. because we at Ishq we always believe that ki jo hai khul ke karo. They give me the liberty to say anything, do anything. This is one place where I am not judged. One place where we can come up with all our lovely thoughts within quotes, and it's all about love. It's all about
It's
love.
all about ishq.
हाँ, उसपे तो मेरा copyright है.
Bilkul.
So yes, we all have to. The entire Ish team is also here, and India Today's team is also here. So I would like to thank you for actually handing over the season 2 to me. So y'all can please clap for me because I just bagged the season 2.
So
So probably I've done a good job that they're paying me again.
So we have heard about NJ's Love Punch. So with the Love Punch, if we wrap up this session, it'll be great.
See, I have only been punched by the social media. God, there is so much more to do. क्या करना है?
So one NJ's Love Punch with which we wrap up the session today.
We're wrapping up. I'm already done. I thought I'd come for more.
So we have the timer which is already 0, 0.
Oh, it is 0, 0. Okay, so I will not take much more time. Thank you for all the love that I always get whenever I'm here on stage, and thank you for patiently hearing me out. Thank you for sometimes believing in what I think, and sometimes kicking the whole thing out and say, get lost, Nusrat, we don't need your ideologies, you're stupid, you're dumb. How did you goddamn even become an MP? So with everything, with all the love and all the hatred, both are welcome. On that note, I will always, I'll sign off by saying that I cannot change, and I will always be what I have been, whether portrayed wrongly, whether given all the love and all the appreciation, whether people have pat my back by saying that you did a great job, or whether people have said, step down, you don't deserve to be there. It never mattered to me, and it will never matter to me in the future also, because in my life, I write my own script. This is not Ishq, where they write it for me. So, and in my script, I will always have some flop moments. I will always have some hit moments. I will always fall, and I will always get the strength to get back again and get more stronger with time. So, only thing that I can do is I can always ask for your support, always ask for your love, because positivity is very, very important in today's negative times. So on that note, I'll sign off by saying कि एक छोटा सा शेर है, मेरा नहीं है.
इरशाद, क्या बात है?
अरे गालिब का है.
असर देखा आपने मेरा? आपने बस आप मेरा असर देखिए. आप शेर पर खत्म कर रही हैं ये शो.
बंदा कभी चांस
शेर मेरा नहीं है, शेर गालिब साहब का है, बट आज के टाइम पे बहुत रेलेवेंट है. तो बात ऐसी है कि मंजिल मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, मंजिल तो मिलेगी भटक कर ही सही, गुमराह तो वो है जो घर से निकलते ही नहीं.
वाह, क्या बात है.
So you take all that, decision of moving ahead in life, come what may, good, bad, ugly, everything makes you and everything breaks you. So keep making, keep breaking, and let the circle of life be full of positivity and full of love and full of life. Here on that note, thank you very much. You guys have been great. Ria, you're a lovely girl, and Hitesh, you're a good-looking boy.
Oh my God, he had a moment.
And I hope Ria is also married. We're all sitting here with families at home. Somebody to go back and answer to if you flirted or if you've complimented someone. Be responsible for your actions. I am always. Take care. Take care. Thank you so much. It's been a lovely session. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Reforms, I'd request Kaushik Dekar, Executive Editor, India Today magazine, to come on stage and introduce our speakers for this session.
Interesting subject, talking about cops, and journalists and cops always have very difficult relationships. I'd like to invite first my guest. My first guest is Surajit Purakayastha. He is former DGP of West Bengal and also was former Commissioner of Kolkata. Please. My second guest is Bhaskar Jyoti Mohanta, DGP of Assam, and he is also a writer and filmmaker. My third guest is Gautam Mohan Adhikari. He was former Commissioner of Kolkata. And he was former Commissioner of Kolkata. Okay, this subject is all about the relationship between politicians and cops and how this is creating an environment of fear in today's India. I'll start with Mr. Mahanta because he has been dealing with one of the most exciting chief ministers and political characters of India at the moment. So how many times in a day you get calls from the CM to do this and do that?
I do get calls from the Honorable Chief Minister Assam, but not to do this and not to do that. Most calls are pertaining to how about doing this. Is it possible to carry forward this particular mission? Or something that I have given him an idea about. He gets back to me saying that, well, I think I've
It's possible to do an encounter, that kind of questions? Because Assam has made very good record on encounter killing since Dr. Sharma has taken charge. 51 encounters and 139 injured, 51 killed. So the questions are related to that whether this is possible to do another encounter?
Well, Assam has been at this kind of a situation like, encounter. You can't merely trivialize it, You need to think about the insurgency situation that's been in Assam for last couple of decades, I would say, from 2005 itself. The number of encounters that have been, police has been doing with extremists basically is to safeguard the integrity and sovereignty of this country primarily. And if somebody fires at you, we've been telling our policemen to fire back, of course, and not to accept the bullet. Despite that fact, we've lost as many as 403 numbers of policemen ever since 85.
That doesn't give you the license to kill an innocent person who hasn't been, hasn't been proved guilty by the court.
We are very cognizant of the fact that any action by the police personnel is subject to scrutiny by the honorable judiciary and also entire other bodies. If a police person indulges in any kind of illegal activity like killing a person for the heck of killing or something, then he or she is liable to be, punished as per the law of the land. And only yesterday I have signed 2 number of prosecution sanctions, meting out punishment to the police personnel for having indulged in things like that. And I've been lucky that despite having so many encounters since 2005, Assam police hasn't been held responsible for doing something wrong or killing individuals that ought not to have been killed.
I'll come back to you on that note also. I'd like to come to Mr. Purakayastha because you had been in charge of this state. You were advisor to the CM also. What makes West Bengal particularly a violent state? I'm saying this in terms of political violence. West Bengal has very good records in terms of probably crime detection. Its charge sitting and conviction rates are pretty good. But when it comes to political violence, you have a track record of violence. And in terms, if we look at the latest NCRB data, you are number 2 with 117 killings next to Bihar in terms of political killings, 2020. What makes it the state so violent?
Well, I think, first of all, most of these are media hypes, because political violence as such, it is something which has always been, there is an attributed to West Bengal, which all the time it doesn't take place. Actually, there are many killings which are based out of personal rivalry. And many a times we find that it is being attributed to political violence. And to be very honest, in our state, whenever there is any such issue, this is one state where every case is dealt with the right kind of, investigative procedures. There are also sometimes, people say people are not taking FIR, which is not correct. There is no such incident where a case, where an incident has taken place and FIR has not been taken. But at the same time, let me tell you, like we are actually thinking, your topic is a road to reforms, but you have come directly to politics. I think reforms is also very important.
Because the reform is stalled only because of politics. In 2006, the Supreme Court ordered reforms, and because of political will or lack of will, it hasn't happened yet.
But Mr. Kaushik, let me tell you, we are probably taking this political thing with a little bit of myopic idea. Police has so many things to do. There are so many things that we have to do every day. If I give you a statistics, in West Bengal itself, in a year, there will be few crore general diaries. There will be millions of FIRs which are registered all over India. Every bit of these general diaries is the interaction of the police with the public. So those are the things which we should look at. Police is doing traffic duty, police is doing festival duties, police is doing duties when there is a lot of sports activities. Everywhere you can see police. We don't see that part. Why should we specifically focus only on politics? Yes, politics is one part, but then police is doing so many other things. And not only in Bengal, I'm talking all over India. There is a tendency to, put the police on the, as a punching bag. It should not happen like this. Police also has a huge contribution to the society. And can you think of one day if there is no police in the society? So I think we should also look at the positive side of what police is doing.
So nobody is disputing the contribution of police force to the society, but the issue here is that police is also doing too many things which are probably not mandated, like giving security to all and sundry, which is causing a huge manpower crunch. And as you said, the reforms, these things are not happening. Many other things that are required, political sanction is not coming. I'll come to Mr. Chakravarti. You had an interesting stint because when you were Kolkata Police Commissioner, the current CM was once thrown out of the writers' building because he was holding a dharna. Anyway, you have worked under the previous regime.
I was not the Commissioner of Police at that point of time.
I found that record, but maybe I'm wrong. But you worked under both governments. You were Deputy Commissioner, I believe.
Yes, I was a Deputy Commissioner of Police that time, and I really worked under both the governments.
Yeah.
Both under the left front as well as under the TMC government.
So have you seen any difference in the approach towards police in these two regimes, and did you find any difficulty because at that point of time the current CM was an opposition leader, and when she came back as the Chief Minister, did you see that some kind of vindictive approach or any specific targeting? Do you see that happens by the political establishment?
No, I did not see any vindictive attitude, when the former opposition leader became the Chief Minister of the state. I didn't find any. But of course, the total approach to the administration, that always changes, when the opposition leader becomes, the Chief Minister of a state or the Prime Minister of the country. Obviously, there will be certain changes, in somebody's outlook. But that apart, I did not find, anything which you can term as vindictiveness or trying to find. But, I think, again, we are digressing, Kaushik, what Surajit was trying to point out and Mr. Mahant also said. Let's talk about police reforms. I can find our Honorable MP Shogoto Babu seated here, another MP, she also left just now, and I find that in your discussions, you have a large number of politicians of all the parties joining in. I'd request you, why don't you ask them that are they really serious about giving functional autonomy to police? Because that's, what was mandated by the Honorable Supreme Court in the year 2006. And very recently, a study was made on all the states of the country, and it was found that none of the states, don't talk about one state here, one state in Assam, no, none of the states fully complied with the 2006 7-point directives ordered by the Supreme Court of India. If that is done, police is giving functional autonomy. I think the performance of police in the country, again, I'm not talking about any state, not state-specific, country-wise, performance of police will improve a lot.
Your point taken, sir, but at the same time, in the current situation, the Constitution and the laws give enough protection to a police officer who can survive without political interference. The problem is that because the politicians, and that is the maximum punishment, I guess, can transfer a police person to a difficult area, most of the policemen, they try to cope with the political pressure or try to go with the political will. Don't you think without even the reforms, of course the reforms are needed, but in the current system also, they are being, they allow themselves to be used by the politicians?
Not really, Mr. Kaushik. What you were talking about, that could be true to, one or two individuals. But generally, we have to talk about the system. If the system functions, every single individual functions. So unless you change the system, as a whole, how do you expect that one particular person will stand up? Even if he stands up, the system will not change. See, what was suggested by the Supreme Court, if you just recollect, that famous 2006 orders, it said very, very specifically that there will be state security commissions and national security commission. Where do you find those? Even if there is a National Security Commission, I find that, in Government of India, they have constituted, but that consists only of the Union Home Minister and government officials. What was thought of? Some kind of a buffer between the police and the politicians, so that police can have functional autonomy. Because you must understand one thing, that police job, what's the job of police? Just 1 second, just 1 second. It's about maintenance of law. If you talk about maintenance of law, it's a professional job. Can you ever imagine that, the Honorable Minister of Defense sitting in Delhi asking the army commanders about the war tactics? As it is not done there, similarly, I would expect the politicians, both in the state and the center, not to dictate. Police has to do their functional job.
I'm sorry, I wanted to dig deep into this subject, but as we can see, it's 000. So we'll have to end this discussion here.
I'm so sorry about it. I didn't see that.
Thank you, gentlemen, for joining.
Taking the cue from where he left, I'll just come up with one thing. You guys refuse to see the silver lining.
Very short.
Very short.
One-line answer.
You refuse to see the Honorable Chief Minister Assam, on the first cabinet meeting of his, he had invited me to address to be there in his cabinet meeting, where he had told his cabinet colleagues, who were the ministers, in no uncertain terms, that from now onwards, there will be absolutely no political interference.
India Today magazine has written about it, sir. It has been covered, sir. I agree, but we'll have to end this discussion here. I'm very sorry.
But silver lining you got to see too.
India Today Conclave. It was wonderful having you all here. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Our next
big cultural conundrum. Can Hindutva nationalism coexist with a sense of regional subnationalism. Are these two ideas at odds with each other, or can sub-regional nationalism exist under the overall rubric and umbrella of Hindutva? Joining us to talk about this are two intellectual heavyweights. It gives me great pleasure to introduce first and foremost the Member of Parliament in the Trinamool Congress, Professor Shugata Roy, joining us, local boy and considered a formidable thinker in local circles, and squaring off against him and speaking for the first time in a public platform since he was appointed as a senior advisor in the Union Ministry of Information Broadcasting, a man who the current government relies on for thoughts on strategy, media, shaping narratives, author, thinker, Kanchan Gupta. Thank you very much, Kanchanda, for joining us here at the India Today East Conclave. I want to start by asking Kanchanda about why you think that the idea of Hindutva nationalism is so broad and encompassing that there is space for regionalism under the rubric of Hindutva. For example, in Bengal, the idea of Bengali pride often, as we saw during the elections, is at contrast with the idea of a Hindutva India. Why do you think these two ideas are not at odds with each other?
Yeah, thank you, Rahul, for giving me this opportunity to be here. Let me begin by pointing out that it's very apt we should be discussing this question sitting in Calcutta, sitting in Bengal. The first treatise on Hindutva was penned in Bengal, and that was Chandrakanto Basu. He actually crystallized the idea of Hindutva, what it means, what it stands for, etc. And then subsequently we had other stalwarts like Rajnarayan Basu. Navagopal Mitro, he started something called the Hindu Mela. So Bengal has had a history of contributing to the idea of Hindutva. And that idea was essentially what was subsequently accepted even by the Supreme Court in 1995-96, that Hindutva really stands for a cultural, civilizational identity. And if you must add, or if you must tag the word nationalism to it, it becomes cultural nationalism. And West Bengal has historically been a classic example of cultural nationalism. It's another matter that times changed. The left front rule did enormous damage to that identity of Bengal. Subsequently, what happened, I shall not comment on. But to suggest that it is at war with sub-nationalism or regional... We just heard the Chief Minister of West Bengal reject the idea of regionalism, reject the idea of subculturalism. She was here sitting right, I think, where I am sitting right now. And to say that they contradict each other, I do not accept that at all.
Shugatada, why is it that you think, sitting in Kolkata, that the idea of regional pride is at contrast with a larger idea of Hindutva? Kanchanda says the forces of Hindutva found a lot of ideological moorings, a lot of the thinking, the writing happened in Bengal, and it's only after independence, during the leftist rule, that Kolkata moved away, and during this election and even otherwise, the BJP and the forces of Hindutva are trying to bring Bengal back where it earlier stood.
I will start by reminding Rahul that the Hindutvawalas have never done well in electoral terms in Bengal. Shyama Prasad Mukherjee, who later became the founder of Jansangh, lost an election in 1946. Only time he won an election in his life was in 1952. Why is that? Why have Bengalis not accepted Hindutva? Because during the freedom movement and before that, a Bengali cultural ethos developed, starting from Ram Mohan and Vidyasagar, and the whole idea was secular. And the main person, of course, was Rabindranath Tagore, the biggest exponent of Indian wholeness. Then we had the anti-Bengal partition movement in 1905, and it was led by Rabindranath Tagore. If you really read the translations of Tagore's poems written during this period, it's called Swadesh. You'll see that he conceived of Bengal as a separate whole and in an idea which was totally secular. You know the national anthem of Bangladesh, Amar Sonar Bangla Ami Tomaye Bhalobashi, was composed by Tagore at this time. So in the growth of Bengali nationalism, Indian nationalism in Bengal, there is no place for Hindutva at all. The persons Mr. Gupta mentioned are forgotten and dead as dodo. What has survived is the cultural ethos propounded by Tagore, later by Kazi Nazrul Islam. And that's why Hindutva has never found roots in Bengal, nor will it ever find roots in Bengal. But Rahul, I'll say that wherever there is a regional cultural movement, Hindutva will not make any impact. For instance, take Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu had a great Congress movement, Rajagopalachari and Kamraj. But its actual movement was the anti-Hindi movement, which was again a subnational movement. That's why BJP or Hindutva has never found any ground.
So you've got two very powerful attacks. One, you've brought it down to elections and validation. There's a political idea. Shogodada says, whenever this has been tested in the recent assembly elections was the most glaring example where the forces of Hindutva were up against the forces of regional pride. Regional pride rooted in language triumphed over a larger idea of Hindutva. Let's start by attacking that.
Rahul, I am not comfortable talking politics. He is a politician. He is welcome to reduce everything to the level of elections, who won elections and who lost elections. I don't look at it that way. I don't think Indian civilization is about politicians and their politics. So I won't rise to his bait. Just because one election happened a certain way in West Bengal, I can cite 10 other elections which happened another way, including in Assam, in Tripura, most recently in Manipur. So we can go on, but that's not really what we are here for today. He mentioned three things I will bring in. He talked about Tagore and his Swadesh period. That is 1905 when Bengal was divided. Now, Swadesh has both Tagore's adulation of Bengal, which an example is the national anthem of Bangladesh, Amar Sonar Bangla. It also has adulation of Desh, which is the nation. And one can again give various, O Amar Desher Mati. He is not talking O Amar Banglar Mati, he is talking about Desher Mati. And 1905 is also the time when the first concept of Bharat Mata, Mother India, emerges. And it is Abanindranath Tagore who draws the first pictorial representation of Bharat Mata. It comes from Bengal. It does not come from the Hindi heartland. Again, I mean, I could give you, he mentions Tamil Nadu. I have copies of a magazine printed in Tamil, what is now Tamil Nadu, called Vande Mataram. We have all listened to Subbalakshmi. One of her best renditions is Vande Mataram.
I love the intensity of this argument. You have a very good counter to the point that Shugatada made about
So to say
language
that-
and region. Respond to Kanchanda's argument about what happened in Manipur, Tripura, Assam. Your argument was rooted in language, that the forces of language would not allow for the imposition of the idea of Hindutva. He says, look at Assam, look at Manipur, look at Tripura. Hindutva existing under the rubric of a regional pride on the ground. It didn't happen in Bengal. One election is not a civilizational idea.
Rahul, I'm not talking about elections at all. All I'm talking about is that Mr. Gupta mistook a point that our cultural subnationalism is not antithetical to the broader national idea. After all, the nationalist thought in colonial times came from Bengal. Bankim, Rishi Bankim as we call him, first gave the idea of Vande Mataram. But it wasn't all Bengal cultural thought. It did not exclude the Muslims. Problem with Hindutva is that it excludes the Muslims. Bengal has 25% Muslims as in West Bengal today. And please remember what happened in East Pakistan. They thought that they could create a nation on the basis of Islam. Ultimately, it was seen that religion is not enough to sustain a nation. That's why they broke up, not only on the issue of language, but on the issue of a larger
Kanchanda, Bengali subnationalism is not at odds with the idea of Hindutva. A lot of the ideas of Indian nationalism came from within Bengali subnationalism.
Rahul, the problem is that we have not made an effort to figure out what is Hindutva all about. So we go by popular slogans, we go by what people like Mr. Roy like to propagate, that it is all Hindi, it's all exclusionary, it's all about domination. No. Again, I mean, I'm not here talking as a politician. The idea of Hindutva, and I would urge everybody to read the Supreme Court judgment of 1995, because that encapsulates all the arguments which were made till then. Hindutva as a civilizational concept. When I say cultural nationalism, a Westphalian state cannot have cultural nationalism. A Westphalian state does not have a civilizational history. And that is where we depart from European nationalism. European nationalism was centered around the concept of a Westphalian state. First the state was created, then people were created, then the idea of nationhood was created, and then nationalism was propagated. Here it's different. We come from a civilization that embraces, that includes. This is not a civilization that was created in the last century or a couple of centuries
But
ago.
Shugotada would contest that he made the point about exclusion. It's not about what you think is
it is
included.
not.
It's about whether those who might feel excluded are feeling included or not.
Rahul, cultural nationalism, and I am very clear, cultural nationalism, call it Hindutva, call it whatever you wish to, is by Indian nationalism is by definition inclusive, because we are a civilizational nation. Our nationalism is civilizational. It does not exclude. It is politics which excludes, and he is answerable for that. I am not.
Shugotada, it may be politics which is exclusionary in its execution. The civilizational idea is an inclusionary idea.
The civilizational idea is not an inclusive one.
Why not?
The concept propagated by the few Hindu Hindutva ideologues, starting from Savarkar with Golwalkar, basically they want a Hindu Rashtra. Hindu Rashtra concept is basically an exclusionary concept. We do not believe in that. We believe in constitutional India, where everybody has got a equal right. I would like to refer you to Jawaharlal Nehru's Discovery of India, where he has described how Indian civilization has progressed. And that is in contrast to what the Hindu Rashtrawalas or the Hindutvawalas, they propagate. Now, you may say that who has won in Assam? Assam, this is the fallout of the Assam students movement, when they wanted all Muslims to be driven out of Assam. But you know, all these people of whom Assam BJP is composed of were formerly in Congress or in the ASU student movement. BJP has no basic growth there. Himanta Biswa Sharma, the chief minister, who may speak here tomorrow, was a total congressman. So the question is, even in Assam, Hindutva has not caught on as a philosophy.
Kanchanda, I didn't want to get drawn into politics, so I'll ask the cultural point about the likes of Savarkar and Golwalkar in their thoughts, in their writings, stood and wrote about an idea which put Hindutva and Hinduism and Hindus at the core of the idea of India. Now it may be uncomfortable, therefore the modern day RSS says those ideas don't reflect the modern RSS. His argument is, but that is at the root of the Hindutva way of thinking.
Savarkar looked at Hindutva from a particular perspective. Others have looked at it from a different perspective. The works which I have cited look at Hindutva from the civilizational perspective. Professor Roy thinks of India as a constitutional nation or a constitutional state. You cannot really have a constitutional nation. But I look at India as a civilizational nation. I don't wish to really stress on this point that neither he nor I are indigenous to this country. His family came in slightly more happier times. My family came in the middle of a bloodbath. But why did we come to this country? His family was better off than my family. They could have gone to Europe and settled there. Why did they choose to settle over here? Why did my family come to choose? Why did they choose to settle over here? Why did they seek refuge over here? So India is, apart from being a civilizational state, it is also a natural home for Hindus. They have no other home. Now to say that no, this is not a home for Hindus, but for everybody else, as he and many others often suggest, that is not true. That is just not true. Now before, and I think we are running out of time, I will just quickly make 2 points, Rahul. You know, when I mentioned Rajnaran Boshu, I mean, he's very dismissively said they are dead as dodo. And that again is reflective of the decline and fall of Bengal since the late 1960s. That some of the finest minds, finest scholars which Bengal has produced, today they are dismissed as dead as dodo. And he very clearly said that the idea of Hindutva is that, I mean, you know, humanity is one. It's not about distinguishing between individuals, but looking at it as in the larger context of a civilization. And a last point, and then it's all over to Mr. Roy. Please go and read the full text, all 5 stanzas of what was the morning song of India and later became Jana Gana Mana, the national anthem. The first stanza is the national anthem. There are 4 more stanzas to what Tagore wrote. And if you read those 4 stanzas, you will get an idea of what Hindutva, he didn't write it in the context of Hindutva, but I interpret it as a fine definition of the idea of Hindutva, what it means, what it stands for, and where it beckons us to. And that's why I come back to where I started. I'm glad we are having this debate in Bengal, that this is the land which actually was the fountainhead of the idea of Hindutva, cultural nationalism, civilizational identity. And that is the biggest gift from Bengal and Bengal's thinkers to the nation called India.
So you brought the argument in the direction of the debate over the Citizenship Amendment Act, saying that if there is a Hindu who is persecuted, India is his natural sanctuary. If there are people from other religions who are persecuted, they may find relief and succor elsewhere. Kanchanda and many in the ruling dispensation say, which is why we need an act like the Citizenship Amendment Act, because Hindus can have nowhere else to go. How do you respond?
Basically, the Hindutva mindset was described once by Narendra Modi in Parliament. He said that we are under 1,000 years of slavery. So I stood up and said, how? I thought we were under 200 years of British domination. He said, nahi, jab se Mughal Pathan aaya, tab se hi hum slave. I don't believe this. I feel that India has a composite culture, not a Hindu culture. I believe that Hindu Rashtra is not a Rashtra accepted by the people. I do not believe in Modi's idea that we are subjugated for 1,000 years. I will just recite from Tagore's famous poem called Bharat Tirtho, the pilgrimage of India. There he said, Esho e Arjo, Esho is easy to understand even for those who don't know Bengali. Esho e Arjo, Esho e Onarjo, Hindu Musalman. Esho Esho Aj, Tumi Ingraj. Esho Esho Christian. Esho Brahmon, Shuchi Korimon, Dhorohat Shobakar, Esho he Potit, Ho Oponit, Shob Opoman Bhar. Mar Obisheke Esho Esho Tora, Mongol Ghot Hoy Nije Bhora, Shobar Poroshe Povitro Korar Tirtho Dire. Ei Bharoter Mohamanober Sagor Tire. This is what India is. It's a pilgrimage place where people came from all over and became the melting pot where civilization coalesced. To try to have a Hindu Rashtra, which is undivided India up to Afghanistan, is to dilute this basic concept of nationalism. Bengal has accepted Tagore's concept of nationalism, and it will never accept Savarkar or Golwalkar's concept of nationalism.
Kanchanda?
We will also go by what Nazrul Islam said. Aki brinte duti kusum, Hindu Musalman. Muslim ta noyan muni, Hindu tahar pran.
You see, the problem with politics, Rahul,
Nazrul Islam was no politician.
No.
He was a Bengali poet.
No, but appropriation of Nazrul Islam is political. No, you have no love for Nazrul Islam. It's just a political appropriation. And that is why I said a politician's perspective is not my perspective. It will never meet. See, this whole thing of...
Hindutvas will never meet with secularists. We remain totally secular as promised by the Constitution of India.
Okay,
and
good.
that is the concept of
So that
India,
is why you repeatedly distill everything down to Hindus and Muslims. I did not even mention the word Muslim even once It was, no. I'm not part of I'm not a politician.
No, but Muslims are part of us.
No, I don't
believe
I refuse to look at it in a binary manner. It is not a binary for me.
Add Christians and Sikhs.
No. So that's why I said, please read the remaining stanzas of Tagore's Jonogono Mono, and you will get the point which I am making.
Okay.
Now, just a very quick point over here. This whole attempt to distillate everything in communal terms is not a game which I play. I distillate everything in civilizational terms. And again, I repeat that Indian civilization is it has been an inclusive civilization. A civilizational nation like India is by definition inclusive. A civilizational idea of nationalism is, of course, inclusive.
Okay.
And that is why we are so different from European nationalism, which I think Professor Roy is more influenced by.
The last 30 minutes have been a trip down various aspects of our culture, our history, our tradition, our concepts of nationalism and civilization. And if you want to have a rarefied intellectual argument, I think Kolkata is the best place to have it. So for lighting up, yes? Dada?
Have it by all means, again.
Oh, absolutely. So for lighting up the session on cultural nationalism and regional pride with the depth of your arguments, Kanchan Gupta and Shoghat Roy, thank you so much. That was a fantastic argument.
Thank you.
This is the ideal,
on stage, please.
gentle yet very, very provocative point and counterpoint. Thank you so much. That was a lot of fun. Thank you.
I'd request Mr. Rahul Shaw, CEO of TV Today Network, to please come on stage and give our token of appreciation to our speakers. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is called The Myth of India's East, Going Beyond the Divisive Binaries of Fact and Fiction. For that, I'd request Kaushik Dekha, Executive Editor, India Today magazine, to come on stage and introduce our next speaker.
Rahul just concluded a gentler yet very intense conversation, and I hope to try to repeat the same with even because he has been dealing with one of the most exciting. Yes, please. It's a very interesting subject, the myth of India's East, going beyond the divisive binaries of fact and fiction. And it's very interesting because it's really Eastern conclave, one Assamese and one Odia. We'll be talking about the East in Bengal. So it's truly an Eastern convergence. I'll start with a tweet of yours. You have pinned this tweet. And you say, mythology needs to be differentiated from other types of stories, legends which are political, and fables which have moral agenda. Mythology establishes worldview and hegemony rational secularism is based on myth of justice and equality in Islam and Christianity. Now I have two questions. First is, in today's era, where mythology is getting mixed with history, what are the legends or political stories that disturb you the most? And secondly, you have mentioned Christianity and Islam. Does that mean that the myth of justice and equality exists only in these two religions and not in Hinduism, which is very much a big issue in current India?
So let's begin with the first question. I forgot.
The disturbing political story or legend.
People use words like culture, civilization, based on 19th century ideas. The 21st century ideas are very different. So really they have to read the more recent books, the recent scholarship, post-structural scholarship. Civilization words and all are used, they are very old, very colonial ideas. So when somebody uses words like civilization, I said, oh my God, the British have come back. So these are very, very old ideas. They're outdated. Nation state is a tough idea which is crumbling rapidly with the virtual space coming in, with cryptocurrency coming in, with challenging the nation state. So the new discourse is changing dramatically. And talking about, the words like justice and equality, remember Islam and Christianity are based that you live only once. So you live only once, and in this one life, you have to do whatever you do, and at the end of this one life, you'll be judged by God. So God is a judge in Islam and Christianity and Judaism. So Qayamat is a very important concept. Adl, justice, is a very important concept. Sistine Chapel, God is a judge. You will never find that artwork in Hindu art. God is not a judge in Hinduism. God is an accountant. So God, because you live many lives and it's based on rebirth. So there's always a balance sheet that you look at, not a legal system. So it's not based on constitution as much as what do you owe society? What do you owe society? Who is a borrower? Who is a lender? Who must give? Who must receive? That's the conversation. So the traditional Indian model is constantly based on who is privileged, who is not. What does a privileged man do with his life? What is a person without privilege? What can he expect? Swarg, Nark, all these are based on accounting principles. They are not based on judgment day. There is no concept of Qayamat. There is no concept of judgment day in Hinduism. It's not there.
But gods have become very sensitive these days, Hindu gods primarily. We just saw recently the goddess Kali smoking, and it's creating a huge controversy in the country. And goddess Kali primarily belongs to the West Bengal culture. It's hugely worshipped in West Bengal and Assam and Odisha also. So how do you react to these controversies? Should we chill out that this is freedom of expression, or we should be sensitive to our gods?
See, anger is political dividend, right? It's currency. If I get angry, I get outraged, I win votes. So in a political vocabulary, anger is useful. Whether you're really angry or not, even Bhagwan bhi leela karte hain. So this whole game of I'm angry with you and I'm upset with you helps you become powerful. Nowadays Natya Shastra is more important than Dharma Shastra. So नौटंकी से राज्य मिल सकता है. पहले जमाने में युद्ध करते थे, आजकल
किसके तरफ आप इशारा कर रहे हैं?
सब. We have brilliant actors everywhere. Those who are crying are actors. Those who are crying for justice are actors. This side, that side, everyone. So Nautanki is the big, Natya Shastra is the big theme. You have to go. I would recommend future politicians to go to drama school. Because that's what gets you the votes. You give the great speech and people will believe you. So it is Natya Shastra. It doesn't matter what you genuinely believe in, what you genuinely care for. If you get angry, you get your vote. So Navaras you should learn, Bhava you should learn, Natya Shastra, Angika, when to bow, whom to bow to. Then there is mudraएं.
I'm tempted to ask, who has the best potential among the current lot of politicians?
See, I'm a mythologist, so as per some people, that is false history. They don't understand the meaning of these words. Mythology is somebody's truth. Fact is everybody's truth. And fiction is nobody's truth. To study mythology, you have to accept other people's truth. If Nautanki gives you Simhasan, then you will do Nautanki. Because that's the design of democracy. Democracy says, we will vote you if you appeal to our emotion. We don't care whether you genuinely perform. It doesn't matter whether you give us jobs, whether the economy is doing well, or whether my life is better. It doesn't matter. If you make me angry, play with the right emotion, I will give you power. So that's the Nautanki will come. So that's the most important skill set today.
Let me come back to the East first. Political stories, as you said, legends are political stories. And we have seen that there is a urgency and there is a desire to create a certain kind of political stories and narrative in India, and which has probably historically affected certain parts of the country. We see that characters are only from a particular area. Even in your mythology, if we look at all the top characters that we know of, they are from, say, mostly from North India. Do you think that regional disparity or an uniform narrative is not a current problem, but a very mythological, historical problem?
See, 50% of India lives in the Gangetic Plain. So most of the votes come from the Gangetic Plain. So gods also live in the Gangetic Plain. Mathura is in the Gangetic Plain, Kashi is in the Gangetic Plain, Ayodhya is in the Gangetic Plain. So nobody cares for Kerala unless there's a controversy. I remember being in Rajputana, a Rajput state, and the Rajputs were talking about how Rajputs are not treated properly. So I asked them, so do you know about Gajapati? And they said, no, ye Gajapati kaun hote hain? So I said, acha, so you expect me to know all the stories of Rajasthan and Rajputana, but you know nothing about Odisha. You know nothing about Gajapati. I said, have you heard of Indradumna? Have you heard of Prataprudra? Have you heard of Kakatiyas? Have you heard of the Pala kings, the Sena kings, the Ahoms? And he looked blank. And a few minutes before that, of course, he was talking about Hindu civilization, Hindu civilization. But Hindu civilization in their minds is Hindi civilization. And even there it is Gangetic. 50% of the votes, no sir. The rest of India don't matter. We will earn money so that they will spend the money. And that's the way the story goes. The gods are also North India. We never talk about the gods of Maharashtra, Vithala. We never talk of Srinathji. We never talk of Tirupati. We never talk of the rest of India. Kamakhya, Vishnupur temples. The rest of India is not there. So that's the big thing, because when they say, "Aapko Hindi nahi pata hai," so I say, "Tu Marathi madhe bolna." So no, why should I speak in Marathi? I said, I am an Odia who speaks Marathi because I live in Bombay. Why should I not speak in Marathi? Why should I not speak in Odia? Why should I not speak in Bengali? Why should I not speak in Assamese? Why Hindi? I don't know which language the gods spoke. They नहीं वो भगवान तो संस्कृत बोलते थे. तुमको कैसे पता? श्री कृष्ण तो ब्रजभाषा बोलते थे. ब्रजभाषा बोलते हैं वो. All the poetry of Krishna is written by Chandidas, Vidyapati. Then I said, have you heard of the Tamil Krishna? Have you heard of Perumal? Nahi pata. They know nothing. Zero understanding of South, East, West. Everything is Mughal Rajput, Mughal Rajput, Mughal Rajput. And I'm like, oh God, please, thank God Mani Ratnam is making a film on Cholas.
He is making a film on Cholas, but we have just seen a movie on Prithviraj Chauhan.
We have seen?
India has seen.
I thought the theaters went empty, no?
That's what I wanted to hear. So, as you were saying that injustice has been done to, kind of injustice has been done to the east or south or other regions of the country. Now we are very hopeful because textbooks are being rewritten. So the justice will be probably done. But at the same time, I'll quote another tweet of yours. You were saying that mythology, and this is for the next generation. So this is in the context of next generation. Like mythology, there is no true history. True history is propaganda and false history is mythology. You tweeted this for the next generation. You were saying that in future, for students, this will be the truth.
No, so let me clarify because there are a lot of quotes and when you write it, people... So step one, I never talk of injustice because remember, injustice is not an Indian concept. This concept of justice, injustice, sin, original sin, apocalypse, 1,000 years of slavery, 100 years of slavery. Chinese have the story of 100 years of slavery. Indians have the story of 1,000 years of slavery. These ideas are based on a biblical structure. There is no injustice in the world. Nature takes care of everything. It sort of balances everything out. So it's the way nature is designed. But my tweet was this, that today historians are considered to be fiction writers. If you look at the history department, it's only a question of time before the history department will be headed by fiction writers. We are going in that direction, where if you're good at fiction, you could be the head of history department.
Are you indicating to any particular writer, author?
It's an idea. Ideas are far more important than people. As we know, civilization is more important, right? Shabd. So, you are genuinely telling people not to believe scholars. Panditon ki ninda ho rahi hai. Don't believe scholars, don't believe scholars, don't believe scholars. So you'll create a generation of people who don't believe scholars. And they will believe that fiction, and I know so many people who believe fiction as history. And they ask me questions and I'm listening to them and I'm like, Praman, Shabda Praman, Anuman. You know, Praman is a very big concept in Hinduism, if you understand ki sach kya hota hai. And it's very complex ideas. But you have to respect scholarship. But we are in a generation where fiction writing will soon be the head of history. As a mythologist, I find it amusing because mythology is somebody's truth. It's not everybody, it doesn't based on evidence. It is like whatever you say is true for you. Why do you believe in this? Why do you not believe in this? So mythology does not care for fact and fiction. It doesn't care. It just says, what do you believe in? If you believe there is God, there is God. If you believe there is Hindu Rashtra, there is Hindu Rashtra. If you believe that everybody in India should speak Hindi, that's your belief. Because when I believe you, I can have a conversation with you. I don't argue because argue is fact and fiction ki dunya is vivad wali dunya. Where I am right, you are wrong. I am right, you are wrong. And jiske haath mein talwar hota hai, wo hamesha sahi hota hai. Your boss is always right. Right? Because he has the power to take away your employment. Right? We know that. I can raid your house. I can put you in jail. So whatever you say is the truth. Right? The truth is determined like that. So mythology recognizes this. Mythology recognizes the stories change over time. That Christianity today is the result of the Roman Empire. Not because of Jesus Christ. It's because the Roman emperors became Christian. So Jesus Christ didn't create Christianity. Roman Empire created Christianity. Right? But so when you realize these ideas of mythology, you realize that what are we telling the next generation? We are telling the next generation.
So are we seeing the creation of new Hinduism in the current India?
See,
Roman Empire created Christianity. So a
moment
uniform kind of Hinduism.
So look what happened to Christianity. Let's go to history. Since, although I'm a mythologist, I'll talk about history. Roman Empire takes Christianity in the 3rd century. In the 6th century, Islam rises and counters it. The Roman Empire fought the Parthians. The moment Roman Empire becomes Christian, the Parthian Empire and the Middle East becomes Muslim. Then you have the Crusades. So there is a fight between the two. So they didn't become all powerful. And then the Roman Empire divides into the Eastern and the Western Roman Empire. And then the Holy Roman Empire is destroyed by Protestant fights with the Protestants and the Catholics. And the Orthodox Christians are on the West. So nothing lasts forever. Buddha said nothing lasts forever. Hindus say nothing lasts forever. Only politicians believe they last forever.
I can see a prediction here. I can sense that. But I want to become devil's advocate. You talked about why Hindi. But we have so many regions, so many languages. Now, how would I know the history of, say, Marathas if I have to read it in Marathi? Or even for the Bangla history or say Odia history, how would I know that? We need a common language, and English cannot be the common language in India.
Well, there is no common language. You look at history of India. Before, we want to make Hindi, which is a North Indian language. Before that, it was Farsi. English came with the court language. It's called a court language. It was English. Before that, it was Farsi. Before that, it was Sanskrit. Before that, it was Pali. So court language has changed in India, and ask yourself, 8th century, Adi Shankaracharya lived in Kerala, traveled across India. Which language did he speak? And then people will tell me, Malayalam. And I said, no, Malayalam didn't exist in the 8th century. It emerged in the 13th century. So then they say Sanskrit. I said, Sanskrit was only spoken by Brahmins. How did he talk to people on the road when he's traveling across India? When he's going from village to village to village, he has to engage with people. He is talking in the local language. He would know the local language, the many Prakrits. Like, for example, how old is Bengali? How old is Assamese? How old is Odia? I mean, if you reduce the history of India to 7 days, let me teach you something very interesting. If India has a 5,000-year history, if Harappa civilization existed on Monday, then you know what happened on Saturday? The Mughal Empire came and went, the Maratha Empire came and went, the British Empire came and went, and the Republic of India is right there today. All this happened on Saturday. Harappa is on Sunday. So Monday ko kya hua, Tuesday ko kya hua, Wednesday ko kya hua, Thursday ko kya hua, Friday ko kya hua. These 5 days between Sunday and Saturday. In Saturday, you have your 1,000 years of Gulami. But nobody talks about Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Vedic culture is Wednesday. We don't even know what happened on Monday. It's confusing. We have no information. We know that Vedic culture was there on Wednesday, unless, of course, your Guruji tells you Vedic culture existed 5,000, 10,000 years ago, which dimensional Gurujis do say. Because they don't believe in time, right? Time is a cosmic idea, like civilization. But if you follow history, Harappa was on Sunday, Monday we don't know, Tuesday was Vedic civilization, Wednesday is when the Buddhism, Greek, Alexander comes, Thursday is when you have got the South Indian cultures emerging. So you have this whole history of India. When you start packaging in the 7 days, you realize timelines are very big. And we just have not been taught. When did Satavahans live? Do we know about Satavahans? Which language did they speak? Did they speak Tamil? No, they didn't. Which language did the Kakatiyas, who established Telugu culture? Only 13th century. When we talk about Alauddin Khilji and we talk all those films which are made, Prithviraj Chauhan, what was happening in the rest of India when Prithviraj Chauhan was fighting? Do we know the Chola Empire was going from the south to the north? They have attacked Bengal at that time. The Chola Empire was very big along the eastern coast of India. In that same time, Ahoms were traveling from Southeast Asia to what is today Assam. 12th century. But all the attention is on Prithviraj Chauhan. Obviously, when you pay attention to Prithviraj Chauhan, the rest of India is going to be forgotten. What happened in the rest of India when Prithviraj Chauhan was fighting in Delhi and Ajmer and that area? We don't know. We are not taught कि 12th century में महाराष्ट्र में क्या हुआ, 12th century में Assam में क्या हुआ, 12th century में how many people in the Gangetic Plain know of the Pala Empire? How many of them know of the Sena Empire?
But that's the failure of the scholars, as you said, that
so you had one group
fiction writers will replace the scholars, but that's where the problem is. They miss those centuries.
Fiction writers will do what the king tells them to do. Raja ka navratna hota.
But even the scholars didn't do their job, because that's why nobody knows about Lachit Borphukan.
Ultimately, it depends on who pays your bills. Ultimately, it comes down to the paisa kaun deta hai. who can put you in jail and who can take away your food in the house. So, you know the very famous thing, the poet says that if you have to pay, all the kings, they would go to kings. Yagyavalkya would go to Janak. And he would say, why did he go to Janak? He didn't want to go to Janak, but Janak says, mere paas gaay hai. I have cows. If you impress me, I will give you cows. So I have to impress the king to get the cows. And the king controls all the cows. If king controls all the cows, so there's no objectivity. See, mythology is somebody's truth. The world of mythology doesn't value objectivity. It only values subjectivity and understands the various political forces that work towards creating a narrative and a story. The economic forces, the political forces. Such kuch nahi hai. Such is the katha. So Ramayana is told as a katha. Lava-Kusha is telling the story of Ramayana to Ram. I mean, Ram listens to it. His first statement, kiske bare mein baat kar rahe ho? And they're saying, no, it is your biography. He said, I don't believe it. This doesn't seem to be my life. Which story are you telling me? He doesn't even recognize his own children telling him the story because his children live in the forest. So the Ramayana was first narrated to Ram by Lava-Kush. The first Mahabharata was narrated when Janmajaya is killing the snakes. He's massacring the snakes because he said the snakes killed my father. And the Mahabharata is told to tell, but you know what? Your father burnt the forests where the snakes lived. Stories are told not for justice. Stories are told to calm you down and to tell you you don't matter. That is the purpose of good storytelling. Ki no king matters, no poet matters. In infinity, Anant mein, hum sab shunya hai. That is the purpose of scholarship. When you read the history of India, when you read the mythology, Ramayana, Mahabharata, last mein Shri Ram jal samadhi lete hain na?
Are you indicating in a way that scholarship hasn't existed in India because you said that only thing that matters who pays your bills? So whatever history we are studying or seeing till now, all this is paid history?
It's called always, you know, when you read the scriptures, they'll always ask, Tumhara ऋण कौन भरता है? You should always, I always tell people, if I want to understand you, I don't just believe your autobiography. I will also read the circumstances in which you lived. If you want to understand Swami Vivekananda, you don't just read what Swami Vivekananda has written. You have to understand Swami Vivekananda lived in the colonial era. He lived before Harappa was discovered. He came from an educated, affluent Bengali family and therefore had access to education. When you read the history of Swami Vivekananda, you understand his writings. That is good scholarship. When you read Ramayana, you have to ask, when was Ramayana put down in writing? When was Mahabharata? Why do they say ye Treta Yug mein likha gaya tha? Ye Dwapar Yug mein likha gaya tha? They are trying to tell you, look at the context. Look at the context. Because if you don't appreciate the context, then you say whatever is told is the truth. When somebody says there's only one God, I said, who tells this? Oh, who are these people? Where do they come from? Somebody says there are many gods. Who are these people? Where are they coming from? When somebody says there's no God, in most cases, either he's very rich or very poor. One says he's too arrogant and says there is no God. And the poor is so frustrated, he says there is no God. You have to understand the context in which it is told. हर कहानी का एक context होता है. इसलिए भगवान के मूर्ति में भी एक फ्रेम डाला जाता है जिसको मेढ़ो बोलते हैं उड़िया में. दुर्गा स्टैच्यू इज नॉट प्लेस्ड अलोन ना, उसके पीछे एक बैकग्राउंड होता है और उसके ऊपर एक मूर्ति होती है. इफ यू लुक केयरफुली इन when you look at Durga statue, behind her there is a little Shivji ka statue, tiny statue. If you go to a Shiva temple, on top of Shiva there is always an image of a Kirti Mukha who is with his tongue sticking out. वो जीभ ऐसा निकाल के रखा करके, like Kali. Why? Saying that, oh, you think you're very smart? I know the truth. I know the truth. You know, talking about truth, and if you have time, I would like, since the mythology session, let me tell you a story of truth and fact and fiction and everybody's truth to entertain the audience. Because, you know, even I think maybe if I do good Nautanki, I'll get votes. So,
are you intending to go to politics?
So let me tell you a story. And let us, so you know, महाभारत युद्ध के बाद, after महाभारत युद्ध के पश्चात, एक भीम और अर्जुन के बीच में लड़ाई हो जाती है. So the Pandavas have won, and Bhim and Arjun start fighting with each other. And Bhim tells that I am the greatest warrior in the world, and Arjun says I am the greatest warrior in the world. मैं धनुर्धर हूँ, मैंने सबसे युद्ध जीता है. And Bhim says that I have killed all the Kauravas. मैं गदाधर हूँ, I am the greatest. So they go to Krishna and justice के लिए कृष्णा के पास जाते हैं. Krishna says, देखो, I was always with Arjun, so my view is biased. Because मैं रथ में था, तो मेरा bias है. तो तुम जाओ, उस पहाड़ के ऊपर जाओ, उस पहाड़ के ऊपर एक पेड़ है, उस पेड़ के ऊपर एक सर है. He can see the battle from a different vantage point. So he will be objective. He will not be biased. तो third party को पास जाओ. तो दोनों भाई जाते हैं पहाड़ के ऊपर पेड़ के पास, उस सर को देखते हैं. They look at this and they ask him that, please tell us who is greater, Arjun is greater or Bhim is greater. And then the head looks at them and says, who is Arjun? Who is Bhim? Then they say, don't you know we are the great warriors, we are the Pandavas. He says, who are the Pandavas? He says, what war have you been seeing, you foolish fellow? Whole day you were looking at the war. Didn't you see the Pandavas were fighting the Kauravas, the good dharma हमने स्थापना की? He says, I am sorry, I did not see any Pandavas, Kauravas, Arjun, Krishna, Vrishna, कुछ नहीं देखा मैंने. I just saw stupid kings fighting each other over land. I have seen this land before the kings came, I will see the land after the kings came. बीच में कुछ राजा आए, बेवकूफों के जैसे लड़ रहे थे, उसको डेमोक्रेसी बोल रहे थे, उसके बाद नया राज्य आया. जमीन तो जमीन रहेगी. सो सनातन के सामने आपका मूल्य कुछ नहीं है. बट यू वॉन्ट टू बी द ग्रेट हीरो, फोटो आएगा, आपका नोबेल प्राइज मिलेगा. बट
किसको?
किसी को भी.
फिर भी आप कोई तो मन में है आपके.
हम और आप. Why should you not get the Nobel Prize? Why should I not get the Nobel Prize? Equality, remember? And justice. But this is the story of you want to talk about Hindu civilization? Hindu civilization is about where God is infinity. Anant. Anant के सामने सब शून्य है. तो ये गुस्सा, ये माया की दुनिया, वो सिंहासन मिल जाएगा, तलवार मिल जाएगा, पैसा मिल जाएगा. You know, I always tell people, who is a rich person? The person who gives you money. Others are not rich. If कोई आपको पैसे, if you don't give me money, you are not rich. If the richest man on earth doesn't give me money, he is not rich. You are rich only when you give me money. Who is a powerful person? Who gives you power? गरीब आदमी तुमसे power लेता है ना. So be very clear in your head when you meet rich and powerful people कि they are wanting your wealth and your power.
We're running out of time. My last question, and please give a direct answer. You are a mythologist, so who is your favorite character in mythology and in Indian political context, in the current political context, who do you think most resembles to that character?
So my favorite character is, Ganesha's rat. कोई उसको देखता नहीं है, ना? Because वो बिचारी एक, मराठी मध्ये त्याला उंदीर म्हणतात. Since we are a multilingual country, we should talk in different languages. So चूहा is very important to me. Because चूहा आपका धन हमेशा चुराएगा. And for me, that चूहा is wonderful. It reminds me of election bonds.
I ask for an individual.
No.
You're playing safe.
Not really. I don't want a tax raid.
Okay. You don't want a tax raid.
I earn a lot of money. And I don't want to be in jail. I want my security. I like my life. अभी क्यों पढ़ना है? जिस राजा का तलवार हम देखते हैं, राजा को थोड़ी ना देखते हैं. तो राजा आते जाते हैं, तलवार हमेशा रहता है.
So you want to be on the right side of the Raja?
I want to be alive. I like being alive. Do you have a problem with that?
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
On that note, we would like to conclude this session. It was wonderful having you here and such a intense but delightful conversation.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pranay.
request our speaker to be on stage. I'd request Mr. Sandeep Seksaria of Marcho Hind to come on stage and give a token of appreciation to our speaker. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is Entrepreneurial Insight, how India can be the global epicenter of economic growth. For that, I'd request Mr. Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today Television and Aajtak, to come on stage and introduce our next speaker.
At the India Today Conclave East, so far we've had an opportunity to speak about politics, we've had an opportunity to speak about history, culture, civilization, nationalism. It's time to talk about the economy and about commerce. And how we can look at the India growth story at this moment, and especially in the context of what's happening in the eastern parts of India. And we are delighted to be joined by the chairman of the Sanjiv Goenka Group, Mr. Sanjiv Goenka. It's fantastic to have you with us, and thank you once again for joining us here at the India Today Conclave East. I want to start by getting your macro sense of the India story as you see it from your conglomerate in terms of how we are on the back of the pandemic, because there are lots of global headwinds that we are facing. The Russia-Ukraine war, interest rates which seem to be rising with no bottom and with no defined top, which is clearly visible. And we've got a time where inflation rates are continuing to rise very much. So how do you see all of this impact the India growth story from your prism?
You know, I think the headwinds in the global economy definitely impact everyone, including India. But having said that, we are in a much better position than any other country, or most other countries. And I think the internal story is completely intact. The confidence is high. The stability is strong. And I think some investments have been announced. Some more will probably be announced. I think people are just waiting to see the end of the Russia-Ukraine situation and things like that. And just a couple of these factors, and then you will see a flurry of investments. That's my estimate.
I remember the conversation we had at the same stage when we'd come for the East Conclave, and that time as well, your concerns were similar. The headlines at that time were different. They had to do with the pandemic and the uncertainty on account of the pandemic. But this lingering uncertainty, previously on account of the pandemic, now on account of interest rates, inflation, the war, and the impact that this lingering uncertainty has on investment plans, for corporates such as you?
You know, any kind of uncertainty definitely impacts the sentiment. But COVID, when it hit us, was a huge uncertainty. Everyone was scared for their life. Today, it's a political situation internationally. The Russia-Ukraine war, the impact it has on the oil prices, the impact it has on the inflation. I think the investment plans are drawn up by and large, but I think people are just waiting to announce it. And once there is an end to that situation, you will probably see a huge rush of investment happening in the country.
But from a macroeconomic perspective, India Inc. holding back its investment plans at a time when government finance is already stretched because you've got crude prices globally which are on the ascendant, creates a situation where you have a chicken and egg situation, where the government is saying our capacity to spend on capital expenditure projects is now limited because our fiscal headroom is lesser. Corporates such as you very logically would say we need this uncertainty to end before our investment plans kick in, and that then slows down the whole economy's growth prospects.
A couple of years ago, you had underutilized capacities. Today, capacities are utilized. You have industries like steel, cement, paper, which are doing very well.
As a conglomerate, what would be your capacity utilization levels at this
It's now, I think, 100% across all our factories.
But some would then say that you've delayed investment already, that they should have started in the mid-70s, and by now you should be in a situation where you're waiting for new industry to come into life.
You know, it's always relative, but if one had to look at a very simple situation, in the last 10 years, our asset base has grown from 7,000 to 52,000 crores. And I'm not sure that's reflective of a slow investment.
This period has also seen the group move from being largely B2B to now being more and more on the B2C side. Can you talk us through some of the changes that were required internally in terms of employee attitudes, behavior, management thinking to be able to respond to this change?
Significant. And it's a very conscious move. We had decided a few years ago we will get away from government intervention intensive businesses. We will reduce our dependence on that. We will get into B2C. And you will see a much greater emphasis now on our new age businesses, FMCG, retail, sports, all of which are helping us connect with the consumer directly. And that will be the thrust, more and more thrust going forward. Of course, we are investing in our IT-enabled services business. We are investing in our chemicals business. We continue to invest in our power business. So we are investing across the board. But the emphasis will shift significantly towards these new age businesses.
Let's speak of retail and FMCG, which you just mentioned. In retail, you're up against the really big boys, whether it is domestically, the might of the Reliance empire, internationally, a huge conglomerate like Amazon, and that's a huge challenge. Now, how do you, and while of course you're very cash rich, but these are businesses that could burn a lot of that very, you've made a lot of effort to build up those cash reserves, and then you're up against people with much bigger pockets.
Well, I think they are in a different league. We are in a different league. But having said that, we've been conscious. We've not taken any debts for our retail business. We are virtually debt-free. That's the first point I'd like to make. Second point is we are growing, but we are growing small. We are growing in chosen geographies. So for example, Bengal, in Uttar Pradesh, in coastal Andhra. And we are focusing our growth on these cities where we don't need to spend in the back end. It's just the expenditure on the front end. There is no additional investment in marketing and promotion and people. And so we are trying to do it this way. Operating parameters, we are doing very well. But yes, the bottom line is yet to turn positive.
But do you have the stomach for a fight in a cash-intensive business, given the fact that in the B2B sector, you've had very sustained and continuous cash flows. It's been very, very predictable in some senses, and here it's not. We saw in different circumstances what happened with the Future Group, for example. When you're up against the big boys, things can go south.
I said it at the Business Today platform, and I'll say it again. We have no desire or no intentions to become another Future.
And does that then mean potentially that you would be open to divesting some of these new businesses that you built out to ensure that you don't get into that kind of a situation?
Well, quite honestly, if you look at our FMCG business, we pioneered India's entry into guilt-free snacking, into Western snacks, where we've created a market. We've now got into the space of personal care. And our products are products for a difference. It's in the mass premium segment. So they are products which generally in the past would have been reserved for the rich, but they are now made affordable. And they're products with a difference. For example, the shampoos, they have natural chemicals where when you perspire, the hair doesn't stick to your head or scalp. The things like this. We've not had a campaign, we've launched, it's been a soft launch, and it's been very well received. So these are businesses that we are going to grow and grow very aggressively. We got into Ayurveda, and we took a year or year and a half to actually get the processes of that company right, to get the production systematized, to get the procurement processized. And now we seem to be like, again, we are going to be launching Ayurveda with a difference. So we will have a Chyawanprash, but we will have a diabetic Chyawanprash in addition to a Chyawanprash. So it's, those are those little value additions that we are doing across the board in all our products now. And these are things that we think the potential is going to be huge. The market is humongous, and I do believe that we're going to be in it for the long term.
And these aren't cookie clutter businesses. These are differentiated products with a particular niche that you're aiming to target. Now, one of the big headlines at this time has been around the winter that seems to have set in India's startup sector. Now, you have a fund that you run of your own, which is about, say, 100 CR. Can you give us a sense of how you look at India's startup story at this moment, and as a successful entrepreneur, businessman, your advice to those who thought they were doing well or that their plane was set for takeoff and now suddenly don't know when the next round of funding will come and at what levels?
You know, first of all, I think hats off to all these people for their vision, for their guts, and for their ability to have raised finances in the way they did. But in my thick head, if a business keeps burning cash and keeps making losses, are valuations sustainable? I mean, in the long term, I'm not sure that's going to happen. I mean, several years ago, you had the dot-com things, and all dot-com companies were valued hugely, and then they all went bust.
Did you see this freeze coming? Did you see the winter set?
No, quite honestly not. But I'm very happy to state that our own venture capital fund has done very well. We've got 7 or 8 investments only so far. We've had one exit, which has been fantastic. All the companies are trading at between 4 to 8 times revenues from the time we invested, which was 2 years ago, roughly. And the valuations are, 7, 8, 9 times.
But those are valuations based on the last round of funding, and now you don't know, when the next round happens what the actual value of that business is.
Absolutely.
Or what the current value of the business is.
Absolutely, but the fact is that they've done well. They've done as well, if not better, than most of the more established funds. So we will now actually put in more money, because we now have understood how to run this business and how to evaluate businesses. and we will also seek capital from outside.
That's interesting. So how much more money are you looking to bring on the table yourself? How much money are you looking to raise? And what sectors are you looking at to spend that money in? And importantly, how are your investment decisions now different from the decisions you took when you went out to the market first?
So far, it's been largely in the FMCG space. Now we'll broaden the horizon, and we look at other spaces as well. Initially, we didn't know what really went into a startup. I mean, you know, and for example, one of our first investments was something that we thought, as a group of potential investors, the product was brilliant. It was a product that we would consume. But that's not the way to look at it. And we've learned. Fortunately, that's the company where we've had an exit. And that's the company which in our portfolio was not performing that well. But we've had a superb exit to a multinational. And we're very delighted. But now we look at it far more clinically. And one of the key things that we look at when we evaluate a company is, what are the exit options? Who are the target companies who would buy that company? And how that portfolio fits in with theirs? Are they looking at those products?
It's interesting that you mentioned selling out to somebody else rather than going in for a public listing, because in the startups that have gone in for a public listing, they're now facing very serious problems when they're being evaluated on a quarter-to-quarter basis.
So again, my own thinking is a public listing is relevant once you start making profits and sustainable profits. Otherwise, an initial valuation may be there, but it's not sustainable.
The one business that I'm sure everyone sitting here would identify with very closely is what happens in IPL. And you first ran Pune, now you ran Lucknow, you came in third. The team did well, didn't end up the winner. How disappointing was that, and how did Pune compare with Lucknow?
Pune was a short-term franchise. It was for 2 years. So we had to create or try and create an impact in these 2 years. So the first year we were number 7 out of 8. So second last from, in the list. And the second year we were number 2. Disappointed that we didn't win then, but that is sport. But the fact is that in the space of 12 months, we were able to go from being a losing side to being a potentially winning side. When we got the Lucknow franchise, the attempt was to create something which is lasting. So we looked at younger players. Most of our players, with the exception of 1 or 2, are very young. So we're looking at building a team for the long term. We were trying to have players who have who are multifaceted, who can do different things. And we do believe it sort of worked, that strategy worked. The team is very solid, very good. And I think for the first year we did extremely well, but we had a team that could have won. And so, yes, it is disappointing that we didn't.
When I looked at your investment decisions, given how you are generally perceived as being a very careful investor, you went out and spent more on an IPL team than anybody else, including Gautam Adani and Mukesh Ambani, but that was back in the day when they bought at a much lower level. How much of that was fascination with the sport? How much of that was an ego play? Kini, I want to own an IPL team no matter what it takes, let's break the bank.
You know, I'm very happy that I own an IPL team. But I won't invest 7,000 crores just for that feeling or just for the vanity of owning a team. Forbes, before the latest broadcast deals, valued us at 8,100 crores. So which was already 1,100 crores above our investment. I presume we'll be valued at higher rates after this broadcast deal. So we are already doing well. And what was publicly perceived and what I had worked out on paper with the then broadcast situation Today, our actual investment, the net present value of the investment, will work out to 916 crores. Just 916 crores. So compare that with Delhi Capitals, which went for 1100 crores for 50%. And this is 916 for 100%.
The big difference, though, is that if it is, say, a power utility company and some part of the operations are out of line, as chairman and chief executive, you can speak to your team, try and get them to fix it. Now, this is cricket. If the team has a bad day out or a series of bad matches, there is nothing that you can do financially in terms of being able to get the team to perform. So how different is it running an IPL team versus any of your other businesses?
It's different. It's very different. It's a sport. And in a sport, somebody may have a rush of blood. The other team may play much better. But at the end of the day, if you're consistent, or by and large consistent, you will get to the playoffs. And then it's anybody's game at that point in time. But we were not particularly happy with our management team. So we changed the entire management team of Lucknow Super Giants. Everyone we sacked. Because they did not deliver. There were issues of conflict of interest. So we said, just go. So we will take difficult decisions if we have to take them.
That's interesting. I want to talk a bit about your advice to young entrepreneurs in the eastern part of India or across the country who are looking to start out now, given the headwinds that they're facing in terms of macroeconomics, in terms of the ability to raise funding now versus a couple of years ago. The fact that people are far more bottom line focused now than they have been when the eye was more on valuation metrics rather than just on profit numbers.
You know, it's a very simple thing. This is probably as good a time, if not better, to do a startup. Capital is there. Crazy capital is not there. But capital is there. So if it's a sensible idea, if it's workable, you will get financing. You will not get financing which will give you access to a Mercedes car or something in the first instance, possibly. But you will get enough capital to carry on with your business and grow it to the next level. And if you've done well, then you'll get the next round of funding. So just believe in yourself and be true to your vision.
You mentioned that the parameters in which you are evaluating businesses for your venture capital fund have changed. Do you want to elaborate on that and explain from the perspective of an investor what you're looking at now versus what you were looking at earlier, and the difference from going from a scenario where venture capital funders were valuing valuation much more than bottom line, and how that seems to have changed now completely?
So, you know, as I said, initially we were looking at things from whether the products excited us or not. Now we are looking at it from the market potential, from competition in that area, from pricing of those products, from the costing of those products, the management team, their bandwidth to deliver, and what is the potential exit. So one of the questions I ask, not that they come to me for a call on the investment, but if they did, like they did in one case, and the question I asked was, who are your potential exit options? So IPO, yes, of course, forget that. But if it was not an IPO, which companies would buy into this company potentially? And why would they do so? And you start looking at it from that lens, and it's another filter. And maybe 50% or 60% of the companies that you were evaluating go off.
It's very interesting. When we were chatting in the build-up to this session, and I asked you about your venture capital fund, you said, let me check with Shashwat if I can speak about this in public or not. And he's sitting there. So I want to ask you, how much of the decision do you leave to the next gen? We saw Mukesh Ambani announce recently
change of the governance architecture at Geo platforms, how much of it do you genuinely leave to the next generation, and how much of it is, you let me know what you're thinking, but the ultimate decision is mine?
You know, he runs the FMCG business, he runs the retail business, he runs the venture capital part of the business. Now, the truth is, in these businesses, I don't even know what's happening except what I get to read in the monthly reports. So the decisions are totally his and his team's. In the other businesses, I actually sort of penetrate and dive. But in these businesses, I don't, because I know he does it.
So tell me, as you look back at your time and what you learned from your father, what are the most important lessons you're hoping that the next generation imbibes in the way they go about shaping their business? Because we've seen, you've grown the business that you inherited substantially, but we've also seen inheritors sometimes turn out to be wealth destroyers. So to build businesses and to sustain and grow what you inherited, what do you think are the key ingredients? Because especially in politics as well as in business, there's so much talk about dynasty and the ability of a dynasty to make or break a legacy.
You know, to my mind, it's not about dynasties or families only. It's about the competence of the people who are in those families. And Shashwat is not only a Wharton graduate, he's academically, he was something like crazily good. I mean, when I saw his first school leaving exam results, I sort of said, that's the kind of stuff. You know, when I was in school, I would see Shashi Tharoor get those kind of results. So, and then he's worked very hard, he's very diligent. My father was very careful. He was very, very strict with one thing. He said, don't spend too much. Don't let your personal habits be something where you become a slave of your expenditure. And I think that is something that Shashwat and Shivika very strongly follow. And Shivika gets it from her parents, and Shashwat from us. And because of the time he spent with my parents, he gets it from them as well. So I think, and he's doing well. He's performing well. So I'm very confident that the future is in safe hands.
That's interesting. And once we've done with this session, we can find out whether all of what we just heard from Sanjiv is also the way he interprets this, but I won't put him on the spot by asking him now. You know, since we are in the East, before I conclude, I want your sense of, because you're looking at investment opportunities all across, and especially with your presence now in Lucknow, and you mentioned UP as being a focus area. How do you see the different states compete with each other in terms of attracting investors such as you? And we saw the finance ministry put out the ease of doing business in different states ranking recently. From an end user perspective, how do you evaluate this?
Every state is different. So we are investing in a major chemical plant in Tamil Nadu right now, which will start production by the end of December. That's different. When we go to UP, it's different. Bengal is home for us. Maharashtra is different. So Gujarat is different, where we have significant investments. So I wouldn't like to get into a comparison, but I think you all do a great state of the states, and you all do a ranking across parameters. So my mother taught me this when I was young, that never get into a comparison. So I've stayed away from comparing either states or people or kids or anything.
That's like a trapeze artist just deftly going through that question without seeking to offend anybody and getting into trouble later. But I really enjoyed this conversation. Sanjiv Goenka, best of luck to your IPL team. I hope that next time you do better than third. Otherwise, do you ever have this urge, if KL Rahul or anybody else is not performing well, to go auto, let me only show you how to do this? Or does it get you to play more cricket or watch more cricket as a result?
Well, I definitely watched more cricket this time. I mean, I watched almost all the Lucknow games, and physically. and all the other games on Hotstar. So I've always watched IPL very avidly, but this time I didn't miss a single game.
Very nice having you with us, Mr. Goenka, at the India Today East Conclave, for taking out time and joining us here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you for having me here.
Thank you so
Thank you, Kali.
Thank you, Mr. Goenka. Thank you, Rahul. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is called Flashpoint, Revenge Politics from Battle of Ballot to Battle of Bullet. I'd like to invite on stage our moderator for the session, Indrajit Kundu, Deputy Editor, India Today Television, to introduce our speakers.
Gentlemen, this is one topic that we as journalists have to dwell with all through the year. As political journalists covering day-to-day politics here in West Bengal, each day we are face to face with massive amount of violence. Each story that comes up, it always ends up becoming a footnote in the long and enormous history of West Bengal. And we move on. There is the immediate outrage, followed by a lull, and a possible lip service by politicians. It seems like the onus is as much on we as Bengali society, as much on our politicians, and we'll try and seek answers. And therefore, we have three very eminent speakers from the political fraternity here in West Bengal. We are joined by Bikash Ranjan Choudhury, Rajya Sabha MP from the CPIM. So please come on stage. We have Dr. Shashi Panja, member of the West Bengal Cabinet. Please put your hands together. And of course, we have member of the West Bengal Assembly from the BJP, Agnimitra Paul. Ma'am, please. It's wonderful seeing politicians sitting across the table here on the dais. It is something that is expected. What is unexpected though here in West Bengal, you won't see their supporters sitting across the table having chai together at the local neighborhood. They're always up in arms against one another. It's a culture that has been perpetuated over the decades here in West Bengal. How do we stop this cycle of violence? This is the big question. So our topic today, of course, is from the battle of ballot to the battle of bullet. That's indeed, the issue, the burning issue at hand. I would like to start, of course, with Dr. Shashi Panja because she represents the government here. Shashidi, just a few weeks back, we've seen this absolutely heinous crime taking place in Birbhum, where we saw so many people charred to death. And we've moved on. And we've moved on to the next, incident of political violence. When you came to government in 2011, I remember Mamata Banerjee said, "Bodla noy bodol chai," which means that we don't want retribution, we want change. What happened to that path of change? You were traveling towards change, you lost your way, it seems.
No, it's good evening to India Today. Thank you for the kind invitation to be here. Indrajit, it is a bit complex, but let me tell you this, that we abhor violence. We condemn it in the strongest of strong language. And whatever incidents are happening in West Bengal or all over India also deserve condemnation, definitely. Now, to having to say that there has been no badal after 2011 would be doing injustice to us. So the badal has to be actually experienced. And I think the people of West Bengal have, the development or the pro-development measures have to some extent definitely touched all families of Bengal, which is again reflected in various electoral democracy tests of electoral democracy. Now, we are not arrogant about it, but what I'm trying to say is we are actually trying to delve into, or rather get rid of the legacy which we came with. Now, 1977 to when we say 34 years of misrule of the CPIM or the left front with its allies, then it goes, there is data which says, and I just wish to re-mention that, between 1977 to 2009-10, there have been 55,000 political deaths. Now, deaths due to a political reason.
But that's the past.
No, that is vast. Yes, and that is the difference that we are trying to make, to mitigate that, to reduce that. And it cannot be done. And in this state, when there is a complaint of violence due to political reasons, our Chief Minister orders for an SIT or arrests are made and punishment and steps are taken. Now that is also happening, you cannot deny that. We have arrested our own people. We have also lost our own party workers. So this is not that what we are aiming for. There is a consistent agenda. There is a consistent agenda which was very evident last year in 2021 assembly elections, in which there is a ruling party at the center which thought that Paschim Bengal ko kabza kiya. You have to capture West Bengal. You have to win West Bengal. You cannot capture. This is not the days of the emperor that we are out here with our army. And you saw the army which had descended upon on West Bengal. And you saw the narrative which was played out. So that is the kind of narrative which you now see even, which was played out in Maharashtra, or for that matter, in KCR's Telangana. What is happening? That is the narrative. So bulldozing of democratic institutions or democracy is what is the agenda which actually provokes this kind of a reaction in the form of a violence. Why are you trying to provoke that kind of a violence?
Well, but nothing justifies violence in the first place. Ogni Mitradi, you would like to come in on that?
First of all, thank you so much, India Today, for inviting me and taking up such a relevant topic, ballot to bullet and violence. I feel in today's time, standing in today's West Bengal, when you look back, you realize that violence has always been part of West Bengal's politics. When you start from the regime of Siddhartha Shankar Roy, the way he crushed the communist opposition that time, and the Naxal Andolan, killing and brutally killing, whoever belonged to the other ideology. When CPM again came to power, again they took help of violence with Bijon Setu, with Shahi Badi, with Morid Chapi happening. And that time our now Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee had said, restoration of democracy was the most important thing. But now after 11 years, we see that democracy by this government has been crushed, killed, murdered and raped. After 2021 elections, we saw BJP's 56 Karyakartas brutally murdered. And then also our Honorable Chief Minister had said, no, nothing had happened. It was a very slight, I think today also she said it was a little thing. But the Honorable Court then said that there is no law of land over here. There is only law of the ruler. And it is not only about violence. It is not only about killing. It is not only about the guns and the bombs. It is about the words, the language that you use. Honorable Chief Minister is the captain of the ship. She is our Chief Minister. But the way she has been using language, 3 days back she said she's declaring jihad against BJP, West Bengal. What does she mean by jihad? Because for me, jihad means, it's an Arabic word which means killing of non-Islamist. So does she want to say that she wants to kill all BJP people?
Let's take that question to Shashi Panja.
That is the problem with the BJP, you know. They bring in religion, they bring in caste, they bring in language, and first it is the identity politics, and then the division begins of India, which has already begun. You see, you have misinterpreted again. The jihad is against the bulldozing of democracy. The jihad is again the bulldozing of the democratic institutions. It's so unfortunate there are institutions in India which should be insulated from politics. But, you know, there are not insulated from politics. So they are very much politically used weapons which are used at times of convenience, like elections, etc., etc. Now, have you ever heard of vigilantism? Cow vigilantism, new terms, new coinage. Have you heard of, bulldozing people's houses just at the time when you thought that the support is not with you? Have you heard of the press freedom index touching the lowest in India? Are we proud about this? I mean, what is it? What is it? The main issues are not discussed. Nobody discusses inflation. Nobody discusses the petrol gas issue. So these are issues of people. Where will they go? There is no answer to it. See, what is provoking them? We don't want violence. You see, ultimately, they're hit against the wall. Look at the casteism, look at the Dalit killings.
Let's bring in Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya. Sir, we've spoken about the reasons of violence. I mean, whenever such a discussion takes place, we get into rhetorics, we get into whataboutery. But what the Aam Janta, the people here, what they're interested in is a solution. You've been in government for 3 decades. And then, of course, Mamata Banerjee's government. You've been in power and you are now the opposition. Where do you think, as a politician and also as an eminent lawyer, politicians have failed in this entire discourse? Do you still think that West Bengal requires a leader of the caliber of, say, suppose, a Subhash Chandra Bose to bring political differences aside and somehow build a narrative of unity?
There is no doubt about it. But at the very beginning, I condemn this attitude of blame game. Whenever something is pointed out that this is happening, instead of coming to any solution or having any thought about the reasons to make this situation ease, we always point our fingers to others. This is the most abhorrent picture which we have to avoid. Number one. Number two, we definitely need political leaders who speak sense, who speaks in decent language, whose body language, while addressing the Aam Janta, the mass, must be very civilized. If you use language, if you speak something nonsense, then you always encourage your community to be a little more nonsense. And that gives you the sense of getting something by force. You see, from 1977 onwards, there were definitely some killings, but those killings were not of political parties' internal rivalry fight. Those killings were almost some sort of class war. When the government came into power in 1977, they had a land policy by virtue of which the land tillers were given the right to till. There were clashes between the landowner and the land tillers. That was not a clash between CPIM or TMC or BJP. When the workers assembled over there and launched their struggle for the enhancement of the wages, then the employers used to hire the gundas to beat up the workers. That caused bloodshed. But there was never a situation when somebody goes to cast his vote, he will be prevented from filing nomination, he will be prevented from going to the poll to cast his vote. And again, if you even reach the polling station, your vote would be casted by somebody else, being physically present over there. These are the situations I am not going to really encourage this blame game. I feel that if the political parties really fight on their ideological issues, that this is my ideology which can bring sustenance in the life of the common man, and their ideological issues or political issues, economic issues, these are not good. If the message goes to the common man from the leaders that you better inculcate your philosophy, your thought process on the economic issues, on other issues of your own life's upgradation, then there will be no political violence. Here, the political violence is because of petty cash consideration, which we call tolabaji. Here in West Bengal, after 2011 onwards, still there, the people are fighting, even the people interstate fighting of the same political party.
And I don't think the audience here today will disagree with me when I say that there has always been political patronage to such violence. In fact, many political parties think it's a logical, logical way or justified means of reaching out and holding on to their power. And that's something which is really, really unfortunate. But when we talk about violence of language, the way leaders speak, and that instigates, the armed followers on the ground, and then you don't find a situation in your control. You say, wriggle out. Politicians should be held accountable. Ognidi, I would like to ask you, we've heard what Nupur Sharma said. We've seen the kind of chain reaction that was triggered across the country, and she was merely suspended. Why did your government not initiate stern action against her for not just bringing such shame to the country on the global stage, but also leading such a widespread violence across the country?
What stern action are you talking about? Nupur Sharma is a very senior spokesperson of the party. She has been suspended by our senior leaders. The case is a sub judice matter.
But would you not expect much more stern action against her? Would you not expect the BJP government to...
It is not BJP's or Mr. Modiji's responsibility to put her into jail. For that, court is there. Court is, proceedings are going on.
But have we heard from the Prime Minister?
If the court
have
finds
we heard
it out...
an unequivocal condemnation from the top BJP
This is
leadership?
not our Prime Minister's responsibility. This is not his responsibility. A few times, 30 minutes back, there was an interview which you took and you spoke about another journalist. Now you will say that I will ask you, why hasn't the Prime Minister spoke about that journalist? It is not our Honorable Prime Minister's responsibility. And coming to Honorable Shashidi's statement, what she was saying, I'm very privileged to share the same stage with her. But are we supposed to learn democracy from TMC? TMC, inside the assembly, we MLAs are being beaten because we raised the topic of Baktui. We raised the topic of Hashkali. Our women MLAs were beaten inside the assembly, not outside.
Why doesn't the TMC, which has such massive majority in West Bengal,
you are not
lead with
supposed
example?
to speak.
The simple fact of the matter was, or is, and remains, is that nothing of such things happened. You see, unfortunately, the MLAs who have been elected from the BJP party, they represent a constituency. They are responsible and accountable to the constituency, and their prime duty is that they should be in assembly within the precincts, within the assembly hall when the session is on. But unfortunately, they are most of the times beyond the hall of the assembly where the session takes place. They are outside protesting.
But
so they are never in the assembly.
When we were beaten, were we inside, ma'am, or were we outside? We were inside and we wanted to
we
speak
all know
on
that the
Baktui.
assembly
But
has
Honorable
marshals.
Speaker didn't let us
There
speak.
are marshals inside
We are
the
not supposed to
assembly.
raise such questions which are uncomfortable for the government. Ashkali,
I'm
Baktui
so sorry
is
to say that
uncomfortable.
when she is talking about Rampur Hat or Baktui, Honorable Chief Minister was there at the spot. You see, Narendra Modi ji or the Honorable Prime Minister does not reach the spot where the farmers were protesting for 1 year.
Of course, she was
when,
there.
When
we
they
are
get
very
run
happy.
over.
Honorable Chief Minister
Let's
reached
have
there.
a civic.
But,
Let's have a civic debate, please.
But
I
the thing
did
is
not.
that the
no, then
police were waiting
let's
outside.
have a civic debate.
No, the people should
no,
know.
you cannot do
the
that.
police
No,
were
you
waiting
cannot do
outside
that.
Baktui
You
village.
cannot do that.
Just
You have to hear me
Police
out.
were
We'll come
waiting-
to you. Just
No,
hear
no,
her.
don't do that. Don't do another bulldozing. Just that's what I was mentioning.
Bulldozing has
don't
been done.
bulldoze.
Killing
Don't try
democracy
to
is done
bulldoze
by
the
this
opposition.
TMC government.
She is talking about opposition Mukt Bharat and all that. They are talking about opposition Mukt Bharat. Imagine. And here she is saying that they are the opposition, the vulnerable opposition.
Our audience,
and what have they done in Tripura? what did they do in Tripura? Did they even allow a nomination?
Well,
Tripura
Sashini,
people gave you the result.
Sashini,
people
the
to
very
vote?
point of
People gave the
So,
result.
you cannot do
After
this.
so much of it, you got
All
the
right.
result.
Sashini, the very point of this
We are not
debate
in
was, Sashini, just a sec. The very point of this debate was to get over whataboutery and possibly find a solution. And our audience has got a sense of what's wrong with politics today. You know, whenever issues like these, issues in principle come up, and when politicians are held accountable, we always see passing of the buck. I would like to end with Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharjee and ending comments from all of them. Suggest me one solution. We are really asking for one. You know, we know that most often it is said that we get the government we deserve, we get the politicians we deserve. But I'm sure this is not the kind of politics that any of us deserve. So I start with Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharjee. What should be the solution? What should be done? The first steps for West Bengal to break this violence, cycle of violence.
I'm not talking only about West Bengal. My impression is that the political leaders throughout the country first read our constitution, appreciate our constitution, and try to inculcate the constitutional values and morality. None of the leaders, the majority, really do know what is the essence of our constitution. Instead of fulfilling the goals of the constitution, the social justice, economic justice, liberty of thought and expression, and the dignity of person, these are the very important issues for the republic to run. Our politicians in majority do not understand that. Let them first get themselves educated on this. That will resolve many critical issues here in the country.
So going back to the classroom, Ognidhi.
See, Honorable Chief Minister is the captain of the ship, as I was saying. She needs to show the way. If she is declaring a jihad, that is, she is declaring a religious war against, this religious thing is being started by her. And talking about Baktui,
No, but Shashini,
Madam Minister said that she had gone there to
Ognidhi,
help
what is
those
the solution?
people.
What in your mind is a solution to this problem?
Solution, we all need to be there together. MLAs of the opposition are a very important part of the assembly. We shouldn't be stopped if we ask questions on Baktui and Hashkali. These students who are protesting in beside Red Road, they are being picked up and beaten by Kolkata police.
I think I will take
Where is
that
democracy?
I think I will take that as an olive branch, Shashidi. Ending comments.
You see,
What's
you have
the
to
solution?
allow the democratic institutions to survive and function. You have to allow institutions which are there, like CBI and ED, not to be utilized for political reasons and political vendetta. You cannot get back at the back of the opposition because you cannot utkhat them. You
But
cannot
beyond this
uproot
rhetoric,
them.
Shashidi,
So the
what is the
solution
solution?
is allow democracy to function in this country. You see, you almost made Bikash the middleman or the referee, when we two are arguing. But, historical facts cannot be discounted. You cannot forget the 1977, the 34 years of misrule. You cannot forget that even their leaders have given speeches which you will be shocked to hear and which actually allow. No, it is not about whataboutery. It is about historical facts which you cannot deny.
Absolutely.
So from there
So
you have to
therefore-
learn.
But our Honorable Chief Minister said,
are we
"Bodla nahi,
learning?
bodol
You
chai."
did away with
This is the
CPI
bodol that we
and you're
get.
bringing
All
in
right.
BJP,
This is the bodol we
which
get.
is an
Completely
equally
run out of
violent
time.
party.
BJP karyakartas
Which
get
is an equally
murdered.
violent party.
Let us-
BJP
let us-
karyakartas
she
get
has-
murdered. This is the
Why-
bodol we get.
No, Agnimitra, at least
Okay.
have the decency to allow me to
Okay,
talk
ladies,
when
let
I'm
us-
speaking.
let
Ma'am,
us-
you are giving wrong facts, and
No,
this
no,
is a
no,
national
as if you
channel.
were correct.
Let entire India know
I
what
mean,
is
have
happening
the
in West
decency.
Bengal.
Ms. Paul,
There is
The
no
entire
democracy.
India
Dr.
knows
Palcha, let
what
us
you have
end
done
on
to
an-
democracy.
Ms. Paul,
You
Dr.
people
Palcha,
are,
let us
they're
end
talking
on an
about
Your
amicable note.
government
they
has
don't bring
destroyed and
credence to
murdered
the
and
opposition.
raped
What have you done in
democracy
Maharashtra,
Bengal.
All right, let us end on an
Karnataka?
amicable
What
note.
what have you done in Maharashtra,
Shiv Sena
Karnataka?
has taken the
We are completely out of
Is it-
time.
is
BJP
it-
is not happy.
You
No,
think that
no
Indians
part.
don't
Agnimitra,
understand
Shiv
Indian
Sena has taken
democracy
the call.
is so naive?
If somebody
You think the
forgets-
democracy is so
If
naive
somebody
not to
forgets
understand?
their,
Completely out of time.
ideology, nothing can be held.
You know, the very point of this discussion was to find a solution, to find a solution as to how one can end this entire cycle of violence and possibly the narrative that is associated with West Bengal politics right now. What you saw on stage, of course, shows you what's wrong with politics. There is something that Bikash Ranjan Bhattacharya has said. Possibly all our politicians can once again head back to the classroom and read up the Constitution so that at least with pride we can say we get the government we deserve. Thanks a lot, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us in this conversation.
Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you, Indrajit. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is called Political Chessboard, the Driving Force, Performance versus Polarization. I'd request our moderator for the session. At least that ended on a nice smiling note over there with that photograph of our speakers. I'd request our moderator for our next session, Mr. Rahul Kaval, News Director, India Today Television and Aajtak, to come on stage and welcome and introduce our next set of speakers.
On the political chessboard, what matters more? Performance or polarization? To talk about this at the India Today Conclave East, I'm delighted to be joined for this session by Sushmita Dev, Rajya Sabha Member of Parliament in the Trinamool Congress. Flanking her, R.K. Imo Singh, MLA in the Bharatiya Janata Party in Manipur. Last but not least, Pradyut Bikram Dev Burma, Chairman of Tripura, head of the erstwhile Royal House of Tripura. And the interesting thing about our panelists is, at some point in time, over the last few years, they've all been members of the Congress party. And now they're in different political functions, and we'll talk a bit about that. It also happens to be Pradyut's birthday. So can we just wish him a happy birthday as we start this session? So Pradyut, happy birthday. So let's start by asking Sushmita about performance versus polarization. What do you think is more important and why? What do you think voters ultimately decide? You've got experience in Assam, Tripura, we're in West Bengal right now. What do you think matters more?
I mean, ideally, I would like to say performance. But the reality is, why you win an election or lose one, I think is very multifaceted, and there are many factors. I think any politician would like to be judged when they go to a vote on the basis of their performance. But I'm sad to say that polarization is the harsh reality of Indian politics today. And there's absolutely no denying that it plays a very, very important factor. But I would like to add to that, and I'm sure my friends here would agree with me, that social engineering is a reality of Indian politics. So if Imo or Pradyut or I said that social engineering is not important, that wouldn't be true. I mean, you have to look at different caste communities, what their sentiments are, and social engineering is very much a part of electoral politics. But I think polarization is the negative side to it. So I think we have to make a distinction between social engineering and polarization. And at least as a, I'm not so young politician anymore, but as a politician, I would like to say and like to believe that performance matters. But how much does it matter? I think my colleagues will say that polarization plays a very, very big role in Indian politics today.
And often the charge of polarization, Imo, is leveled against the Bharatiya Janata Party, that in states like Assam, states like West Bengal and different places in the Northeast, the party is using polarization rather than performance to scare the majority community into voting for the BJP and against the minority community. How do you respond to this, Chair?
Let me just say like this. Anybody who wants to perform well in life, what do? Whether it's a class 10 student or a class 12 student, you want to do well in life. You want to get good marks. Similarly, if you're a sports person, you want to be the best. You want to perform. Similarly, if you're a doctor, an engineer, it's the same for politics also. We all want to perform. We want to do well where we are, to serve the people. I happen to be the first MLA from my constituency who has won 3 consecutive elections since 1972 when Manipur got statehood. So 50 years. So I was wondering why people were not winning. So I guess performance matters. There may be so many factors to win an election, but perhaps the most important thing is performance. If you don't perform, you may win one election, but the next election you are out.
So where does polarization fit into
that's what I'm coming to.
your ranking of things that matter in determining
the
results?
Even in the recent assembly elections, just recently in Manipur, you can say in 2017 we won the election, the BJP won the election because of the anti-incumbency of the Congress. But how did they come back to 2022? To win the election by majority because of performance of the government. So what I feel is, if at all, if you're the word you're using, polarization, I don't think there is, if at all there's polarization, it is polarization towards performance.
Pradyut, Imo makes an argument in the context of Manipur to say, even if 2017 was an anti-Congress vote, 2022 was a vote in favor of the BJP on account of its performance, which is why we won. Therefore, performance matters more than polarization. Where do you come out on this?
No, I think, to be very honest, we cannot pick and choose what Imo says or what Sushmita says. But I'm a keen student of politics, and the history of politics should always be looked into. The BJP approached the 2004 election with performance, India shining. They lost. They approached the 2019 election by saying, "Ghar ke andar jaake mara," and they won the election. So obviously, at some point, they've also had a course correction that only performance does not matter because the Indian voter is also very emotional. When we come and talk about the Northeast, you have to understand, unlike other states in India, the Northeast is surrounded by China on one side, Myanmar, Bangladesh, Bhutan, and there is a sense of insecurity amongst the local population, which is largely the indigenous population, that they will be flooded with people from outside. So when a government of India comes out with certain bills, which says that we will protect you, or we will protect your interest, they are also playing to a polarization card. If you see what happened in parts of Northeast when there was the burning of a temple in Bangladesh, the reaction immediately in the Northeast was reaction towards burning or vandalizing of mosques. So these are not mutually exclusive. And this sort of geographical identity to Northeast is a perfect playing ground for polarization. However, I do believe that if the Northeast has to develop, we have to look at economic prosperity, we have to look at connectivity, and much like the BJP's former ideologue Vajpayee ji said, you cannot choose your neighbors. We have to live with our neighbors, but by constitutionally protecting our rights. And if the BJP really wants to protect the people, then they should constitutionally bring in amendments to protect the people, rather than playing into the threat perception that across the border there are many people and they will come in submerged.
Imo Singh, let's get you to respond to the charge that Pradyut levels, which we've seen play out in elections in West Bengal, in elections in Assam, in Tripura and elsewhere, the fear of the outsider coming in, taking away land, taking away jobs, and using that as a tool for polarization.
See, we are from such a small, remote corner of the country, all the 7, 8 northeastern states. Whatever we do, nobody notices. Unfortunately, this has been what has been happening in the last 40, 50 years. Therefore, I'm more than happy to say this. A bill like inner line permit, which when I was in the Congress, we went to for the delegation to the then Home Minister, along with the then Chief Minister, asking for the inner line permit to protect the minorities and our own indigenous people. That was not done. But today, this government, the government under the leadership of our Prime Minister and the Home Minister in the Parliament gave ILP to Manipur. So I guess things, when you have certain things towards a government and when performance is delivered, that those assurances are delivered, people do look up to.
You want to respond to that, Pratik, before I ask?
It's very commendable that they've looked into the aspiration of the people of Manipur. But inner line permit is not been implemented in states which actually have boundary with Bangladesh. Assam has boundary with Bangladesh. You have not implemented inner line permit. Tripura has boundaries with Bangladesh. You haven't done it. Meghalaya has it. But you have done it in states where there is actually no international boundary with Bangladesh. And the fact is, you can't pick and choose states. If you want to bring in a law, bring it in totality. Don't pick and choose in states where your vote bank gets affected. And the fact is that, unfortunately, I do not hold brief against BJP or for the Congress party. But unfortunately, like what Emo has said, all political parties have played politics with Northeast, largely because you're not mentally connected and your heart is not connected with the Northeast because you're too far away.
No, but can I counter that to say and ask all of you, and I'll start by asking Sushmita, about the fact that there is now more development, lesser corruption, more visible infrastructure projects than ever before. My dad was posted in Tawang, so I used to come to Arunachal as a young child, and then I came recently for a shoot. The level of infrastructure, the speed at which you can get in, when in a state like Assam or Arunachal Pradesh, the BJP does well, they can argue with roads on the ground, airports on the ground to say, performance is what we've delivered, performance is what matters, and it is our performance that is being vindicated in these electoral wins that we are registering, and you can't counter that by throwing the polarization bogey their way.
If your narrative that you're saying that infrastructure is improved so much in the northeastern states, then you have to ask the question what Pradyut raised, to say, then why do you need laws which divide or polarize? You see, the Modi government.
Do you accept that infrastructure, because you were part of the UPA administration, do you accept that infrastructure in the northeast, in Assam, Arunachal and elsewhere is substantially better now than it was on your watch while you were in the UPA?
You see, Rahul, development is an ongoing process. Okay, and the fact is today the longest bridge in northeast, in Assam, was built during the UPA time. Unfortunately, there's nobody here on this panel from the Congress, so I'm having to say it.
You have 3 ex-Congress people.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you can't say that this government has done all the work and previous governments haven't. Yes, some have done less, some have done more. But I think, yes, what the BJP has definitely managed to do is 2 things. Is done a better PR exercise of the work they've done. Let me give you a small example. Jayanta Ghoshal is here. He knew my father well. The broad gauge that came to Silchar came during the UPA time. It is he and Manmohan Singh who declared it as a national project. But by the time it was completed, it was the BJP that inaugurated it and says, see, they couldn't complete it. So they are a master at building a narrative to say they have done all work and nothing has happened before that. But I want to add one thing, Rahul. Northeast is not Gujarat and Maharashtra and Andhra Pradesh. You know, the unicity of Northeast is our ethnicity. And anybody who understands the Northeast, yes, we are remote, we need infrastructure, it could be the gateway to Asia, but the only way to hold Northeast together is stability and unity. That is the key. It's a bit like Jammu Kashmir, if you like. It's a very sensitive area, thousands of kilometers of international border. So there are much larger issues and it will take a longer, you can do a whole conclave on it. I mean, you've seen, in Nagaland, the political crisis has been going on for years. In Assam, the inner line permit, there are 2 views on the inner line permit. I mean, inner line permit is basically something that says that within this tribal area, outsiders can't come. That is non-tribal people, but who are citizens of the country. Am I right? So these are controversial.
They could come, but they need to take.
They limited like trade licenses. So Northeast is an extremely sensitive area, just like Punjab and Jammu and Kashmir. It's not just about building roads and railways. And I'm happy you went to Tawang and you saw what you saw, but don't forget.
Also.
Yeah, but don't forget, Rahul, the amount of incursions that have happened on the Arunachal border from China has never happened in the past. So if you talk about development, Arunachal, you got to talk about the Chinese incursions on the border too. I think that's equally important in the larger picture.
So you've thrown some grenades Emo's way. Let's take it one by one. The charge that the UPA government started the infrastructure projects, it's a matter of time. It is just chance that the conclusion of some of those projects happened on your watch, and now you're good at marketing and therefore making it seem as if you did everything and Manmohan did nothing.
See, I will not deny the fact that, India, we achieved independence in 1947. For over 60, 70 years, some form of development has taken place across the country. Yes, no doubt. But since the last few years, we've witnessed a lot of change. Yesterday, if you witnessed the National BJP executive meet, what was the focus upon by the Prime Minister and the Home Minister? That will solve most of the issues in the Northeast by 2024. So what I'm trying to say is the kind of things which they're thinking for the people there.
No, but some of it, Sushmita alleges, is marketing. Let's take the Nagaland issue, for example, where there was a grand public declaration. No, hear me. Where there was a grand public declaration of the problem being solved, there was a big press conference, and at the end of it, even today we are nowhere close to resolution. In fact, it seems to have become more intractable than in the past, whereas you've already claimed credit for it.
See, to me, things which are facts are facts. I'll just give you an example from Manipur right now, the Armed Forces Special Power Act. Rajiv was there in Manipur in front of Kangla when he interviewed us just before the election. Why is AFSPA not there in your manifesto? He asked. I said AFSPA should not be politicized. This will be a process which will be done by the government once elections are over. And within 2 months, the central government removed from 16 police stations across 6 districts in Manipur, and so on to other parts of the Northeastern state. So where there's will, I think there's a way. That's what I believe in. Performance, work for the people, that's what this government has done, even during COVID. In these 2 years, all of us have suffered. All of us. But India has produced, the largest vaccination across the globe? More than 200 crore people have been vaccinated, I think, across the whole country. And then we are exporting vaccines also. Then the kind of beneficial schemes which are reaching the public even during COVID, or even now, the Prime Minister's the free rice distribution, all those things.
So one charge was about marketing, the other was about incursions. And the presence of the PLA, Sushmita alleges, on Indian soil with more frequent incursions than in the past. I don't know where she picked up that data point from, because the army would deny it, but anyway, since she's leveled the charge.
I also don't know whether because I also don't have.
I'm just saying that, sorry, Imo, to interrupt, but what I'm trying to say is when you spoke about the infrastructure, so I said that's a very oversimplistic view of looking at the Northeast and its issues. That's what I meant. So you had a member of parliament from the Arunachal screaming in parliament talking about incursions, and he comes from the BJP and NDA alliance. I didn't say it. So I believe the member of parliament on the floor of the house belonging to the BJP must be speaking some truth about the international incursions on the Chinese border. That's what I meant.
See, let me say it like this. Over the last 60, 70 years, we have been facing lots of issues politically, internationally, whether it's from the Pakistan or from Bangladesh or from Myanmar or from China. So it's not something which is happening recently or now. These things have been happening. I won't completely deny it. It has been happening on and off, but it doesn't mean that India has gone backward. India, I think, in these last 8 years, have moved a lot ahead than what it was in 2014 and now what it is in 2022.
There's a big election coming up in Tripura, where the BJP has changed its chief minister. You've now moved out from the Congress, set up your own party. How do you see this change impacting the anti-incumbency which seemed to be building up against the BJP? And in this third formation that you've set up,
are you more aligned towards Narendra Modi or Rahul Gandhi?
See, right now I'm aligned to you, Rahul. But let me, the question that you'd asked, Imo, is very important. And I just wanted to say, yes, there has been development. I will not say that it's just PR. Udan scheme has been very successful. And I appreciate where the government has done work. But like Sushmita has said, that we need to first protect our existence. We need to protect our identity and our culture. That's why the Honorable BJP MLA is talking about inner line permit, and the BJP MLA in Tripura is not talking about inner line permit. So there is a duality in the conversation. Coming back to your question regarding Tripura, they have changed the Chief Minister. I wish the new Chief Minister all the very best, Mr. Dr. Manik Shah. I haven't met him till now. When we do meet, I will extend my greetings to him. But the fact is that my politics is not dependent on what BJP is doing or what Congress is doing. We are here to actually bring in a certain constitutional solution to our demand of Greater Tripura land. And under no circumstances will Pradyot Manikya or any of his team members compromise on that basic core demand of Greater Tripura land. If they give it to us in writing, we will think about an alliance. If they do not think about it, giving it in writing, then chunav mein dekha jayega, kaun jeetta hai, kaun harta hai.
So, if I were to interpret what you said from the outside, can I decode to say that all options are open?
No, you can say that all options are closed until they do not give it to us. Any of the parties in writing, all options are closed, because I don't look at them and play my game. We look at our own strengths and come on the ground. If they want to come and align with us, they'll have to give it to us in writing. We do not want to lose our credibility in front of our people, because we have promised them something and we've been elected and voted for that very promise.
So, even this idea of a Greater Tripura or a Greater Nagaland is very passionately advocated by those who believe in it and equally passionately opposed by those who are impacted. If you just step out from just what you do individually to look at it from a pan-Northeast perspective and from the perspective of the central government, how do you think the BJP should be approaching such demands?
It's very complex, the northeastern states. Manipur is different, Tripura is different, so is Assam, and so is Arunachal. Even in our state, there has been demands. Now, certain demands have been given. In the case of Tripura, certain demands which they are seeking, I don't know what all demands they are seeking, but certain demands which they are seeking for their own tribal rights, if it is as per the constitutional provision, why not? Why not? So if it's as per the constitutional provision within the constitution, and if things are to be done, I'm 100% sure the central government will also look into it.
The interesting thing is we have Sushmita, who's been spending as much time in Tripura right now as she is in Assam, and she's seeing a potential alliance conversation going on between the BJP and the tribal front. So, Sushmita, is the Trinamool a real player in Tripura, you think, in the next election? Or do you think it's just going to be another Goa for Didi?
I think Goa was something that I think the party gave very little time. You cannot expect to go to a state in 4 months and do it. But today, Honorable Chief Minister of Bengal was here earlier in the day. And I repeat what she said, that in 4 months what we achieved, the 8%, and more importantly, we were very much a part of the narrative. I think it was commendable, but one has to start somewhere. Otherwise, you will never have another national party beyond the Congress and the BJP. So it's going to be a comfortable competition between the two.
But can I counter that to say that the politics of Didi and her whole persona is so rooted in a Bengali identity that what is your strength in Bengal becomes your weakness in Panjim?
See, I'll tell you something. It's very myopic to say that Trinamool Congress is a Bengali party. See, let's take the case of the by-election of Mamata. The very constituency that she fought from and won had more than 40% of non-Bengali voters there. And you see, when it's like saying, who founded the BJP? Shyama Prasad Mukherjee. So is BJP a Bengali party? just because their founding father was from Bengal. That doesn't work anymore. Yes, they have dominated Bengal politics, no doubt, and that's where historically she rose from. You cannot deny that. But I believe, I believe that out of all the regional parties, Aam Aadmi Party is emerging well, and I believe that Trinamool Congress definitely has very good prospects. But yes, it's time consuming. There's a lot of hard work to be done there. And I see a good prospect, especially coming from a different state which is not Bengal. And that's why I decided to join Trinamool Congress, because I see it has potential. And we are also in Meghalaya, as you know now, apart from Tripura. But I just want to say one thing about the constitutional demand. Like Imo said, it's very complicated. In a democracy, a party like Mamata has every right to raise whatever demand they want, whatever they feel is constitutional. But you see, if you think about it, in Bengal, there is a demand for Gorkha land. In Assam, there's a demand for Bodo land. You see, so, I don't know. First of all, amending the constitution is in the domain of the central government. You see, so you have to be in power in the center to give that commitment to any party or any group. So how that pans out, I don't know. How that pans out, I can't say. 7-8 months to election is a long way to go. So, we'll have to see what happens 7 or 8 months from now.
So, we've discussed geography, we've discussed politics, we've discussed ethnicity, but as I'm sure some of you know, our netas have got talent. And amongst the talented aspects of our netas, which are not as public, sometimes they are actually. If you see Pradyut's speeches, sometimes he does great mimicry. So I thought this might be a good opportunity to get the Maharaj to show his skills. So just imagine this as an India's Got Talent kind of scenario. And now we'll get you to do some political mimicry. Sushmita, do you think that's a good idea? Very good. Imo, you think that's a good idea?
I think he should go on.
Excellent.
I've seen him perform.
Do you all want to see some
stage.
mimicry from the Maharaj? Yeah, okay. So I think they're all totally set. I think that you do a good Shatrughan Sinha, you do a good Modi, a good Rahul Gandhi, and some Dharmender. So you can, it's your birthday. Let's wish him happy birthday once again as he gets set to do this.
Happy birthday.
So take your pick and let's go.
No. See, we from the Northeast, we have a lot of skill. I'm a football player, musician.
You want me to pick a football?
If you had got the football, I would probably outdo the Trinamool here, at least in football. But the fact being that we in the Northeast, we have a very different way of outlook to our life. You will see tomorrow Himanta Biswa Sarma coming, Conrad Sangma coming. Conrad is a great guitarist. I'm a musician, I sing. So we have different level of talent. But before I do something, when I got into politics, I was the original Youth Congress Brigade, jab main Congress mein tha. So we were very serious. And one day my mother called me up and said, Beta, 9 months I've kept you in my stomach. And why are you so serious? People will vote for you not because you are always serious or intelligent. Logo ko hasao, be approachable, you have a good smile. So be nice to people, be humble to people. So in India, 2 things really work: sports and Bollywood. So you told me to mimic Rahul Gandhi. I will not. He's a friend. Modi ji, I'm scared of him. Varna problem ho jayega. But Amitabh Bachchan we can do if that is all right.
Okay, let's start. We'll get to Modi and Rahul Gandhi, but let's start with Amitabh Bachchan.
देखिए, आप डेवलपमेंट के बारे बात करते हैं, लेकिन डेवलपमेंट से पहले हमारी कल्चरल आइडेंटिटी के बारे बात करना चाहिए. So Amitabh Bachchan was like that. Dharmendra would go like...
This time he does it, you have to clap, so he's feeling motivated and encouraged, okay? Otherwise, he'll lose the plot and he'll never get to Modi ji and Rahul Gandhi. Yes?
No, Modi ji, I'm scared. Modi ji, I'm scared. Because again, after this, he'll say, "Aaj raat 8 baje ke baad, Rahul aur Pradyot, tum is dunya mein nahi rahoge." तो खत्म हो जाएंगे हम. Because I don't want to scare him.
अभी 2000 रुपी नोट की दुनिया में नहीं रहे.
वो सैटेलाइट्स भी हमको ढूंढ लेंगे. 2000 रुपये में माइक्रोचिप था कि नहीं, हमें ढूंढ लेंगे और तो हम जिंदा नहीं रहेंगे. I don't want to go into Modi ji. But yes, so I've always said this in my, and I've taken a political angle to it. So you see, in my speeches I've always said, Shatrughan Sinha 40 साल तक कहता था, मैं हूँ बिहार का बाबू, बिहारी बाबू. अमिताभ बच्चन बोलता है, मैं छोड़ा गंगा किनारे वाला हाई. He talks about Allahabad all the time, right? धर्मेंद्र हमेशा कहता है, मैं जट यमला पगला दीवाना. He talks about his जाट roots. तो जब ये सब अपने रूट के बारे बात कर सकता है, तो मैं क्यों नहीं बोल सकता हूं कि आई एम प्राउड टू बी अ तिपरासा. तो इस पॉलिटिकल मिमिक्री में भी एक आइडेंटिटी है. When Manmohan Singh writes a letter to the French Prime Minister saying that the turban should be protected, he's talking about his community as well, the Sikh community. So when I speak using this mimicry and I tell my people that these people, these famous stars, prime ministers, actors have spoken about the community, then, and they are not called communal, then why can't I say I am proud to be a Tiprasa? There is nothing wrong in speaking out for your people. You have sent your message through mimicry, through jokes, but yet the message which has gone through is extremely important. Be proud of who you are. And that's where I come back again in the end and I tell what Sushmita said. More than development, of course development is important, but your identity is paramount. If you do not have your roots to the ground, where is your development going to be? Mr. Imo Singh is a proud friend of mine. He's a proud Maitai and I love him because when I go to his house, I get the Iromba and the Sinju. I don't want to go to his house and have a butter chicken. That I can do it in Ludhiana. It is important to preserve his culture. It's the same way, Maj Bhat in Sushmita's place. It's Bhangoi in my place. Northeast is about different culture, different tribes, different facets. We have to protect that. We cannot become a melting point of one viewpoint. And that is what we are all scared about.
Very nice. Can we have a round of applause for the birthday boy, please? That was... Huh? He's trying for a post-poll alliance with the Congress. So therefore he's saying that I don't want to do Rahul. Is that true?
Arey bhaiya, chai pee lo bhaiya. We'll talk about Rahul later.
So Pradyut also said that Sushmita sings well, right? We saw from...
She dances very well, but we can't do that here. But she's got a great voice.
Great voice, no? Now dance I don't want to get into. But we saw from Mamata Banerjee, she sang really well, Sushmita. So now little bit you have to sing. Come on, you really charged up and egged on Pradyut. And if Didi can sing, then Sushmita can sing as well. Do you agree or not agree? See? Can we have a warmer round of applause? Aisa nahi hoga. If you want her to sing, we're not getting you to dance. Just like you saw Didi sing. She was so nice.
And I can't sing at all.
You can.
This is so mean, Pradyut.
Yeah. Pradyut said you sing very well. He'll also support and join you.
I wish we were fighting each other like the last panel rather than singing to each other.
No, but you guys are such good friends. How would you possibly do that? So, yes, please go for it. Pradyut, you said that you're a very talented musician yourself, so you will jump in and support her the moment she starts.
I think let the music be played before the 2023 election.
Hey, come on.
That's when we'll both sing the song.
No, come on. You can't give her an easy way out. Come on, little bit.
Rahul, I'm going to kill you.
No, don't kill me. I'll run the other side. Come on, please.
I'm going to literally, I think, recite it.
No, achhe se.
যদি তোর ডাক শুনে কেউ না আসে তবে একলা চলো রে. That's it.
Come on. I think as far as the sweepstakes go, Pradyut won this one. I don't know who will win in Tripura. Sushmita is also trying very hard. But you'd all agree that round goes to the birthday boy. Imo, we'll find out separately in Manipur what talent you have.
You're welcome to come over there. We're so happy that, Rajdeep came during the elections. And we're so happy, Rajdeep came during the elections. We're going to welcome you over there. Please.
We'll come
Manipur
to Tripura,
is beautiful.
And we'll play football with Pradyut.
Yes, we'll play football together.
Yeah, that should be nice.
But this football will be different from Khela Hobe.
So thank you so much for being such fantastic sports. It's good to see the fact that there were 3 ex-congressmen with some bonhomie and camaraderie now representing different political points. And no hostility. Yeah. So thank you so much, Imo, Pradyut and Sushmita for joining us here at the India Today East Conclave. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to our speakers. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is called Inspiring Interactions, Artistic Aspirations versus Commercial Concern. I'd request our session moderator, Reshmi Bagchi, anchor and associate editor, Aajtak Bangla, to come on stage and introduce our speakers. Mic is on. Our next session is called Balance of Power, the fine line between judicial overreach and executive inaction. I'd request our session moderator, Rajdeep Sardesai, consulting editor, to come on stage and introduce our speakers.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May I invite first my guests on the stage, starting with the senior most. Justice A.K. Ganguly, former Supreme Court judge, joins us. Please give him a very big hand. Come, Justice Ganguly. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah. This one. Thank you. Also with us is Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who really needs no introduction since every major case in the country at the moment seems to somewhere revolve around India's preeminent constitutional lawyer, Congress MP, author, and a man of many parts. Give him a very big hand, ladies and gentlemen. And my third guest is someone who currently is the Attorney General of Assam, so has an inside view into what happens in the relationship between the executive and the judiciary, because he's Attorney General of Assam. Devajit Saikia, Advocate General, welcome. And he's also a cricketer who played for East Zone at the same time as Saurav Ganguly as a wicketkeeper batsman. So the Rishabh Pant, long before Rishabh Pant, there was Mr. Saikia. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our next focus, which is the fine line between judicial overreach and executive inaction. With our focus particularly on the judiciary, I'm joined by Justice Ashok Ganguly of the Supreme Court, formerly of the Supreme Court, Dr. Abhishek Manu Singhvi, the country's leading constitutional lawyer and Congress MP, and Devajit Saikia, who's Advocate General of the Government of Assam. Thank you all very much for joining me. I'm going to start with the most contentious issue at the moment, which is the manner in which the judges have been making observations, especially in the Nupur Sharma case. Why don't you take it up, Dr. Singhvi, since you are at the moment in the heat of all that happens in the Supreme Court? Did the judges exceed their jurisdiction by making observations in the Nupur Sharma case of a kind that, according to critics of the judiciary, have virtually put her in the line of fire?
Let me make it pointed and short. The answer is no, Rajdeep. I see it a little differently than what you have been seen commenting on this issue. Whenever a litigant initiates an action in the Supreme Court, he takes a concomitant risk. The risk is that he's invoking the jurisdiction of the court, as Nupur Sharma was, for some relief. The risk he or she takes is that the court, while dealing with the matter in the course of questioning, eliciting the truth, giving their views, there is an interactive participatory process. Nobody, least of all the judges, claim it to be binding. Nobody, least of all the judges, say that what we are saying is a judgment. But you cannot, once you are the one who has invoked their jurisdiction, prevent them from participating and dealing with you and saying, look, and in Nupur Sharma's case, people forget this, we are dismissing your plea, which is based on the Arnab Goswami judgment, because we think that the Arnab Goswami judgment does not apply to you. For the following reasons, A, B, C, D. you set the country afire, you set this, etc. Now, this is a perfectly legitimate interactive process, and I think it is being distorted by suggesting that the court was at all intending to make binding observations. It doesn't bind any future thing. It doesn't affect Nupur Sharma's rights in a legal sense. Lastly, equally wrong is to then lampoon these judges, to stigmatize them, to attack them, to deal with them in social media, as partly in an academic sense Justice Pardiwala said in his lecture, because this is misunderstanding the process when you are arguing a matter. If you have such delicate toes and delicate fingers, then don't go to the Supreme Court.
So are you saying, therefore, it is not judicial overreach according to you? She and her loose tongue have set the entire country on fire. She has threat, or has she become a security threat the way she has ignited emotions across the country? Are these observations that do not constitute according to you
No, because they are
overreach?
saying that we are making these observations to dismiss your request. A request was to transfer all the matters on the basis of the Arnab Goswami judgment. So what the court is saying is that according to us, the Arnab Goswami judgment does not apply because we believe that you are disentitled to relief because you made inflammatory comments.
So you're saying explanations of a judgment should not qualify as judicial overreach. You agree with that, Justice Ganguly? Do you believe judges should be making these observations in highly sensitive matters, or just give the judgment?
Well, before answering this, may I say one thing? These days, what is happening is most of the oral observations are reported and not the order which is passed. That is an unfortunate way of reporting things, because what is reported is something which is sensational. You see, as I agree with Manu Singhvi, that the mere oral observation is not binding on anybody, because the judges' thinking process, judges were thinking aloud. They were there before passing any order. I can say from my experience, there has to be a thinking process which is reflected in the reasoning in the order. What is there in the reasoning of the order, that will bind, and that is never reported. But possibly in this case, I do not, correct me if I am wrong, the learned lawyer, Mr. Maninder Singh, was appearing for Mr. Sharma, Mrs. Nupur Sharma. That learned lawyer withdrew the petition, it was dismissed as withdrawn. The learned lawyer never risked the situation of getting an order, adverse order. But whatever has been observed by there is some truth in it.
But may I stop you for a moment? Because, you see, all of this comes on the back of, you said these were observations. There was a written order just a week before that in the Teesta Settlement case, where the judges say, people keep and Teesta Settlement was a co-petitioner in the case. The judges say people kept the pot boiling for ulterior design, and all those involved in this abuse of process should be in the dock and proceeded against as per law. This is in reference to the Gujarat 2002 case that she had raised. A day later, she gets arrested because the sense is the judges, in a case where I've gone as a petitioner, is now virtually not only dismissing the petition, but also virtually encouraging the police to go and arrest her, which is exactly what happened a day later.
This is very unfortunate. And on this, I have heard something said by Justice Lacour, one of the retired judges. And I entirely endorse his views. The judges should make it very clear whether they actually meant the arrest of Teesta. This kind of observation in a written judgment is very, very unfortunate, uncalled for, and without a precedent.
So you're making a distinction between the Teesta Settlement case, where you're saying because it was part of the written order, you are troubled by it. But in the case of Nupur Sharma, you're saying these are mere observations. They should not be seen, therefore, as judicial overreach. Am I correct?
Yes.
Yes, Dr. Singhvi.
I think your own example illustrates the vital difference. They were not only part of a written order, it's not merely the writing which matters. It was an essential part of the judgment. It's a 50-70 page judgment. An essential part is the para you read out. Now the reason it is objectionable is the following. First of all, the judges have a right to dismiss the claim filed by Mrs. Zakri. They have the right to say that it is unmeritorious. This para, A, is part of the main reasoning. It is not an observation. B, it goes far beyond by attributing motives to the initiation of the complaint. And C is the most important. Everybody knows it's the best kept, least kept secret that the government is raring to go at the leash to go against this person. These observations give the government the license to unleash a blitzkrieg of action against this person. The least the judges should then have done, and that's my fourth point, is to issue a clarification. They should have said, this para is not intended to be a license this way or that way about me going and arresting him or him arresting me.
You know, but Mr. Saikia, and you're with the Advocate General appearing for a government, part of the problem is the sense that these are seen to be increasingly political cases. And the moment judges enter and observe, make observations on political cases or pass written orders, it's a minefield out there. In a society that is polarized, the judges seem to be also getting trapped in the polarization that takes place. So on Teesta settlement, whatever our views on her are, tend to influence how we see the judgment. Similarly on Nupur Sharma.
That is the problem. Nowadays, it is the problem creates with the reporting. Now, the deliberations. Earlier, the final judgment is in the news. But nowadays, the deliberation between the judges and the lawyers, it comes into the newspaper rather than the judgment itself. The judges take a lot of questions to the lawyers to go to the root of the matter. If you take the example of during the COVID time, Madras High Court, they have put some questions and ultimately the Madras High Court opined that Election Commission of India is the murderer because of the spike in the COVID cases, which was not the case. In most of the other states, like in Maharashtra, there was no election. But even that, few states were having election, but the judges during the deliberation made a off-the-cuff remark. That is reported much more than what was finally the outcome of
So are you blaming the media for reporting the off-the-cuff remarks made by judges? Are you saying the media should only report the final judgment?
Exactly, because the judges want to know the mind and the root of the case, to know what exactly is the petitioner. Now, in this case of Nupur Sharma, she wanted that all the cases should be together. In that case, certain remarks were passed to know what exactly she was doing, and in that outcome, certain off-the-cuff remarks were made. And that was highlighted, and that is why I do not want to enter into the chain of the reactions, counter-reactions, overreactions, all these things. But the thing is that end of the day, we have to go by the pleadings and what was argued.
You know, because interestingly, taking off from what Mr. Saikia said, Justice Ganguly, we are in the age of social media. Even what a judge says today immediately becomes a trend, on Twitter. And suddenly the judges, their motives are questioned, and it becomes a much larger story possibly than it would be 10 or 20 years ago. 10 or 20 years ago, we didn't have social media. That's the point that Justice Pardiwala has made in the context of the Nupur Sharma case. Do you believe, therefore, judges are under greater pressure, or should the judges themselves be showing greater restraint when passing observations of what are seen of a sweeping nature, as in the Nupur Sharma case? Should they be more conscious that we are in this multimedia age in a manner that perhaps you were not when you were in the Supreme Court?
Well, I am reminded of a very famous remark by Lord Cecil, sober as a judge. You see? So judges should always exercise restraint. There is no doubt about that. And they should always be careful of the fact that these days reporting takes a different turn. And it is very difficult to restrain the reporters. They also have a fundamental right to report. But at the same time, reporters also have a responsibility to ensure that administration of justice does not suffer. Because many times there are judgments. One of the judgments was by the Honorable Justice, Chief Justice of Supreme Court. Justice, I forget his name, before Justice, he was the Chief Justice after Justice K.G. Balakrishnan. He is one of the finest judges. He has given a judgment balancing these two aspects, the importance of the case, the importance of fair trial, and the right of reporting. So that judgment strikes the balance that where the reporter should also maintain a restraint in the interest of fair trial, an interest which is a part of administration of justice, which is also very important in a democratic country.
You know, we're looking at the moment at the higher judiciary.
Yes.
But let me for a moment look at the lower judiciary. We've just seen what's happened in the case of Mohammed Zubair. This is someone who was arrested for a 4-year-old tweet by the police. Then the judgment apparently, or the order, extending his judicial custody by 2 weeks is apparently leaked to the media in advance. The police apparently leaks it. And the police has added fresh provisions with the result that he now faces not just charges of his tweet, but also under FCRA and for allegedly removing evidence. Is there a worry that what is true of the higher judiciary is even more amplified in the case of the lower judiciary? In the lower judiciary, the pressures today on the judges perhaps are even greater because they simply are in a are even closer in a way to the executive, or dare I say the criminal, the policing system. Yes, go ahead, Dr. Singhvi.
Rajdeep, there are 2 or 3 facets here. It's a mixed bag. Actually, in many cases, I personally believe the lowest judiciary, the trial courts, have acquitted themselves better than the High Court and the Supreme Court.
That's an important. You're saying the lower judiciary has acquitted itself better than the high courts.
You take an outstanding example of the Delhi riots. The trial courts have repeatedly come out in favor of free speech, in favor of better policing, in favor of fairness, in favor of prosecuting people irrespective of their affiliations or religion. Frequently, that has not been done by the higher courts, or the higher courts, worse still, have intervened to reverse that. And there are many judges, I don't want to take individual names. But we have to discuss a more structural thing. I mean, these are all examples you are giving.
Yes.
The real point is, Rajdeep, at least I make no bones about saying so, there has been, and you have to accept it, a certain climate of fear and hesitation created. And that has permeated also the judiciary, and that includes from the top to the bottom. There is hesitation. Secondly, the approach is that you forget that the process is the punishment. भाई अल्टीमेटली राजदीप छूट जाएगा, ये गलत केस है, इस केस में कोई तथ्य नहीं है तो ठीक हो जाएगा. But what about Rajdeep going through the process? The initiation is the problem, and that is what the courts fail to realize. They have to nip it in the bud. The courts have to not look upon justice only as a curative ex post facto thing, but start giving strictures, start making strong comments so that preventive justice starts happening. The police officer hesitates before he books you. Now just take Zubair, it's a sub judice case, so we should not talk much about it, but I mean a 4-year-old tweet, even assuming it is objectionable, can be dealt with without arrest of this kind.
So who's responsible? You just now said there is fear.
Yes.
You're suggesting the judges are almost afraid,
of course,
in a way of going against the executive.
I cannot, this is not a
You did not comment. Use the, but you said fear. Fear of whom?
Absolutely.
Fear of what?
No. There is an element of fear. There is an element of hesitation. There are transfers. There are cases where your promotions or your appointments are held back. There are any number of cases where, for example, in the same batch, the batch goes up for appointment. You make 2 categories out of it. You allow one, you keep back the other, and you appoint the next batch after 1 year, having made that batch lose 1 year of seniority. That's happening. The second,
I will press you again.
Absolutely.
You are saying something very serious. You are saying
and candidly and openly
of going on the wrong side of the executive.
Take for example the number of cases pending where, despite 2 7-judge judgments, a second recommendation is reiterated by the collegium. So I recommend him. His name goes, it is returned. I recommend him a second time. The judgments say that the executive has 0 power. I have written this more than 20 years ago, that if you were to issue a notice of contempt, not to the law minister but to the law secretary, in one case it would stop. Why are the judges not issuing a notice of contempt that after our second recommendation, how are you holding his name back? So I blame as much the judiciary as the executive. The executive will play this game, and I'm not talking politics, Rajdeep, it can be executive of any color. It will play this game, but the judges who have arrogated to themselves the power of the collegium should then have the accountability of the collegium that they should walk the talk till the last mile. And the last mile is saying, look, I've issued you a second recommendation. You have not done it for 6 months. I'm issuing a notice of contempt.
Mr. Saikia,
yes.
You agree with that? Do you
I
believe that?
I most humbly disagree with it, because recently, if you know, the Jignesh Mehwani's case in Assam.
Yes.
For a tweet, he was arrested by a police station of Barpeta. He filed an application for bail. The Chief Judicial Magistrate rejected his bail application, and it was challenged before the District and Session Judge. The District and Session Judge, only on the issue of bail, whether the bail was rightly rejected or it was not, gave a 29 pages judgment. and where he had crossed all his briefings. Nobody's case was that there should be a constitutional debate, there should be constitutional amendment. He went far ahead and said all the things against the running government, and including the democratic principles. 29 pages judgment in a simple application of bail, which was beyond the brief, neither it was argued nor it was in the pleadings. And this is just the reverse case in Jignesh Mewani's case in Assam. Ultimately, the Honorable Guwahati High Court has stated all the observations made in that 29 pages judgment.
No,
This is just the reverse, was my learned.
It's a reverse of what has happened in the very other cases, the Jignesh Mewani case, where he was picked up by the Assam police.
Exactly.
Late in the night from Gujarat, brought to Assam, then again fresh charges are made. He's moved from Kokrajhar to Barpeta.
So, separate. On the way, there's something.
You see, the question, the question, Mr. Saikia, is that when there is executive overreach,
it is not
when the executive is seen to be behaving in a manner that a citizen's rights are being denied to him or her, why should the judiciary not intervene?
No, the thing is different. Exactly, the thing is different. If the person who is arrested misbehaves with a lady police, whether the executive should be lie idle.
Many believe these charges of Jignesh Mewani was specious. The Assam government was under pressure to ensure he was kept in jail for a long time. This is precisely the problem.
It was a case of 10 to 15 days issue. How can it be?
No, suddenly new charges are added, or you have misbehaved.
New charges are added in a different police station, in a different district. On the way, he misbehaved. And
are you really defending Mr. Saikia as Advocate General what the Assam police did with Jignesh Mewani?
If you look at the sequence of events, 3 days after he was released from Assam, he was convicted in Gujarat for 2 years.
That's in another case.
That is another case. So that means that person is not having a very clean record.
No, I just want to say one thing.
You know, the Assam police, by the way, arrested Jignesh Mewani in Assam because someone in Kokrajhar filed a complaint that they were upset with the tweet that he had made against the Prime Minister.
In Kokrajhar, but while in Kokrajhar, he was taken on the way in Barpeta, he misbehaved with a lady police.
Okay.
No, you are asking an unenviable question of my friend. He was the Advocate General perhaps then. Or,
no, he is the Advocate General.
No, at that time also, and he has to defend that case, so that's an unfair question to ask him. But let me tell you 3 facts about Mewani's case. 1, he is picked up from an Assam complaint from Gujarat and taken there. 2, he is actually given bail, and let me accept my friend's comments about the fact that the judges made, the trial court judge made a lot of comments.
Yes.
The High Court stated those comments, but the High Court did not deny bail on either of the charges. The High Court, including the trial court and the High Court, both found that the second charge was equally baseless, the woman police officer's harassment, and he got bail. Now there cannot be a more blatant example of a cooked up case. I'm not talking about, individual states, etc. The point is not that. The point is, so in the Mewani case, he got bail, the court did justice. What has the court done to send out a message which stops this happening again and again? Because Mewani is not punished finally. Mewani is punished by those 15 days. The process is the punishment. The court must realize that they must ensure that the process is not repeated every time by giving preventive strictures or strong remarks about police officers who must then hesitate. How long it took for the Chief Justice bench of the Supreme Court to stop sedition? Suppose they had done what they did on sedition at least 1 year earlier. Can you imagine the kind of cases, Rajdeep, on which sedition is filed? I can genuinely tell you that now any of us tweets, we genuinely think twice whether this could be seditious.
No, the point I'm making is that there seems, Dr. Singhvi, to be no consistency. For example, there is a case of Tejinder Singh Bagga. He's a BJP leader who the Punjab police comes to his house to pick him up because he has allegedly passed remarks against the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal, and now there is an AAP government in Punjab. Eventually the court sits at midnight to give him relief, to give him protection. So in one case, protection, the court will go out of its way to ensure protection as it should. In other cases, the person will spend weeks in jail. We had a case in Maharashtra where a woman actor has made certain comments about Sharad Pawar. She has spent 31 days or 41 days in jail in judicial custody for remarks that she made about Mr. Pawar. Now, my worry therefore is that the notions of free speech become selective. When there is a Maharashtra government, the moment the government has changed, the police have said, yes, we were wrong in arresting her. I mean, if the police, is the police the problem, which is working under the instructions of the executive, and therefore, because the police has no independence, we'll have more and more such cases in the country.
What is sauce for the goose is sauce for the gander. You will have more, if the ruling party does egregious blunders, you will have unfortunate reactions from state governments, and I would condemn both.
No, in this state, we've had a YouTuber, Mamata Banerjee, claimed she had no knowledge of it. The fact is a YouTuber was arrested and brought from Goa to Kolkata because of comments that he had made about Mamata Banerjee. So I'm saying this seems to be, it's a disease that seems to be spreading, Dr. Singhvi, right across. You're a politician also. Are the politicians the problem?
No,
that you want to settle your scores and then you use the police to settle scores.
There is no doubt that politics is the root of this, but it is very ivory towerish to think that the police will not do it or politicians will not do it. I think there has to be consistency. The crucial missing element here is consistency of judicial verdicts. If there is a pan-India broad consistency of judicial verdicts, it will stop within 1 month. Problem is that we don't have consistency of judicial verdicts even at the High Court and Supreme Court level.
You agree with that, Justice Ganguly, that there is a lack of consistency, and the fact is bail, not jail, is a well-established principle, and yet you've got people for comments, for tweets, being put in jail for a month, for 40 days. In this case, in Zubair's case, for a 4-year-old tweet. In Ketki Chitle's case, because she made a comment about Mr. Pawar, a 2-year-old case is raked up and she's put in jail.
Well, I would say that judiciary should be much more vigilant in protecting individual liberty and freedom of speech. I cannot make comments on individual cases, but this is something where the judiciary is, I think, is slightly not discharging its duty properly. I shall tell you, I mean, for a particular view of a learned judge, you see, it happened in Bombay. You might be knowing. A learned judge acquitted an elderly person on the ground that without a skin-to-skin contact, there can't be any conviction under POSCO. Mm-hmm. That was judgment of a learned High Court judge. You may take a different view. That judgment can be overruled. But for taking that view, the tenure of that judge was not extended. And she had to resign. I mean, she goes back to the post of a district judge. This is unfortunate. For taking a view, which may be a possible view, which may be a view with which we do not agree, but there is executive pressure, and unfortunately the judges succumb to it.
No, but how do you ensure consistency in judgment? You're saying that we must ensure protection of individual liberties. I think we all agree with that.
Yes.
But when judges do not do so, and are consistently not doing so in state after state, I start wondering.
One of the, if I may say so, one of the very signal illustration is that Ajodhya High Court judgment. You see, you have seen a mosque standing there for ages. In 92, the mosque was demolished. The whole Supreme Court said in Ismail Farooqi case, that's an act of national sin. Now demolish it, and thereafter by a long-winded judgment without much reasoning, you hold that on that place will come up the temple. I think that is very great respect to the Honorable Supreme Court. I've said that before also. This is a total misreading of constitutional provision on freedom of religion. That is the beginning. If this can happen with Supreme Court, and you find the learned judges of the Supreme Court who delivered the judgment, nobody gave his name. Nobody ventured to say that I am the author of the judgment. But you have heard the Honorable Chief Justice saying that for delivering the judgment, the learned judges went for a dinner, they dined and
you're right. You're absolutely right.
And the judges could not put their names, which is very unfortunate. I have also some experience of being a judge for 18 years in High Court and Supreme Court. This has never happened.
No, but you tell me, you're critical of the Ayodhya judgment. Look at it from the court's
very good reasons.
Look at it from the court's point of view. Here is an issue which has been simmering for years, for decades. The executive is unable to resolve it, unable to find a solution to it. What do the judges do? What should the judge? Are we saying that the judges, therefore, whenever there is these sensitive political cases, should step out and say, look, you resolve it. Let Parliament resolve it. Why should we get into it in the first instance? Is that what you're saying?
No, I say the judges should be true to their oath. The oath is to uphold and abide by the Constitution. When you're asking what the judges should do, the judges should be true to their oath in the real sense of the term. They must uphold the Constitution regardless of who is there.
The limited point I'm making is that do you believe that given the fact that more and more politically sensitive cases now come to the highest judiciary, those cases in which you have one view on the Ayodhya judgment, there'll be another judge who has a completely different view to you. Now, given the polarized atmosphere in which this country exists at the moment, should judges be very, very careful in such cases and say, look, we are not going to rule on whether there is we are not going to rule on whether on the temple mosque issue. That is for civil society. That is for the executive to settle. Please don't bring these judgments to, don't bring these issues to the court. Should they say that? Should they say, look, whether the Gyan Vapi mosque was a mosque, whether there was is a mosque, whether it's a temple, invariably the moment I pronounce on it, I am getting into very, very dangerous territory.
Look, Rajdeep, I don't think I don't think anybody is saying the judges should avoid issues. On the contrary, avoiding issues for judges is bad and wrong. Personally, I would say, one, judges have to show that they are not influenced externally or intrinsically by the ambience created around them by A, the media, and B, clearly by apparent or real government pressure. Now, we all know, it's like an elephant. You may not be able to define an elephant, but when you touch it, you know it's an elephant. You can pinpoint many, many cases where you get the feel that this is done because they believe that there is a political angle and it's easier to take the easy way out. And that is happening increasingly, whether it is happening because of fear, whether it is happening because of dossier raj, whether it is happening because of an overall climate is a larger issue. And I also believe that in such matters, the compulsion to conform is the biggest inhibitor of free speech or independent judicial thinking. The compulsion to conform is a compulsion created by external forces like the media. You will say what the media thinks should be said or is right, not what is necessarily right. So that compulsion to conform or political pressure has to be eschewed completely. And lastly, I think it's the contextual thing. Take, for example, Ayodhya. And I'm certainly not speaking of Ayodhya judgment. That's a done deed. It's done and dusted. I'm not even talking of the merits, as Justice Ganguly has talked. But a correct judgment, a fully valid judgment, and I think there are lots of issues on which people will disagree with Ayodhya, can still be put under the cloud and suspicion because of the context surrounding it. What happened after the judgment to the presiding judge who was part of that bench? What, does it not lead to unnecessary question mark because of the context of how you behave, how you conduct yourself? So that is what creates a problem for the judiciary.
You know, but the part of the problem, Mr. Saikia, is the fact that, and I'll give you a list of cases today which are seen as judicial overreach. Ban on Diwali crackers. Citing pollution is decided by judges in this country will decide whether I can play crackers or not. Banning the use of private vehicles after 10 to 15 years. Cancelling telecom licenses, Supreme Court even in India deciding on allegations of corruption, match fixing, deciding there will be a Lodha panel which is appointed which will then decide how cricket is to be administered in this country. They decide on the height of dams. Every issue goes to the judiciary today and the judges are more than happy to have an expanded scope of judicial review. You agree with that or not? Or should they be limiting the scope of judicial review and saying, look, we are not going to get into issues whether firecrackers should be banned or not. The executive must decide that.
That is where precisely we have to look into it. If we look at the constitutional scheme of things, the thing is very clear. Whose role is to lay the law? It is the legislature, implementation, the executive, and finally the honorable judges have to interpret the law and its implementation. Now look at the case of Lodha committees. Whatever recommendation they have given, ultimately it has all diluted. Today nothing is there. And Honorable Supreme Court, while dealing with the Lodha committee's case, has finally diluted the basic law which was prevailing under which the BCCI was registered, the Tamil Nadu Society's registration, or the Delhi DDCA. It is under the company's law. A new constitution has brought into force and nothing is working now, and again a review application is pending before the Honorable Supreme Court. Have you seen any changes in the BCCI? You will not see. If you take the example of national anthem
No, in fact, a judgment has been reserved on the continuance of Saurav Ganguly and Jai Shah. Even though their terms are over, it continues. The Supreme Court has reserved the judgment for 18 months.
I stand you corrected. The final judgment was delivered 2019, 8th or 10th of August. Thereafter, a fresh review application is going on.
That's right.
And series after series, the case is continuing. Adjournment, some sort of hearing had also taken place. But finally, the review application is still pending as on date. The thing is that till now, Lodha Committee's original recommendation, and prior to that, Mudgal Committee's report, what was there in the Mudgal Committees? Basically, everybody wanted that the corruption in BCCI, the mass fixing, and whether it should be under RTI. All these things.
No, should the judges be getting into this space at all?
Absolutely. This is where
they should be getting. They should monitor.
They should not.
They should stay away.
They should not run the sports body. We already have a sports code in place.
Because I'll give you another. You're saying legislation should be left to the legislature.
Exactly.
That
is the scheme of the constitution.
Sure, but Dr. Singhvi is in Parliament. The fact is, look at what happened in Parliament with the Farmers' Law. Parliament passes the Farmers' Law. There is an agitation. Eventually, the judiciary steps in and says, we are putting a stay on this law for 2 years. Is this the job of the judges? Are the judges, the worry that I have, Dr. Singhvi, and I'll then come to Dr. Ganguly, is the worry that judges are playing God, and we are more than happy to allow them to play that because the executive has failed in its responsibility, and so has the legislature. Executive inaction and legislative failures are leading to judges playing God.
There is no doubt that India has the most humongous judicial review, as they used to say about the British Parliament, that short of declaring a man to be a woman or a woman to be a man, the British Parliament can do everything. I think it applies more aptly to Indian judiciary, short of doing that. But what is the systemic point behind what rightly my friend said here and what rightly you said? What is the systemic point? The systemic point is there is no consistency. It comes back to the same point. We joke that there are now 16 courtrooms in the Supreme Court, but there may be 32 Supreme Courts functioning.
16 courtrooms?
But there may be not one Supreme Court, but 32 Supreme Courts functioning, or maybe at least 22 Supreme Courts functioning. Do you know the variation? I once jocularly told Justice Pathak that if I was to make a hypothetical exam question and circulate it as a putative SLP amongst all the benches, you might get 7 different results. Now, the reason is that when different people speak with different voices, the strength is diluted and there is no effect. Secondly, we do not have post-decisional social or statistical audits. You do a CNG crusade in the Supreme Court. After 5 years of that judgment, you don't do a statistical audit in Delhi or elsewhere. I'm giving an example to see whether it has been beneficial, to what extent is it beneficial, to what extent are the disadvantages.
Should judges be audited? Should their judgments be audited? No, should their judgments be looked at?
For PILs, the post-decisional ground audit must be there statistically. And third is the clawback. There are any number of judgments, and you rightly gave the example of the sports case, where the judgment comes from a very high platform, from the mountaintop. And then immediately thereafter by successive benches, when Justice Ganguly has retired, my bench, when I have retired, his bench, will claw back, dilute. Either don't give the Ganguly judgment. If you give the Ganguly judgment, stand by it and reinforce it. The problem is that different benches are, now this is exactly what is happening in the cricket matter. There is a complete clawback. So these are the all elements of lack of consistency which actually weakens the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court being an exemplar, an apex body, it weakens the whole judicial system, and weakening the judicial system means that everybody, it's jungle out there, every trial court can do what they like, every high court can do what they like.
You want to respond to that? I mean, look at even in the Gujarat riots case. In 2004, judges pass observations like Nero was fiddling while Rome is burning. Today, 18 years later, the petitioners are being accused of keeping the communal pot boiling. This is, in a way, the same Supreme Court, which changes its mind as governments seem to change, or changes its mind as the ecosystem, to use a word that the BJP likes to use at the moment, keeps changing. Is that true? That judges are being influenced by what is happening around them, Justice Ganguly?
Well, as a former judge, it is very difficult for me to accept that judges are influenced by the changing political scenario. I will never say yes to this question of yours. But you see, you ask me the question why the Supreme Court has become demigod. Why? You see, there is a declining matter of confidence of people, both in the executive and in the legislature. You are talking of the BCCI thing. May I just remind you of one thing? As far as I remember, there was an election about BCCI presidency. And one side was Mr. Sharad Pawar, and the other side was Mr. Dilip Vengsakar, a former captain and a very renowned cricketer. I don't know anything about the cricketing skills of Mr. Sharad Pawar. But Sharad Pawar won, and Mr. Vengsakar lost. These are the reasons. These are the reasons why people lose faith in the efficacy of this system. And they go look up to judiciary.
No, but why should the judiciary step in? If Sharad Pawar has won his election as BCCI president, you don't like the idea that Sharad Pawar has lost to Dilip Vengsakar?
No.
You
as
put
against
in certain...
whom? As against whom? It's a cricketing body. It's a sports organization. And
But is it the job of judges to administer a sports
may not be
body?
so, but that is the reason why things are put before the judges. And whether judges, whether there is overreach or whether there are some excessive interference with the functioning of the body, these are matters of argument.
But you made a point just now.
But you see, more and more cases, you just think of the Ayodhya case, not this one. Previous Ayodhya case, when that thing happened, when the masjid was demolished, what did the central government do? They asked for a presidential reference and asked the Supreme Court to decide what? Whether there was a Hindu structure beneath the mosque. Can the court decide it? But they shifted the burden to the judiciary, passed on the buck. And of course the judiciary did the right thing by refusing to answer that presidential reference.
But that's exactly what also happened, isn't it, Dr. Singhvi, which you cleverly avoided in the case of the farm legislation. The government was worried that these farm protests are taking place. What do? We tell the Supreme Court, try and ensure that the matter is deferred in a way for 2 years by saying, put a stay on the...
I agree. I don't avoid the question at all. I made a comment then contemporaneously. See, I don't know what the truth is, but the Supreme Court has to manage perceptions about it also. The clear perception at the time of that order was that the Supreme Court is giving a breather or a window to the government to try and quieten things down because they were reaching a peak. Now, the way the court did it was by two errors. Error one, it stayed a legislation, which is rarely done on the first or second date after it. It's never done, in fact. Second, while staying it, it gave a direction that you shall negotiate, you shall talk. Third, it created virtually, it did not do it directly but indirectly, a committee of sorts to do that. Now, this was actually a left-handed gift to the government, but it was totally beyond the law. Now, when you put your hand in the thicket of a beehive, which is a political beehive, then you are bound to get bitten by bees.
You know, therefore, in conclusion, Mr. Saikia, while issues like sports bodies, the Supreme Court is more than happy to intervene. On issues that really consider civil, individual liberties or major issues of public importance, electoral bonds, that matter keeps dragging on for years. Article 370, people, including politicians, are arrested for months on end. People have been arrested under UAPA. Activists, habeas corpus cases. People have been arrested for months on end. The court won't intervene. So, it appears again that the court is very, very selective and politicized. Is the court politicized today?
I would answer it in a different way. Now, most of the time is used for this kind of issues. Basically, we are leaving the main issues to be addressed. When the Honorable Court is taking so much of time in taking these political issues, which actually should be addressed by the public in the ballot war, not in the court. So while taking the issue, like take the example of national anthem, so much time was used for directing that the cinema halls should have the national anthems and all. How can you implement it? It is diluting all the laws which are governing the flag and all. The now thing is that all this confrontation between legislature, executive and the judiciary will take a normal solution if everybody restricts their position as per their domain given by the constitution. The framer of the constitution are very clear.
But if also each institution does not abuse the process of the constitution, the problem at the moment is because the executive
now
is being
suppose
accused of abusing
I
the
take one thing. Suppose the Honorable Supreme Court is not giving the proper judgment. Who will judge the Honorable Judiciary?
Let me leave that as the final question. Who will judge the judges? Justice Ganguly, who will judge the judges? You judge everyone else. Who will judge you?
The people of this country.
No, how will we judge you?
Of course you can.
They are not accountable to anybody.
Of course you can. I mean,
They're not accountable to anyone.
No. They are accountable. There are impeachment procedures, and that is taken up by Parliament.
Very Herculean task.
Yeah, Herculean task.
No. You don't say they are not accountable.
Okay.
They are accountable.
Let me give Dr. Singhvi the final word. Who will judge the judges?
There's no easy answer. The Supreme Court is not final because it is right. It is right because it is final. Ultimately, judges are judged first and foremost by their conscience, second by the bar of public opinion, third by the bar which practice before them. And a combination of all three, let me tell you at the end of the day, there have been judges who have done blunders, who have done errors. They have never gone down in history as judges you remember. Some great judges have, and judges who have stood by their conscience and by their oath, as we said just a while ago, have always shone. And that's a retrospective judgment of history, which you have to live by. You cannot have a Supreme Court, as they said, if you have a Supreme Court above the Supreme Court, 50% reversals would be there. You can't keep on having upper levels.
Okay, let's leave it on that. Maybe there is a need for judges to look within at their conscience and indeed the executive and possibly the legislature. Am I asking for too much? Am I being overly idealistic in the times in which we live? But for now, for this very, very enlightening discussion, Mr. Saikia, Dr. Singhvi, Justice Ganguly, appreciate you joining us at the India Today Conclave. Give them a big hand, ladies and gentlemen. That was most fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you to all our speakers. Thank you, Rajdeep. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, it's called Inspiring Interactions, Artistic Aspirations versus Commercial Concern. I'd request our session moderator, Reshmi Bagchi, anchor and associate editor, Aajtak Bangla, to come on stage and introduce our speakers.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We had a power-packed day today, some wonderful sessions and extraordinary speakers. Well, the session that we are going to have now is extremely engaging. Why, I'm going to tell you, but before that, let me call upon stage the esteemed guests that we have today for this session. Maybe please call upon stage Mr. Utpal Borpujaria, please. The first one to come, can we have a good round of applause for all of them? Thank you so much. We have Mr. Neelamadha Panda with us. Thank you so much for joining us. It's Mr. Kapil Bora joins us next, and Porish Maiti, Porish Da. Please come on stage. Thank you so much. Please have a seat. Well, as you all know, Mr. Utpal Borpujaria, he's a national award winner. Please have a seat, sir. And a filmmaker and a critic, Mr. Neelamadha Panda, an eminent filmmaker. We have
Kapil Bora, he's an eminent actor, anchor and a theatre personality, and of course Padma Shri, Parish Maite, and prolific painter and artist. So the one that we are going to discuss now is something which I was telling everybody. It's very engaging. Why? It's relevant today. It was relevant yesterday. It is going to be relevant tomorrow. Why? Because we are going to discuss about artistic aspirations versus commercial concern. Now, this is one thing, sir. If I may begin with you, Utpalda, as I was told that, like in Bengali, we, like say da with the name. So it's okay if I tell you Utpalda.
In
right?
Assam also, same thing.
In Assam also it happens. But before we get into the topic, I just heard that both of you, Mr. Banda, and you, both of you went for an amazing Bengali cuisine lunch today. You had a wonderful lunch today, yeah?
Yeah, thanks to Madhav actually.
Okay.
He discovered this place.
Yeah.
And while I was coming from the airport, he messaged me, I'm waiting for you at the restaurant. You just drop your luggage and come there.
And you had a wonderful lunch. So do you taste Ilish because it's the rainy season?
Yes,
And
That's all I was looking for. The moment I landed here, I was looking for that.
But I was telling him that we might miss the session because after that lunch we need to, have a
relax
siesta.
a bit.
Yeah.
But that's okay. Good food is always good mood at the same time, isn't it?
Don't be rude. Sleep a bit, not relax.
That's great. So, if I may ask you, Utpalda, did you get this this formula working? That how do you do it? Is it the creative freedom is important for you, or the commercial side is equally important? Is there a balance that you have maintained till date, or there must be a little more time to attain that? What is your take on it?
Actually, I think Madhav would be in a better position to answer that, or maybe Kapil, because they have the years of experience working in film industry, or maybe Mr. Maiti, because he has been, painting for years. I have been a critic, and then I switched over to filmmaking in the last 10 years.
Right.
But what I have seen and I have experienced is that I think, first of all, it's your own creative vision that needs to be fulfilled, because only good art is sustainable even commercially.
Right.
Sometimes immediately you might not have the returns, so to say, the returns as in the commercial returns. But we know many famous artists in the past, from Vincent van Gogh to Picasso, even to Ritwik Ghatak. During their lifetime they didn't earn anything, but their work is now earning so much. MF Hussain, Akbar Padamsi, their paintings sell for, crores and crores of rupees. 8 crore, 10 crore kind of figures. So I think you have to be true to what you do, creatively.
Absolutely.
Only then it will become, long-term art. Otherwise, if you are looking, cinematically speaking, if you are looking at just the weekend collection, first Friday to Sunday collection, that will keep happening and that will keep dying also. There will be a new one to break the record. But artistically, it will, if you want to sustain after 20 years, 50 years, who will you remember? I think that is more important as a creative person.
Okay. So, my question is to you, Mr. Nilamadha Panda. So, on one hand, art and craft gives us this freedom to express, to see, to touch, to create an universe. But on the other hand, there is always a clock ticking and reminding us that, creativity also has a value. And value doesn't always indicate money, but if you want to sustain, if you want to do good work, you need a support, economic support. So, is it always a conflict between these two, creativity and commerce? Doesn't go hand in hand?
Look, imagine a world without dance, music, cinema, painting.
Right.
Human is the probably only creature who expresses, because you have a brain, you have a soul to feel. After the whole day of politics, policy, law and order, what you had is entertainment. But the topic which we are discussing is a little depressing, Why I'm saying depressing, I don't know why after all these ages we still have this debate of, value, aspiration, or commerce.
Right.
Everything is commerce, because how does your home runs then for the artist who has been working day and night? All we do is, because it's only cinema which makes money, because it's entertainment. But if all these art forms are not there, the world will be a dull place. So after the whole day, you need little entertainment, So like food, cloth, we need entertainment. Any form. But except cinema, there was a time when we said there used to be make art house cinema. It becomes parallel cinema, then world cinema.
Right.
My first film itself, when I made for good 1 year, I was holding the film and there was no taker. They said it's art house cinema. So today, I proved to the fact that that film made 300% profit.
Right.
Almost like a 1.5 crore film made 30 crore. And why it happened? Because, I was lucky that I study a small course in IIM Bangalore, creative entrepreneurship. But nevertheless, I'd become a salesman to sell the film. So more than making the film, importance was how I'm selling. And which is what we do in cinema. But that's not only the point.
Yeah.
If you see any other form of artist, last time I said in Odisha also, when you do a play, there are a lot of plays happening. When you do a classical dance form, it's all either government funded or some CSR funded. Why we still not self-sustainable? So it's very important, whatever creative expressions we do, there has to be a tag. That should not insult us. There are many people comes and defend that, why we selling art? I always ask, who pays your bill?
Right.
Somebody has to pay.
Absolutely. And which is why probably, Porishda, if you see that when you are creating something and then, of course, you want it to reach people. It's not that you are creating something, a masterpiece, and, you won't exhibit. So you actually want it to reach more and more people. People should know about it. So there comes the commerce part. It's not always that, okay, I'm making something and the producers are not, paying me properly. In your case, maybe you have done something extraordinary, but you cannot showcase. So there has to be a balance. I mean, both ways. Like the people who are the financiers, they need you, and you need them by your side. Right.
See, in the past, I would say that creative inspiration is the ultimate goal. First and foremost. Because if you are thinking that commercial aspiration, then I think you will not be able to create any good art. It has to be, you should be like a child, not thinking of anything, no preconceived ideas and thoughts. That you want to just create a piece of art.
Right.
Means you really worship Saraswati. Then the Lakshmi follows. But you cannot combine the both. As you know, the Lakshmi and Saraswati does not, sit together.
Right.
So it is very important from your love, passion, emotion, deepest emotion, you must just think of creating a good piece of art and artistic inspiration without thinking. But that comes later, and if that comes, that commercial, not aspiration. Commercial, it follows, it is a bonus. That will support what you are creating, but that comes later on. But if somebody is thinking, yes, it will, I will exhibit there, it will be in that museum, people will appreciate, but then I don't think that any filmmaker or any artist or anybody would be able to make a masterpiece in this world.
Right.
Picasso never thought, Van Gogh never thought, he died without even a penny. You think of today Indian artist, Gaitonde. In his funeral, there was no money even.
Right.
You think of his price today. So it is ultimately the fully, not 100%, 1000%, it is the creative inspiration.
Absolutely. The creative aspirations comes first, as Porishda is mentioning before us. I would like to know your views, Mr. Kapil Bora, that, there was this time when 100 crore was like quite a big deal for us. And then came 300 crore, 500 crore, now it's 1,000 crore films. So on one hand, this is this league of 1,000 crore. And on other hand, there are independent film makers like Madhav Da or Utpal Da, and many others in Bengal also. As we all know that Satyajit Ray, when he was making Pather Panchali, it actually took 2.5 years for him to make the film, and that too, draining all his investments or whatever he had, and even borrow money from relatives. So it was always a struggle. But in today's world, do you feel that it's quite an opposite picture? On one way, it's 1,000 crore, and other way, people are struggling to get a financier and to exhibit the film.
Well, that's the glaring example you'll find in Assam. Let me speak in the context of the Assamese film industry, because that is where I'm familiar with. So this conflict, this issue of creativity versus commerce has been since time immemorial. You know, the artists always wondered that this is something I'm passionate about. How do I show it? How do I present it to the world so that it becomes, something which attracts people to the theaters? But you know, since 1935 is the year when Assamese film started with Jyoti Prasad Agarwala's Joymoti, and since then, I'm going to take a few names, people like Pani Sharma, Harbeshwar Chakraborty, Dr. Bhamindranath Hoikia, Jahanu Borua, Brojen Borua, Podum Borua, Biddu Chakraborty, Sanjiv Hajrika, Dr. Hantona Bordloi, Manju Bora. All these are great big names of Assamese cinema, you know, and they have made films in Assam just because they were passionate about cinema. Just because they wanted to tell the stories which they felt should be seen by the people in the whole world. And they made films which also they made a mark in the international arena as well. So what was the reason behind these people making those films? It was not just the commerce. It was that urge, that innate feeling of creativity which was there within them, which forced them to make these films. And there have been instances where, you know, filmmakers have mortgaged the jewelry of their wives and mortgaged property to make films, to finance their films. There was this one great filmmaker called Podum Borua who made a wonderful film called Gonga Silone Paki way back in the 70s, even long time back. And he just made one film, Utpala Knows. It's a wonderful film. It's available on YouTube. And it did make a mark for itself in the international arena as well. But he never got the chance or the opportunity to make another film in his lifetime. And he died, he passed away without making another film. And that film is still very timeless and a wonderful film to watch and, you know, experience. So I think in Assam particularly, what has really motivated filmmakers and people of cinema is their undying passion and need for creative satisfaction. But yes, now young filmmakers are coming around, and they also understand the commerce part of it, and so they're thinking of ways to, take their films to the new generation so that they come to the theaters, you know. So those things are also happening. I think we have to somehow strike a balance, not for the need to make money out of the films, but for the need to make more films out of the film we make, so that one film we make makes a profit, so that we can move on to another project. Exactly. Not just to make money out of it, but just to make more films out of one film that you make.
That's a wonderful way of saying, yes, Madhutta.
Can I add on to something
please.
what Parishda said is, with, creativity for any artist, without say the person comes with that, there is no second thought on that. Nobody ever thinks that whether this will sell or not. I mean, in cinema, we're lucky today that we have so many platforms like Netflix, Amazon, whoever. But when you have a story or idea or a pitch, it's not about that money, but you have that kind of conviction, which is why they pay you money.
Right.
So that's your creativity. Whereas in other form, whereas painting or classical dance or a sculpture, we still not ready to have that kind of a support system to these artists, like artist agency or see what UK does, From lottery money, they put all the support to all kind of artists. And they consider this as a creative economy. So if you see India, if you start calculating and creating that, we have a huge creative economy out here, beyond cinemas.
Okay, so do you feel, Utpal, that, gone are those days of, like the Kapoors and Khans and, Kumars? Do you feel that it is more, like Ayushmann Khurranas or Rajkumar Rao's, which is relevant today? Do you feel that gone are those, larger than life image? Though I know there has been, Triple R, there has been Pushpa in our film industry. But for a longer time, Indian cinema was only been understood as Bollywood, Hindi movies. But now, yes, the South Indian films are doing so well. But are we doing well, whether it's Bengali film, whether it is Oriya film, whether it's Assamese film? Are we doing that well? No. So, do you feel that, okay, now it should shift from Hindi films and the other film industries should come up and actually, we can actually get together and shoulder the Indian cinema's future?
Yeah, see, I think all kinds of cinemas would coexist. I mean, like you said, the Bollywood, I don't agree with the term Bollywood because it's, but
Hindi,
it's Hindi cinema.
Huh.
But I think they will all coexist. Like now, suddenly we have the southern cinema, like we say, Kannada cinema, KGF, Telugu cinema, Pushpa, RRR, Bahubali 1 and 2. They are the biggest of the lot now.
Absolutely.
I mean, they are even bigger, much bigger than what so-called Bollywood is.
True.
So that is where I think the so-called regional cinema, again, regional is a derogatory term because we are all Indian cinemas in various languages. So I think there is a huge potential for every language. Only thing is that we have to find out how to market it. Like Madhav was saying, that there has to be in cinema especially because cinema involves a huge investment, unlike, painting or a poet where one individual can create a piece of art at the seclusion of his or her home. But cinema involves a huge number of people, technology, lot of manpower.
Right.
So you need to recover that investment. And for that, I think all kinds of cinemas, I'll give you the example. One extreme is, of course, this RRR or Pushpa, Bahubali kind of films. Other extreme is an Assamese film called Village Rockstars, which was India's entry into Oscars. It was made for just about 10 lakh rupees. And Rima Das, the director, she produced it, she directed it, she was the cinematographer, she was the editor, everything, and she shot in a village. And nobody expected it to do any commerce, I mean, beyond the festival circuit. But when it was released, it did a business of more than 1 crore rupees in Assam. I mean, it was totally unexpected for that kind of film.
Absolutely.
Then we have recent filmmakers like Bhaskar Hazarika who made Kathanodi, where Kapil plays one of the pivotal roles. Kathanodi was a big hit. It also did very well. It won the national award, went to many festivals. Then Amis, which is streaming on Sony Live, which is another, which caught the attention because of its extreme nature of its subject, but it also did well. I mean, in each language, there are films which are doing very well.
Absolutely.
And especially during the last 2 years, during the pandemic, when we were all inside our homes, the OTT platforms actually exposed the general audience to all kinds of cinema. Earlier, those kind of films were only restricted to, people who would visit festivals.
Right.
But now you can watch everything sitting at home, whether it's Malayalam cinema, Marathi, Bengali, or any film. So the audience has evolved, actually, I would say, immensely evolved.
This is very important.
So that is where the whole potential of, marketing of films has also, expanded, I would say. But having said that, I think there is still a problem area as far as the OTTs go, or the acceptance of films made in so-called smaller languages, smaller as in the number of people speaking them, because some of the OTTs do not take films which are made in those smaller, so-called smaller languages, and OTTs which take those films, they don't promote them. So unless you individually know that this film exists in this particular platform, that film would never show up on your, on your to-watch film.
Right.
So that film suffers. Finally, it's for the namesake, it's on a big platform, but nobody knows about it. So there, again, that so-called algorithm that works on the OTT platforms has, I think, has to evolve
there
further.
Should be promotions also.
Yeah,
for
for
that kind of films.
Yeah, I think so. So that's one important aspect. And also, since I also make documentary films, I would like to mention one particular film which I made. It's called Memories of a Forgotten War. It's produced by Mr. Subimal Bhattacharjee, who is sitting there. We shot the film in Northeast India, in Delhi, in Japan, in UK. It was on the survivors of Second World War, the battles which were fought in, in Manipur and Nagaland. So we actually made the war veterans from both the countries, as well as people who had witnessed those battles in Manipur and Nagaland, in the interiors, most interior of the villages. That film we have, I strongly believe it's on one smaller platform, but I think that film has got, like when you talk about commercial potential, it has got potential for next 50 years because it's an academic kind of film, and there is a huge amount of interest for Second World War. If you go anywhere else, Second World War is a huge point of interest. And since I am sitting in Kolkata, I must say this, that we were lucky enough to actually shoot inside Renkoji temple, where Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose's ashes, purported ashes, are supposed to be enshrined there. No, not even still photography is allowed inside.
But you shot there.
We shot inside. We were so lucky. I don't know why they permitted us. We just went to the temple. We made a request. They had a long meeting for about 2 hours, speaking in Japanese, the whole temple committee.
Yeah.
And we were, like Subimal and I were sitting and yawning, and we didn't understand what a single word what they say.
You
Then
have been
said,
the
okay,
luckiest, probably.
yeah, okay, you shoot. And we have visuals which are like really unprecedented.
Goosebumps.
Yeah. So I think that kind of film also has got huge commercial potential if it gets the platform,
Right. So there comes my next question to both of you, actually, Parishda and Kapil. So in today's world, since social media is so important and so powerful, and everyday life we are actually scrolling up and down, we hardly have some time to see whatever content is there. If it is a picture, okay, maybe we actually stop for a while. If it's something written, we give it a damn. So do you feel that the shock value factor, is there an importance of shock value in arts and creativity to grab attention, to at least make people understand, okay, this is it, stay for a while, understand, and then scroll down? Do you feel, Parishda, a shock value is important in today's art and creativity?
Shock value, I think it is not very important.
Okay. Okay.
See, I will tell you, if you go back to the Renaissance, pre-Renaissance, high Renaissance, Baroque, Rococo, that time, you see the painting of, war. You see painting of many, like volcano, many incident, which you call it negative incident. You see them in many museums in the world. But after seeing this bloody scene, you feel, oh my goodness, what they have created. It's amazing. You want to see that painting or sculpture again and again.
Right.
Remember, art is ultimately a rasa.
Right.
If the shock value overcomes that and goes to the bhivatsa rasa or bhayanak rasa,
right,
that means the shock value really overcome and it gone beyond that and created the rasa. Just only shock value, just giving a shock and trying to impose that this is contemporary art, that is temporary art.
Right.
Remember, it will not sustain, it will never, see something is happening, some incident or some art or installation you have seen. They say, oh, I don't want to see that. Nobody, see, art or film or writing or any form, it is ultimately the communication. If you are not wanting to see that, then how can you communicate your art or your film?
Right.
Will succeed creating that shock value. So it will be completely temporary.
Okay.
You will not again and again, forget about again and again. Second time you will not even say, I don't want to see it, I don't want to have it. Then you are failure.
Okay.
It is a very, very temporary, notion and a concept. The people are having wrong ideas. And as I said, that vivatsa rasa, because the shock value can be also very important, can be very beautiful.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, Kapil, I'm just going to add that, in few film, we see wonderful trailer. But finally, when we go to see the film, we are disappointed. I mean, that exactly Parishda was mentioning, that shock value is not good. Do you feel so? I mean, or...
I don't understand the importance of shock value.
Yeah.
As far as Assamese films are concerned, it is not very important.
Okay.
Shock value is not very important. What is important for us is good content, good cinema, good stories told in an engaging manner. Yeah. There have been a few films in the last few years where there have been a shock value. For instance, the film I did, Bhaskar Hazarika's Kotha Nodi, which is again based upon fables, actually, folk tales. About there were 4 stories which had terrific shock value. It's about I play a man who buries his newborn children because his father's friend had told him once that whenever a child is born to him, he goes and meets his uncle, and the uncle says that go and bury this child. It might be a girl child, it might be a male child. So he goes and buries without questioning. And there's this woman played by Seema Biswas. who, gets her daughter married off to a serpent because she believes the serpent will become a Prince Charming and will give her jewels. So these were stories, these are age-old stories. And, there was a lot of criticism that why did you portray these stories in such a ghastly, in a horror manner? And then in a press conference, I answered on behalf of Bhaskar, the director. I said that, see, these stories were told by our grandparents. And they, it was always, they said with a lot of love and affection, so we were not scared. But now, these stories were on screen and those had a horror effect. So those had shock value. But when it comes to Assamese cinema, I feel, and I've experienced this over the last 22 years, that it is only good content and convincing cinema and entertaining cinema which clicks with the audience in Assam.
Absolutely. So we can actually talk a lot on this because this is very favorite subjects for all of us probably. But we have to end this session. We have another very entertaining session coming up, which actually Utpalda was mentioning that yes, OTT has broke this language and geographical barriers. We are going to have a wonderful chat with Arindam Sel, Raima Sen and Pauli. But before we thank gentlemen here, last question, maybe just a one-liner from Utpalda and Madhubda. So, if there is a ratio of creativity and commerce in your mind when you're doing a film, doing a project, writing a story, what is the ratio? Is it 80-20, 90-10, 60-40? What else goes on?
As far as I am concerned, as a creative person, it's 100% creativity. And I'd leave the commerce part to the producer, the financier, because that's where their expertise lies.
Yeah. Okay, so 100% for, and whatever
purely storytelling, so it's 100%. There's no 80-20. Rest, always marketing is a separate issue altogether.
Absolutely.
Can't.
So 100% of creativity and creative aspirations, and of course the commerce part remains. And let's see that in coming days how the scenario is going to change, or we are going to change. We are going to evolve. Thank you so very much, all of you, for joining us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
It was a wonderful, wonderful session. Thank you so much. A big round of applause.
Thank you to
all
our
of them.
speakers. Reshmi, of course, stays on. Ladies and gentlemen, next session, our final session for this evening, it's called Entertainment Equity, the Streaming Revolution, how it's breaking language and geographical barriers. I'll ask Reshmi, of course, to take it from here on.
So we are here for the finale discussion today. And may I please call upon stage the two beautiful ladies in front of me, Pauli Dam and Raima first. Please come on stage. A big round of applause for these beautiful and prominent faces. And also Mr. Arindam Sel, he was here. Okay, anyways, he's gonna come. Let us begin. Please have a seat. So this is what it is called, the star-studded panel. You know, like when you have these two ladies beside you, though, both of them have a humongous work that they have done here in Bengal. But right now, they are more focused on different projects, I mean, whether it is OTTs, whether it's big screen in Hindi, in other languages, apart from Bengali, apart from Bangla. So I'm sure Arindamda is going to join us, but meanwhile, let us begin. So the topic that we are going to discuss, I was just mentioning that OTTs have actually broke the barrier. Raima, Pauli, both of you, I mean, you are doing such wonderful work. But before we get into the, like the topic and all, let me just ask you, when you guys meet, I mean, Pauli and Raima, when you guys meet, after a long time probably you're meeting each other, isn't it? No?
We meet each other quite often.
Really? Okay.
We live really close by. So
Oh,
we
you...
meet quite often.
Okay, Arindamda years. Okay. Very warm welcome to you, Arindamda.
Thank you, sorry.
Yes. I know that Arindamda and Pauli has just finished a film together, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, and when is the next film with Raima then?
I just did act with Raima last year, I suppose, in a film directed by Anjan Datta.
Okay.
And with Pauli, I've been waiting to work with her since my first film.
So you have to wait for her
I've been
so
giving
many
her
days.
offers since I started directing my first film, and she went on ultimately to say yes on my 18th film.
Oh God, Pauli. So you have, like Arindam Sale.
She's so
waiting
high-browed.
Yes, absolutely. So, I mean, it was a conscious decision. Okay, so Arindam Sale, I'll be doing a film with you.
No,
Wait.
somehow it wasn't happening.
I know.
Either the dates were clashing or something or the other.
Right.
But I'm happy eventually that we started our working together from this film, which will be releasing on the 11th of August.
Right. Raima, how was your OTT experience till date? I mean, you are doing a lot of OTTs nowadays. And now, do you know that people here in West Bengal, in Kolkata, they are like your fan. They're saying that, okay, where is Raima? Why can't we see her in, Bengali films? Where is she gone?
So I just did something for OTT platform Netflix, which released in April.
Yes.
And I just want to thank the OTT because during this pandemic, I think films were not happening because of the lockdown and the cinema halls were shut. So then OTT came into being and it started booming. And I'm happy that, because of the content, because of the kind of characters that you get, that in I have actually played a negative character, which I haven't played before. So, at least I'm getting more opportunity to explore different kinds of, roles because of the OTT.
So basically you were saying that you were getting that license of, exploring many things.
Because it's an OTT, every character has to be fleshed out. And, every character has a backstory. Every character is important, not only the main protagonist. So, that way there are many actors who've just been seen after so long in the OTT.
That's
so many
true.
people are getting
That's
work
very true,
behind the camera and in front of the camera. So, and we are getting different roles. So, which is very exciting. It's a very exciting phase for us.
Absolutely. That's very true. We are seeing, Pauli, actors really who we cannot say them, veteran. I mean, they are senior actors, whether it is Raveena Tandon, whether it is Madhuri Dixit. I'm sure we would see Munmundi one day. Yeah?
You will definitely.
Really? It's coming on?
No, not yet, but she's open to doing it. She's done a short film for an OTT platform. But of course, if she gets a show, she'll definitely do it.
That's wonderful. So, Pauli, do you feel that, okay, the longevity of an actor, it has, there was a time that whenever you are married, when you have a kid, okay, your life is over. The heroine life is over. But then comes OTT. It helps you, it gives you so much of space to explore. So do you feel that is one thing which you all are actually little more maybe inclined towards OTT nowadays? Is it?
Reshmi, let me tell you something the more the platforms, the more the opportunities.
Yeah.
So for me, there's no clash between a traditional cinema and the OTT platform. Of course, there's a difference. The major difference is OTT is a personal viewing. You can watch it on any of your device. Theater, watching a film inside a theater, it's a communal viewing. So there's a difference in the approach of making a film, in selecting the content, in fleshing out the characters. Even for writers, it's becoming more and more challenging, I would say. So, but for actors, it's more and more of opportunities.
Absolutely.
So, for me, it was always about good work. So, it can be on any platform. When I started off, when I was in KG, I started doing theaters. So, from theaters, then television, then films, then OTT.
even in films, now we shoot in digital medium. There was a time when we used to shoot in Kodak, right? So, so I did that also. So, there are opportunities for actors to explore and experiment. But I would say definitely the OTT has broken a barrier when it comes to language.
Absolutely.
So, you reached out to like 150, 190 countries at the same time, which for a Bangla film, if I consider, once it is released, first it has a regional release, then it has a national release, then it has a international release, wherever Bengalis or wherever the contents are being accepted.
And we are okay with the, you know, like if we do not even go for dubbed films nowadays. It's okay. We want
Subtitles.
Absolutely. Subtitles are there to help us.
So I have been watching OTT, or I have been watching films of different language for like last 10 years. Yeah, I'm used to subtitles, but there are people who go for dubbed version.
That's true.
Which I'm not in favor of much, because you somehow lose the, the original flavor of the content. Anyway, so I think there is no clash. So a traditional cinema can exist with harmony with the OTT space.
Okay, Ramit, would you like to add on something? Okay. Arindam, probably I know the answer, but then again I'm going to ask you that, do you feel that OTT is going to replace big screen? Why I'm asking this? After, 2020 was like that horrifying year for us. We were all digital. Whether we are cooking, we are drinking, we are doing whatever, it's always on digital. We are always online. So there came this surge of OTTs and it was accepted so well. So after this, like difficult time were over, when the big screen started opening and big releases happened. But don't you feel that, okay, there may be a RRR, there may be a Pushpa and KGF, but the amount of film which got released and the amount of money they have gained, don't you feel that, okay, there is a huge difference? I mean, the producers, do we actually listen to them? What are their conditions? They have, like invested a lot of money, but do they get back? Did it happen? Arindamda?
Firstly,
yeah.
Work of art is not measured barometrically by the money it gets.
Agreed.
Okay, but I'll get back to your question. But before that, I would like to pay my regard on behalf of all of us, of the Bengali film community, of the legendary filmmaker, Sri Torun Majumdar, who passed away this morning. Tonu Babu, as I used to call him, we all respected him, and he was a person who had created cinema which overcame all boundaries and had been commercially successful like anything, and which actually transcended Bangla cinema to a place much beyond his times. Tonu Babu used to always tell me that you must have discussions.
Okay.
We have stopped getting into discussions nowadays. I thank India Today for this conclave, that we are discussing such things on open topics as such. Now coming back to your question.
Yeah.
2018, there was the OTT platform in this country was set at about 2150 crores, and there's that by 2030, this will get on to come to a sizable portion of $15 billion.
Okay.
Having said that, during the COVID times, as you said, all OTT platforms, digital platforms, they just raced through. They broke their own targets, their own budgets of the year, and they just raced through to kind of create figures and records of their own. And as soon as cinema opened up, what actually happened, one of the largest digital platforms lost 2 lakh subscribers. There I want to make my proposition
Right.
is that, as Pauli said, there is no point of conflict between digital platform and cinema. Cinema would be there in its own place with its own greatness, magic, and everything.
Okay.
But there is this great avenue of content creation through digital platforms which has evolved and which is creating huge amount of work, huge amount of content, and giving way to great amount of experimentation. See, a film like Roma, which came on the OTT, and it had, it was shot in black and white. Martin Scorsese did a film with Robert De Niro and Al Pacino and everybody called Irishman. And that film was about 5-6 hours long. He wouldn't have done it for cinema, but he did it for digital platform. What I'm trying to say is that there is a complete different avenue that has opened up, and you have to respect both the form of content creation.
Okay.
For the Oscars last year, there were 35 nominations which came from digitally produced films from OTT platforms. And this film, Coda, paved everything. I mean, it walked away with the best film. Even say Power of Love.
Okay.
Sorry, Dogs of War. I'm so sorry.
So, Arindam, basically what you are saying is that both will exist. I mean, nobody is going to take another place. I mean, nobody is going to replace other.
Nobody is going to take each other's or eat into each other's. That is what we ought to respect.
Right.
And that is how we have to work. So if we are creating films for OTT, then we have to keep in mind about the viewership pattern. We have to keep in mind about the length and breadth of the viewing screen.
Absolutely.
You know, you can't create a Ben-Hur for digital platform.
Right. Okay. But, Ram, I was just wondering one thing. See, I mean, whether it is you, whether it is Pauli, Porambroto, Shashwato, Chatterjee, and Abi Chatterjee, many of you are doing so good in the OTTs, I mean, national OTTs. But compared to here in Bengal, in Bengali OTTs, I mean, of course you're walking. It's not that you're not doing anything, but the grandeur, but the way it is big when it is a national OTT.
Obviously, because when it's national, there's more exposure and everything. But I would say the Bengal OTT Hoichoi is equally I would say at par with the national OTTs. I think nowadays, I think you can watch any kind of Bengali content on Hoichoi. And there are other few OTTs which are in Bengal.
Right.
I think that for Bengal standards, I think that is at par with Netflix doing a show for Hoichoi.
Agreed. But do you feel that there is a lack of structural and corporate funding, which actually, you know, like comparing, if we compare ourselves with the national platforms, we have to compare ourselves, isn't it? I mean, we cannot just say, okay.
Obviously, there's a difference, but I think he'd be able to answer that.
Arindam, my question is straight away, is it because lack of structural and, you know, like corporate funding, which is why we are a little behind of the others? Yeah.
I'll put it in another way.
Yeah, please.
And that the success of digital platform content creation, this huge success has led way into concentrating into regional platforms, regional content creation. You see, the South industry has taken a lead.
Absolutely.
You open up Amazon and you'll find it's filled with South Indian films. It's not happening, the same is not happening for Gujarati or Maharashtrian or Assamese or Bengali films.
Right.
But eventually it's going to happen. With this huge success, what is going to happen is, for more content creation, now the focus would be getting into, other than from metro cities, into 2-tier and 3-tier towns. And to get into 2-tier and 3-tier towns, you have to create content in the local language. And that is exactly what these people are going to do. Having said that, that is one aspect. Okay, let's not talk about corporate. There's enough fund for everybody, and
Okay.
whenever there is a market base that is created, funds automatically come in.
So then,
I would put it that way. But
yeah,
the best part is
yeah.
what had never happened before by all these people who've been working in cinema, whether it's Pauli or Raima or Poromroto or Jishu and all the ones who are wonderful actors,
Right. But
they
this
are being recognized in the
comparison will
national
come,
circuit.
Arindam. Absolutely, that's what I'm saying. Even if a Kannada film, a Telugu film is doing so well, so much of money and everything, so what is happening with us? Why aren't we there?
We aren't there because
We are almost
we
there.
didn't tie up our laces in proper time to be there. But Hoichoi, of course, showed the way in the sense that it was the first regional language digital platform in the country.
So now there is one more thing. We all are mentioning about one OTT. Don't you feel it's a monopoly? After a few days, maybe, like there will be problems with this as well.
There is again another way of looking at it. If you can't create other content platforms, why blame the one who's doing so well?
We are not blaming, but we are saying that why are we lacking and where is this?
That's because, Rashmi, you see that's what happened in Bangla cinema also, if I may be critical about it, is the fact that we do not tend to focus on distribution. See how the South Indian films have focused into distribution and how they have infiltrated all across the world. Films like RRR and KGF were not so popular even in Kolkata. But see the kind of business they've done. It's slow way of a process of marketing that have enabled that a 6 o'clock or a 7 o'clock show in Kolkata gets houseful. That is something which Bengali cinema needs to learn from them. They need to take up.
Even in a recent interview, Karan Johar was also mentioning that why the South Indian films are doing so well because as per him, the directors and everybody has a conviction on the film. I mean,
we all have convictions on our films.
Of course.
But there are many more to when you go to distributions.
Okay. So there is one more thing. We were actually discussing that before we came here with Pauli, Raima and Arindamda. That is the freedom that OTTs get. And with that freedom, do we share the responsibility also? On one hand, we know that there is a lot of censorship and as a director, you know how many cuts are there, UA certification, blah, blah, blah. And on the other hand, you do not have that in OTTs. But there is this, criticism, Raima, that, the way slang is been used, the way violence is been showed, is it necessary? Or it is like, okay, so we have freedom, we can do anything.
No, because you have to use your freedom responsibly. So,
That's what I'm saying.
because thanks to the OTT, we are empowered. I mean, we can choose what to watch and and if you have a family, if we have children, you decide for them what they can watch and what they can't watch. That's the boon of OTT. You have that discretion to choose what you see. So I think you have to use the freedom of expression responsibly. That's all. That's why.
Yeah. So, Paolo, do you feel that there should be also a censorship being imposed in OTTs or no? Let it be like that. Let us be responsible and do our work.
Censorship can be in your mind, in your head, and the rest needs to be done accordingly. And there are contents for kids, there are contents for adults, so I think you can choose what you want to watch. That is a plus point for OTT, because something, you have the remote, you know what you want to watch or what you don't want to watch.
Right.
And rest, I think some freedom of expression should be there, like for the directors, so that they can speak their mind, they can speak what they want through the cinema, which is a reflection of life, which we were discussing.
Absolutely.
So there has to be some freedom also, with some responsibility. If you can carry out the space of freedom, I think the focus should be about making a brilliant film. Like he just spoke about Roma. He just spoke about Roma.
Yeah.
It's so real, it's so beautiful. Where, you understand what is happening and you don't feel bad or about a
Pali,
certain
can I
film.
just request you to kindly share the story that you were sharing with us about a film where, you know, like probably there was a sudden improvisation
So,
happened.
improvisation. So I was shooting for this series called Six Aspects. It's for Hotstar and directed by Tigmangshu Dhulia. So there was a sequence where I play a character called Shabnam, and this other character, the male character, is the character's name is Vicky. So they were having a fight. Okay, it was a very nasty fight they were having, and so nothing, not in details anything was written. It was, sir wanted that things to work out organically in the set. So suddenly, while he was, while the character Vicky was trying to hit and abuse Shabnam, and hit her actually, beat her up.
Right.
So she suddenly something came out of her mouth, like a slang, and which was not written on the script. And the director asked me, I know that it's a presence of, of the situation was such that it happened so spontaneously, it didn't sound bad. But let's take another one. Without it.
Okay.
And and he asked me, do you think it is necessary? I said, I don't know, it happened, it just came out spontaneously, because somebody is in front of me behaving so badly. But if you don't want, we can take another one. But eventually they have kept the original one. So I think, it is also the character, the background of the character, how the character would behave on a certain given situation, that also, and how honestly it is happening.
Right.
The conviction which you said. So how, with what conviction the character is saying something, uttering a few words, that also makes a difference. But I wouldn't say that it is absolutely necessary or it is absolutely not necessary. It is so relative. Let it be to the audience, and let the audience and the story, of course, decide. It's natural flow.
I think Pauli has got it absolutely right on the head. Let's leave it to the audience because they know how to filter. There are a certain kind of OTT platforms who care hoots about the language and the kind of sequences that they shoot, but they aren't popular. Look at the ones who are popular. Look at the ones which people talk about. They are mostly the ones with a certain kind of standard and aesthetics. So that, leave it to the audience, and I think there's certain kind of responsibility which we all have. We know what to do, but definitely the digital content creation has paved ways for so many good things. I'll just say 2-3 things very fast.
Right.
And one of them being another kind of cinema is being created. In the sense, cinema is for the large screen, for community viewing, but there are certain kind of very intimate cinema.
Right.
Which also used to be made for the big screen, but with a certain kind of budget and everything, it may not have had their kind of reach. But what happens is with digital content creation, you could create such kind of cinema on television. A great example would be Tom Hanks in Greyhound for Apple TV. What he did is that this wonderful film, which otherwise would have been could have been made into a huge cinema, was made with the purpose of the TV in mind, television in mind. So there is another form of content creation that has evolved. Also, look at the kind of content creation that we are all getting interested in watching. There's Nordic content creation, Icelandic content creation, there's Korean content creation, and now we are discussing, we are talking about Korean TV series, we are talking about Nordic TV series. Keep aside Money Heist or a Crown or a Queen's Gambit. There are focus points that we are actually looking into. This is exactly what digital content creation has done, and it's immense and it's great. Let's celebrate that.
Absolutely. And Raima, is it also like since are you doing any Bengali film in recent time? I mean,
no, I've just done a Bengali show which is going to be released during the pujas, Rakto Koropi.
Okay. So what is the reason? I mean, many people say that the the fee that you get for a national OTT is actually the budget of a film here. Is it really so? I don't know. I must.
I'm from here, and Calcutta is very close to my heart. I'm born and brought up here. Bengali films will always be close to my heart. I mean, it's given me Chokir Bali, which was a turning point of my career. So I'm always going to work here, budget or not. I'm always going to work in Bengal.
Okay. Paul, is it so that, like the fee that you get in the national OTT is actually the budget here? I mean,
see, Rishmi, you can't compare. It's certain things you can't compare because we are talking about Bangla cinema, which is like just the way you can't compare about the richness and the experimentation that we do in language cinema. You can't compare that. So I think OTT, there was a point where it was mentioned that that OTT is rebuilding regional cinema.
Absolutely.
I would call it, no. OTT is rebuilding Hindi cinema. And that's very important. Like the certain kind of things that we are used to watching, there's a huge shift of the conventional approach of films.
Rightly
so I was mentioning like we are used to watching heroes in films fighting with 50, 100 people and with with
the larger than life
larger than life experience.
Yes.
But for OTT audience, we want to watch real heroes with more of vulnerabilities, insecurities,
and lot
complexities.
Of flaws yes, absolutely. The way
we all
we are
have that. Then why can't we show the real thing?
Very true.
That's the difference which of cinema, like a communal viewing and a private viewing. That's the difference.
That's true.
Also another thing which digital content.
I don't mind fighting with 100 goons. I don't mind. Like it's a female character like that. But at the same time, I've played characters for OTT spaces which are so real, so dark, but so human.
Absolutely, absolutely. You have actually played a part,
like Bulbul, Binodini, the character I played.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That is exactly what OTT platform or digital content creation has done. They have brought Pauli Dam to that space to play a character like the one she did in Bulbul.
Right.
Okay?
Even for Kali, I wouldn't have imagined playing a character, a protagonist. So female-oriented films, female-oriented content started happening more.
Absolutely.
Which we used to fight, which really used to struggle so much to get in traditional cinema.
Absolutely.
So that's even an important point, I would say.
And that is true, which Pauli was mentioning, Arindam. Okay, so yes, regional market, regional cinema, regional OTTs, everybody is actually getting a boost. There are more money rolling out, more actors coming in. Which is true. I mean, like Pauli and Raima is working there. Here in Bengal, we have got bunch of young actors, isn't it? So that is what has actually happened with, I don't know whether you all has gone into one direction. You're saying no, big screen will be always there. And we agree with that also. But then OTT is giving us that support that the regional film is actually become the Indian film.
More awareness of regional films because thanks to the OTT.
Previously it was only Hindi film,
now we get to watch Marathi and
yes,
so many
a Punjabi
other
film or I don't know, yes. So, Arindam.
I absolutely detest that Bengali language cinema being, focused as regional cinema. It's not.
It's always a global cinema. It was always global.
Global cinema in Bengali language, and this is something that all of us in a country like India, where we have so many different kind of languages we speak and live by, it's always content creation globally in regional languages, and that is now being taken forward. OTT as a instrument, as a platform, is helping to promote, which is incredible because of that increasing demand of content creation in a digital platform. Actors, technicians, directors, everybody has something to do, and they would get that offer if they are really worth their mettle.
Absolutely.
There are certain films also which big films I would say, which with big names, actors, which we really look up to. Even those films
Recently
which
I've watched
released
something. Yeah.
on OTT, it didn't work.
Right.
So it is about, again, you have to know your audience and you have to build contents accordingly.
Absolutely.
And if it's a good one, people will love to
See,
watch
like
it in anywhere it is.
Sorry, Pauli, to interrupt, but it's true that viewership patterns are changing.
Absolutely.
And you
It has
have
changed.
to adapt yourself to
Yeah.
that.
Right.
A very recent mega project by
Absolutely.
a great Indian hero just flopped on the box office.
True.
As well as
True.
on the OTT platform. It came into the OTT platform the soonest, but there's no talk about that. But then there's something like a Panchayat, a
Absolutely.
series like
Absolutely.
that, so fresh, and Jamtara, and so many others, which
So engaging.
are like become household names. People keep on talking about them, which is incredible.
The way, I mean, Pauli and Raima is also to the world right now. So I know, I mean, this is also a discussion that we can go on with, but we have to stop somewhere. I really want to thank all of you for being here with us. It was wonderful chatting with all of you. But, you know, like before ending, since two beautiful ladies are here, the first comment that...
Third one is you.
Thank you so much, thank you. So the first comment that Raima actually made after she met Pauli is that roga hoega cho. You know that what it means. So really, I mean, you have seen her for I mean, after quite some time.
I think I met you after a month, no? Yeah.
Okay.
Month and a half.
Okay, so what exactly happens? You have met here. Are you like going to continue this? What happens? Or, you know, like heroines have their own, you know, like aura and all. And they
I think she has toned herself up to international demands.
Okay. Is it? Pauli. Well.
Only a director can say that, you know.
Absolutely.
Visualizing
only
something.
him. So we are actually looking forward, to be very frank, we are looking forward for your, you know, like big screen release, your OTT release, and Arindamda, you have 6 releases this year. 2 has already released, and there is...
Om Keshottam
Yes.
getting released on 11th of August.
So a very best of luck to all of you, and thank you so very much for being here
Thank
with
you,
us.
Rishmi. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Rishmi.
India Today, for
Thanks,
this.
India
Thank you
Today.
so much.
It is always a privilege meeting and chatting with all of you. Over to you. Thank you.
I'll just use it. Okay, I guess it is. I guess. Yeah. Good. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you, Reshmi. Thank you, everyone, for joining us on day 1 of India Today Conclave East 2022. Remember that if you're tweeting, posting about the event, do use our hashtag Conclave East 22. We've served dinner, that's outside in the pre-function area, so you can proceed. Also, thank you to our sponsors. India Today Conclave East 2022, presented by Sanjiv Goenka Group, co-presented by Machu Hind. Industry partner, West Bengal Industrial Development Corporation. Partner state, Tripura Government. Associate sponsor, Dhanseri. Thank you, everyone. Do join us for dinner.